Hello, early risers and midnight warriors. The Road to World Finals concludes today with 3 matches in our Korean bracket, Avril, and we have some absolute gigabangers in store for the audience.
A few games left to play through. One last elimination game. Crazy Raccoon Way. Winner of that faces T1. The winner of that goes to the grand final versus Falcons. And of course, our opening match is a game that also decides who gets the final spot from Korea to go to the World Finals in Stockholm.
Yes, seeding still will be figured out after this match, but we're going to figure out exactly which 3 teams will be the ones attending DreamHack Stockholm to represent Korea in today's match. And we're in a weird position where Crazy Raccoon, there's a world where they do not make it to the World Finals.
Oh, that would have to result from a wave victory in that lower bracket game. And look, Crazy Raccoon still looked incredibly good in yesterday's game versus Falcons. That is an insane game that, honestly, if you haven't seen it, might want to be a bit of a VOD watcher to go back and see Crazy Raccoon Falcons number 25 to 25th time that they faced up. Full 5 maps, super back and forth. Wave versus T1 seemed to me, at least from the eye test, to be slightly on the lower end of the skill scale as far as just seeing the quality of the game in comparison to what we got on the Crazy Raccoon Falcons game. So given that to be the case, I mean, even just based on the reputation of the teams, Crazy Raccoon, definitely the team that you would want to watch out for. This is still the favorite in that particular series, you'd say.
I definitely agree with that. Here's a quick look at how the finals bracket shapes out so that you can see KR number 1 up there in the top left gets to skip through the first day and then go against the winner of EMEA number 3 versus NA number 2. So definitely a preferential position to be in as opposed to KR number 3 and KR number 2.
You get to be the first seeded team on the upper side of that bracket. You'll be on the same side of the bracket as Weibo game, which would be nice and fun. If Falcons end up winning the whole thing, then they have a pathway to face Weibo again, one of their international rivals. But more importantly, you get to dodge out the other 2 Korean teams. Barrel, you can see on the bottom left there, already seeded up against Korean number 2, who will decide today. The winners of those games, Korean number 2 to number 3, facing off against EMEA 1 and NA number 1 as well. So EMEA 1, NA 1, those teams are looking pretty tight also.
Yeah, those are definitely not easy opponents, and there are no easy roads to a world championship, but you can at least make sure that you can watch on the first day if you're Korean seed number 1, pick up some of the information about how other teams are interpreting the meta. Here's a quick look at the 3 matches we've got for you today. It's going to be a first to 3, a first to 3, and then finally a first to 4.
I wouldn't expect anything different for that final, and a long day to get through for if you are the team making it through the low bracket, either Crazy Raccoon or Way. For either of those 2 teams to make the full journey through this low bracket gauntlet all the way to the finals to meet Falcons, and Crazy Raccoon definitely wanting that ring match, you'd have to play through all 3 series today.
Yeah, that would be an absolute juggernaut-esque feat of endurance to get through Way, T1, and then have to face up against Falcons again in a best of 7 after that series. Like you said yesterday, went the distance. Definitely worth a VOD watch. One of the better matchups between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon that we've had, and that's a tough bar to break because we've had some fantastic matchups between these 2 titans of Korea.
Yeah, T1 need to level up today as well. That T1 Way game was certainly quite tight, and both of those teams want to make sure that they are not lying in wait for this vengeful Crazy Raccoon squad who we've seen what they can do when they end up the lower bracket. They're a scary team, and in mid-season there was no lower bracket for them to make that run. But in other tournaments where they have been, they've been able to really just show what their prowess is. If you beat them early on, the next time you face them, they're even better than they were before.
Yeah, great iterators. Amazing at fixing their mistakes. And of course, the crowd is here to adore Crazy Raccoon. Very popular here in Korea, in the Kintex Arena. So there's plenty of seats for all the Korean fans to see their favorite players take to the stage at a big old LAN.
Like it will be the Junbin start again. Max has had some maps. Spin has actually had no maps so far. This particular Asia playoffs Road to World Finals. I wonder if he will be seen at all. He's obviously been performing well enough that likely we won't get anything out of Spit. But there is the other world as well. With a Crazy Raccoon, a loss here would be the end of their season. And well, it would have to come down to Way in this pivotal lower bracket game. Our first elimination game. to get that done away. A team you can't underestimate. A team that have taken down Falcons in the regular season. A team that, over the course of this stage, haven't quite been able to best the Crazy Raccoons, but at the same time as all, pushed themselves to a 6-mapper, a 4-2 Crazy Raccoon win versus Way in the Stage 3 playoffs. Way put up a very good fight there. They'll need to do an even better job today.
Yeah, we're definitely a team that have the ability to play up to their opponents when they come into these high-stakes matches, almost sending T1 to this enviable position as well in the 3-2 series. Quick bow on the stage. And once again, I'm really hoping we get to see a little bit more of Marcus Arna today. I love it when a player has a signature hero in their back pocket, and Marcus Arna, definitely one that evokes something in me as a spectator.
And of course, doing pretty well on this patch given the new buff to the headshot perk. 2x damage now. Still playing that in the NA games for those that paid attention in the earlier streams. As you could not line up, no surprises here. Jumbo to start things out with. Max might come in for a King's Row a little bit later on, perhaps escort map. There shouldn't really be too many changes. And you talk about good Ana players. Well, there is the best Ana player, the best flex support in the world currently still in Shu on this lineup. If there's anyone that's going to be wanting to and likely to bring out that Ana, expecting Shu to do so, Marcus is going to have his work cut out for him.
Yeah, absolute truth, Nick, there. Shu is, for my money, the best all-rounder support player in the world as it stands at the moment. Here's a look at the Way roster. Milgaru, a singular tank here. And while most teams do have that ability to swap around their tank, both Crazy Raccoon and Falcons currently are running an active tank rotation. Milgaru is having to do it all alone, and while does have a lot of ball prowess in their back pocket, we don't know too much about how Milgaru would play too many of the off-tanks, like, say, the Zarya or even the D.Va.
Bit of a rough one for this team yesterday in the way that they lost as well. Had a couple of very close calls against T1. Milgaru versus Jumbin in the ball battle on Ilios that we want to look out for. Both of these teams very proficient in our ball dive. So Kiriko should be the opening lineup on that support end as well. We'll have to see where those Sombras lie. You are going to go up against still the best Sombra of all time on Lip. This is to be that ball mirror between the two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw yesterday that maybe you don't opt into the Sombra mirror against Lip, even if you're Team Falcons, even if you're Merit, who had an absolute hot streak today, yesterday on the Cassidy. The Sombra doesn't really compare to the king of hackers himself. Lip is just absolutely indomitable on that role. And our scorecard here says everything or nothing, all in, and that's exactly what it is. Any one of these teams can survive.
So far in Korea, I mean, we haven't really had super one-sided games. Our most one-sided game that we saw from these Asia playoff games so far has been, oh, maybe that Falcons T1 game from yesterday, but even looking back to day one, Harry, the Zeta Falcons game, super one-sided. That would probably be the more one-sided game, but that was also in the play-ins portion of this entire event. We haven't had a single 3-0. That's the craziest part. Not a single 3-0 between the Korean teams.
Yeah, but we're talking about the top 6 of Korea here, right? This is a pretty wide gamut of seeds and teams entering this tournament, and yet no 3-0s. Even Zeta managing to take Suravasa away from Falcons, which has been a point of order that we've brought up multiple times, and I'm sure we'll bring up later for our grand finals. But before that, we get to get stuck in, and I imagine that it's probably going to be Ilios where we begin our series, is the old favorite, the playground of Crazy Raccoons. Ah, excellent. Has been picked already.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon locked that one, and we saw as the map choice selection came up just a while ago, and I haven't seen the bans just yet. Again, it would be funny if we go into map number 1 and ball is actually banned straight away. I can't remember if we had that already in one of our series. I feel like that did actually happen in one of our openings. A lot of teams do like to go for the instant ball ban versus Crazy Raccoon. But given that Milgaru also wants to play it, I want to see if they have the capability to show up versus Crazy Raccoon in that battle. You want to test that mettle of that battle straight away. And it's obviously going to be massively backing Crazy Raccoon here as a team that just won Stage 3 title in Korea for the domestic championship. And, well, Crazy Raccoon despite their loss to Falcons, look damn good. Could have been a Crazy Raccoon win.
All right. This is Yoon, the sole believer of the way. The rest of us are going the way of Crazy Raccoon. And as we talk about bans, there's also the opportunity to maybe ban the Sombra against Lit, but it's a double-edged sword because Sombra is also your primary counterweight to the Junbin Ball to try and limit that mobility, even if they do have a new perk to become unseeable for a slight second. So often that's not going to be one that you opt in for, even if you know you're probably not going to be winning the Sombra matchup.
Honestly, in these types of games, when both teams have kind of the same preference for composition, what they want to play, might just end up being the case that you don't really see any impactful bans on map 1 from either side. They both want to just handshake this one. They'll both say, yes, let's do the ball mirror. We're both going to play exactly the same comp. Could be the case where you have a situation, Aid might not want to actually play that Sombra into Junbin. Might be the case that Wei look at this situation and be like, you know what? Yeah, let's get rid of that Sombra. Because Lit might outperform Aid on that one, but we're confident with the rest of the composition. We'll just see where this matchup goes without that Sombra in play. But I do believe it should be Izukun first ban. As far as I'm aware, the seeding structure is retained throughout the rest of this event from whence we got here. So Crazy Raccoon, being the first seed from Stage 3 finals, will be the first seed for the whole event, even though they're going to have to come through the lower bracket. And straight away on the Widowmaker, first of all, that could be a potential protect onto the Sombra, but also, like I said, I think this just might be one of those games where both teams don't really have any impactful bans because they just want to handshake this one. Lucio is a reasonably impactful ban, but both teams are capable and willing to play a lot of that Wu Yang Kiriko as well. Maybe the Ana coming in nice and early too. So yeah, that Lucio ban will change some things, but overall, I still think we're handshaking the ball.
Yeah, a lot of the teams in Korea going into Ilios have been throwaway bans onto like the Roadhog, onto the Bastion, just on, you know what? We respect the raw matchup of the Bull Sombra Tracer, making those dives happen in the back line. This is going to be Crazy Raccoon going up against Wei with no Lucio, so we will expect more Wu Yang. We saw some great Wu Yang yesterday from both Japan and Pacific as well, but now it's all about Korea as we head into map number 1 to decide who is going to be going to Stockholm in Sweden. Lip hovering over on the Freya right now. Not sure if that's going to be the rollout as everyone is still in spawn, but I would be assuming that Aid is at least going to try and match on the Sombra given their early positioning here. We're able to translocate out straight away, try and get early control of those mini packs.
Let's read on the back line as well. It's going to be Lee Suman, Kiriko, Wu Yang for the way back line. Kiriko Ana on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Otherwise, we aren't going to be playing through as expected. The ball mirror, both DPSs looking the same. Tanks happy to roll out. Match each other here, but confident in their abilities. Junbin receiving first hack.
Yeah, Junbin does find an unhacked Mega Pack though, so plenty of sustainability in the back. And, well, Milgaru's going to be facing similar perils elsewhere. Maka rolling around the back, trying to join in on these dives. Lit found before they could translocate away. Great water bending done. But Junbin still gets 2 in their own right. And their ball is just so deadly to deal with. Nice think there onto Shu, forced into cover, hiding away, doesn't have access to a Mega Pack just yet, still respawning from a previous steal of Milgaru in the back lines.
See if we can find a good engagement here. Coming through from Junbin, hacked again. Some low HP on the side of Wei, but fast ult charge Lee Suman. He is rushing ahead of Chorong at this stage, and Shu nowhere to be found in that ult charge either. Might be struggling a little bit this Crazy Raccoon backline.
They've had to scurry away in their own right as well, try and find themselves a Mega. Milgaru on the chase, or he's saying losing health courtesy of that virus. This is going to give Wei the first cap after an extended initial engagement.
Just comes through from that first initial pick going their way. Now, again, that is an insane amount of lead for Lee Suman. Probably a combination of both healing and damage. I can't imagine he's done so much damage that would lead to a 30+% gap between himself and Chorong. Only a lot of healing pushed into Milgaru. He has to know he's got advantage. Surely this is just ripping through the rush right now.
He's saying trepidatious. For now, Sunjin playing it a little bit more defensively, trying to check these flanks rather than make a play onto the back line. Chorong forced the TP away, 6 HP remaining. Easy to heal up though for Shu, just keeping their head on a swivel. Does mean he's going to start falling through the cracks. Lee Sumin was getting very, very brave there in the face of one of the greatest support duos of all time, but manages to get away pretty much scot-free. She manages to avoid a good amount of damage coming on through, down to 150 HP, and instantly all the way back up. Out comes the Kitsune Rush now from Chorang, and Lee Sumin is more than happy to try and match this one. He's sang with even more behind him. The nano boost, huge damage, able to dodge the incoming Blink melee. Means that Sondra's going to survive this one. Mark has to flee elsewhere. Nice health pack taken away, but of course it's hacked already, so it can't exactly be stolen. It just always was the property of Crazy Raccoon, even if the point is not. Shu's got to be careful as the EMP floats above, and it seems that Shu managed to get Suzu'd out of that one. Chorong not quite so lucky. Chorong chose her favorite child and wasn't looking out for number one.
Fight finally goes away. Crazy Raccoon took a little while to get there. 70% accrued in terms of percentage for weight. And most of the ultimates had been expended there as well. EMPs, both sides, putting them out. Crazy Raccoon, quite the deficit now for them to try and catch up on. Well, do note that Wei didn't really engage a super fast fight. Luciman, regardless of whether he actually knew he had a major advantage or not, felt patient enough to say, you know what, we don't need to force anything here. We have point capture already. Just get more percentage points capped in there, and we'll ult when required when Crazy Raccoon are in position to go as well. We'll just answer them. With Garu being answered a little bit on the high ground here, has to retreat.
Sunjin danced temporarily with death, and that dance is far from done if Junbin has anything to say about it. Following after Lee Sumin, a quick dink and a melee will send him to the Shadow Realm. And that's going to be a reset, I imagine, for Wei here, unless he can get an early pick onto Lip.
So some damage in there, following up with Junbin, the 3-man diving squad, the 2 DPS and tank. Only through Wei at the moment, and well, doesn't take too long for Crazy Raccoon to start to close that gap now. 50%. Just a little while longer with Wei struggling to find any sort of semblance of attack on this point so far. Their supports are now definitely falling far behind. I mean, they had a little bit of a lead earlier on in this point at Chorong and Shu. Well, after capping that last point, lights out in terms of finding the next ult.
She was found, has been temporarily distracted, and now Junbin's going to be giving over a little bit of space to the opposing supporter to just play keep away, and Isang's fell down elsewhere. Chorong wrapped around behind Sonjin. Not quite a fair duel between flankers, but in the end, all's fair in love and war. Out comes a bunch of damage here, courtesy of the Kitsune Rush. For what first ink comes through, second avoided by a swift step and a Suzu both. But now Lee Sumin has no means of peeling for themselves. Chorong really wants this one. However, bites off more than they can chew. Has to disengage themselves, and that's going to be the Wu Yang demanding some heals, some pockets in the back. Lee Sumin dangerously close to the edge. Never Junbin wants to try and make something work off the back of that. I believe that was a nano going through there onto Junbin, but wasn't really able to get too much off the back of the increased damage and damage reduction. But Wei have flipped the point in their favor during all these shenanigans.
Yeah, all those ultimates not really giving much to Crazy Raccoon, and now those same ultimates on the side of Wei. Neil Garu staying alive, receives a tidal blast, and well, the EMP is going to slow him down, but just so tanky is Neil Garu, but not tanky enough. Still down to Lip. An aid, he's looking for a return. He'll get the ball as well.
Yeah, counter-strike onto Junbin, using the EMPs for the best of their ability. He's saying now, with a pulse bomb on the backhand side, looking to try and put it down onto a target, but seeing that Kitsune Rush knows that they can't stick around for too long. Plus dip on the back strike, moving after with the opportunist, able to see aid while they're stealth. Out goes the pulse bomb. It's only onto a wrecking ball though, and Mark is there for the vengeance kill coming through from behind as well. And now Sunjin could just play keep away on the points, 99 to 99. It's still in favor of Wei. Chorong has to flee away, utilizing the wall climb, and someone needs to stay on the point at all times here from Crazy Raccoon. It's becoming increasingly perilous. Sonjin is going absolutely mental with it right now. Out come a bunch of balls of water flinging towards Hisang, and he can't stay on the point. Neither can Lip. What a beginning from Wei.
This is what I'm talking about. Wei is a team you cannot underestimate. Genuinely good in this mirror, in this matchup. They're feeling themselves right now. Hisang has been a bit of a rough one, constantly picked in a few of these first blood scenarios. But it also has a situation where Lee Sumin opens up first blood on the initial last fight, and then you have these double support ultimates of Chorong and Shu not really finding any value at all. Talked about this yesterday as well, where the nano, unfortunately, on the ball sometimes just doesn't really deliver you anything to really work through on an offensive manner. Keep the ball alive, but make sure the ball is quite tanky, but not going to give yourself that capability just to be able to quickly take down an opposing player unless you're already in position to slam. So wait, patiently playing that one through. Only Sumin and Marker's ultimate online, and eventually Flip came in, and eventually they win that one out, and well, start this one quite quickly on to Lighthouse. Milgar already taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, it was distracting Lip though, which means they don't have control of the pack at the back. Lip's virus more than enough. The healing wasn't there, and that's what you lack when you don't have the Ana here from Shu. When you're relying more on the Wu Yang for the heals, it can be difficult to get those instant heals in at range. Shu managing to avoid all of the incoming kunai. Unbelievable there. The hot feet of the granny managing to avoid the incoming assault. Aid gonna come in for a quick brawl with the ball, but unable to really get it working. Lee Soo-min off the side once again. Lip chased down by Sonjin. And that's going to be Lee Soo-min ducking in, trying to get the mini pack. Can't quite find it. It's been hacked away. Lip's got the space control that they need. And Crazy Raccoon have grabbed their first tick here.
Junbin manages to find the adaptive shielding in time, and Sonjin biting off a little bit more than he can chew. Shu surviving in situations where they start to look like they might drop a play. We talked about, yeah, Shu maybe could have gone down there. Lip definitely could have gone down there. Went down to 1 HP. Shu still in a little bit of a struggling spot versus Sonja, but at least Min rather, but Churl again coming in for the save the second time in a row.
Shu's just so evasive as well. Doesn't even mean to. Just getting some good AD timings, and Lee Soo-min just can't connect the shots even with the preferential angle. Oh, this is bad.
Okay, let's see if that's going to be a punish. It certainly will be. Garu taking quite a few extra deaths on Lighthouse so far compared to Junbin, who hasn't been able to be found or punish. Aid has not been able to really shut down Junbin the way that Garu has been. So yeah, way 70% lead that they have on well. It's got to be the opposite this time. It's Crazy Raccoon that have quite the percentage lead.
And a bunch of ultimates to work with as well. Haven't really felt the need to expend anything just yet. Sonjin contemplates crossing the gap to try and hold that backline at peril, but Shu is just in such a safe position right now. So difficult for the ball to try and dive in here. Out comes the Kitsune Rush. Lee Soo-min not going to be able to survive through the virus. Out comes the minefield here from Junbin, and it's going to be so difficult to touch the point now. Quick dodge away from Milgaru, unable to reset elsewhere. Shu is just on top of everything. He's just standing above it all. Like an all-knowing avatar at the back of your hot lobby, seeing everything and even more. It's just an absolute slaughter in favor of the Raccoons.
He just sees Sonjin coming in, understands his flank is exposed, and gets an instant headshot, forcing Sonjin back. Well, Sonjin gone now that he's saying, wait, nothing left here to play through. Maka doesn't even find the title blast for the final fight in Aid. No EMP to be used here either. Crazy Raccoon quite convincing, 100-0, and really starts well for Crazy Raccoon, like we sort of see Milgaru instantly receiving a death to Lip. Maybe overstaying his welcome, not respecting Lip's damage output. The fadeaway virus will get the initial kill to Milgaru, and it's just a snowball from there.
Brutal stuff. Lip sitting at 15-4. On the other side, Sonjin leading their team in frags at 10-4 in their own right. It's been pumping out a bunch of damage, trying to make sure that Junbin can't stay in these fights.
Really importantly, Shu's only got 1 death so far. That can't be allowed. If he's on Ana, you need to have this guy down. Quite criminal that the Ana player is surviving this long in fights. Well protected by Churong though. Been playing bodyguard quite successfully. Both teams 1-1, but the 1 point that Crazy Raccoon got far more convincing.
Oh my goodness, what a sleep coming through from Shu. But now it's not available for the Tracer. Still, as she said, Churong's just there as a bodyguard. If you look at a diagram of how Crazy Raccoon play, it's like a solar system. These constant orbits of protectors around the coronal nexus for this Shu. Down comes the damage from the pile driver onto the back lines of Wei. You can see that they're falling low together. Anti-heal onto Milgaru, just forced to be cowed into these submissive positions and can't even find a mega pack. They're all hacked. Lip has done so much business admin right here.
Allows Heesan to get in there as well. Churong cutting off Milgaru's escape. And Wei just don't have anywhere to play through. Milgaru is struggling now. Junbin again surviving it. This is not what we saw on Well, where Wei were able to get first bloods, were able to shut Heesan down, were able to get fast ultimates as well. And at least these men and Marker are keeping tabs, being able to keep on top of having some ultimate comparison to Churong and Shu. It will certainly be a little bit damaging now. At least when dying, there's going to give Churong the advantage.
It was just generationally accurate on these power drivers as well. Oh, what a stick there. There's no Kitsune in time. Shu finally falls, and Heesang still manages to match onto aid. So they can't really get too much when it comes to trying to shut down Jun, but it's just going to have to be manual mechanics to get it done. Heesang works the margins once again, picks up a mega pack to have all the more reinforcement for their forthcoming battle. Cherong taking down on the other side. Crazy Raccoon are basically out of healing, apart from the packs that Lip has pre-prepared to be used later on. Out comes the minefield, trying to shut Junbin down. A power driver here would clear out many of those mines, but Junbin has the accuracy, and it forces out a tidal blast from the Wu Yang. The speed is good to avoid the stun, so Junbin gets out basically scot-free, down to a little bit of HP, and Marker finally tracks him, but Crazy Raccoon is still in control.
The Nano traded for the tidal blast. Nano to keep Junbin alive, and he wants to really make some use of that one, but again, just doesn't quite have the damage to get past the shielding on Marker. And well, wait, despite all of this, they haven't capped yet. This starts with Sonjin really leading the way. He finally gets the kill onto both of the backliners, Shu and Choro. Finally, Shu will actually go down.
These things happen when you're Heesang. Lip falling super low, can't translocate away as Aid took the abilities away. And all in here for Wei as it had to be. There's nothing left in the tank bar a pulse bomb. Shu is still going to be able to get out of here somehow. A quick boop over there, but Crazy Raccoon, they're in pretty deep, so Wei, they can't really chase.
Just giving Heesang the benefit of the doubt there. Maybe he was resetting off the map given that they lost the fight, but straight after he went off the map, Crazy Raccoon engaged and not the fight that Crazy Raccoon are looking for, -1 player. Well, they have the full 5 now. Just don't quite have the ults to play. Tracer pulse bombs on both sides, but Sonjin so far looking like a superior Tracer in this battle.
Yeah, Sonjin has been absolutely lights out thus far. Lip assaulted the second that they reveal themselves from stealth, but Junbin's managed to hunt down their own hunter. And that's going to be a quick attempt to shut down Milgaru. In the end, though, Shu up close and personal. That's going to be a very uncomfortable place to be for Anana. Almost got the flip already. Crazy Raccoon, they get the point away for free here, and Lee Sumin hunted down the opportunist passive, serving the Sombra well as Milgaru is just forced to flee as fast as they can.
Sonjin even falling to Heesang here. This is going to get really rough away. Still waiting for impactful ultimates, and it doesn't seem like they're going to get it. It's going to be Nano versus Tidal Blast with Marker lagging behind. Final fight territory about to approach it with mines on board for Junbin as well, which will make things a little bit more difficult for that touch.
Careful, Heesang. There's an edge there. We know what happens to Heesang in these situations sometimes. Down comes the minefield from Junbin. So Wei touching the point is going to be exceptionally dangerous. Out comes Vanano. That's onto Heesang chasing down their counterpart Sonjin. It's an unfair duel, but in the end, all that matters is the result. A bunch of damage sent through onto Milgaru. The armor's been expended. It's temporarily reforged, but a pulse bomb blows it away again. And there's only smithereens where a wrecking ball once stood. Wei have flipped back in their favor, but Crazy Raccoon, they still aren't done in this fight yet. A quick TP away. Out come the mines. Milgaru desperate to try and control the space until the rest of their team can return. And Lee Sumin's there with the backstab onto Heesang.
They actually clutched. That's actually an insane flip. The flip itself does everything for them. Milgaru gets Lip in the middle of that fight as well. Marker might have just done enough with his own tidal blast to delay things. His ideal target would have been onto Sonjin. But Sonjin actually dies to Heesang while the Nano flies on in. Now we're waiting for the Kitsune rushes. Lee Sumin still doesn't have one. It's with Milgaru punished like this, Wei have to consider how difficult this is going to be now.
Unbelievable anti-great dodge on the EMP. The blink at just the right time for Sonjin. That means that Aid now has this in their hands. They decide to go all in onto Junbin, stealing with a health pack as well. For Crazy Raccoon, they are in control. Sonjin needs to be there to try and keep this one contested, but both of their exits are marked by guns and gunfire. A quick move away here from Milgaru. Hack as well to make sure that Milgaru is taking even more damage from the machine pistol. Marker's gone down elsewhere. Lee Sumin can't come in. There goes the pulse from Heesang, puts it in the grave. And Crazy Raccoon, they have to work for it, but they claim Ilios.
And Lip is just better. He might have missed the EMP. A nice blink away from Sonjin, but he then gets the kill, importantly, of the Lee Sumin in the latter part of that fight, and gets the final blow into Sonjin as well. No Kitsune rush from Wei, which would have been one of the key ultimates to keep them in the game. No Sonjin as well. Keep that touch going, keep the fight moving a little bit further forward. A little bit of frustration here as Wei, I think they were still within contention to maybe still bring it back. The fact that they clutched up to get the flip over on the cap, pushed things a little bit further on. They just needed ults but couldn't quite find it in time.
There's a Raccoon. do at least manage to find themselves a victory here. One step closer to the World Finals, one step closer to Stockholm, Sweden. And it's going to have to be done through Way on the next map after this break.
하나? 어? 터치했어? 하나. 와, 잠깐만. 안 되나? 와, 아쉽다. 오른쪽 아쉽다.
OWCS Asia continues with map number 2 of Crazy Raccoon going up against Way, and Crazy Raccoon on their comfort map of Ilios were really stretched thin, taking a 2-1 victory, but in a mirror matchup we were expecting with Crazy Raccoon we're going to be absolutely powering through.
But as mentioned, you can't underestimate Way. So what I'm saying as well in terms of the fact that, yeah, the 2-1 scoreline on that Ilios doesn't surprise me. fact, there was still a good shot for Wei, even towards the end, on that Ruins, to maybe still get the win. Really, it was the Lighthouse that was the outlier, super one-sided, 100-0. Wei got nothing done there. Shu might have even gone flawless. I don't think he even died a single time on Lighthouse. In fact, multiple players may have gone flawless for Crazy Raccoon there. So aside from that Lighthouse, Wei had a pretty good showing. But where Crazy Raccoon are winning, they're winning big. See where Wei take us. See if we want to play a little bit more ball. Obviously, Suravasa are going to be good for that one, but moving away from it. I'm sure Nilgara wouldn't mind playing some Winston or some of these other maps.
Yeah, going over to a Winston would be great. We did see that Aid was holding their own on the Sombra as well. Not outclassed that much by Lip, including... I mean, Sonjin would love to continue this Tracer duel. I think that Sonjin's absolutely lights out right now on the Tracer, is looking incredible.
Well, Kings are already. So I wonder if there was a sub in. We'll have to check to see whether Max is taking front seat for Crazy Raccoon. Beyond that as well, what we saw yesterday, okay, there's not been a sub in here. This is just going to be Junbin staying in for Kings Row. We're not going to be dealing with any Zarias. In fact, we're not going to be dealing with any Winstons either. Going straight to a Brawl favored map. Could have been a Winston matchup between our two main tank players. Certainly not going to be Ball on this map. But removing the Winston basically confirms we're just going to keep this one ground-based. It's going to be ram both sides, you'd imagine. Unless Milgaro wants to get tricky with that Orisa again that he displayed yesterday versus T1. I'm still not fully convinced by Orisa's place in the meta. He did play it. I think versus Crazy Raccoon, I would say it would be a risk.
Yeah, the Orisa yesterday, it was not impressive. It was amusing, but not impressive. However, Wei, they certainly are confident in their King's Row to put even more of the series onto this as we head into map number 2. Wei needs to even up against Crazy Raccoons. Defensive ball. Curious.
Okay, well, we are going to play ball then. Junbin's going to make it work anywhere. As the ball master, he's saying, doesn't matter what map it is. If it's available to be picked and ball isn't banned, I'll give it a go. Of course, we don't usually see Junbin on this map, so this is a bit of a different look from Crazy Raccoon, and a different look that Wei have to contend with as well, because it's like usually you know what you're going up with when Max is in the lineup. You know what heroes he's proficient on. It's most likely going to be the Zarya, of course. But when Junbin is in, what are Crazy Raccoon actually going to play here? I would have expected more of the Ram. Winston, if it wasn't banned, perhaps. But the ball start, it's quite the interesting choice. Let's see if Aid ends up swapping over towards it Sombra again. Might be worthwhile, given that Junbin is going to be on ball. And again, I don't think this is an amazing ball map. We'll have to see how Junbin navigates it.
Sonjin on the Genji as well. Has not been the most impressive thing thus far, but we have seen at least Proper pop off on it on King's Row, going up against a Sojourn. And Lip's going to be a bit of a tricky customer here. We've already seen the power of a Cassidy amongst so many of our teams already.
Sonjin's pick of the Genji here, specifically playing to Lip's Cassidy. We're starting to see some of these flex DPSs counter comp into the cast, having some of the deflect play in there. What's up with that is coming through now. Look at that, shoot down.
Beautiful play there off the back of a deflect, and Lip is going to be able to muscle their way through the door for Ravenous Vortex. Doesn't get too much, just slows the disengagement. Aid chased down as Mark has already been taken away, so the healing was not there, and Wei have kind of been forced into a corner right here. Shepherded in, Heesang making sure there are no easy avenues away. Oh, a nasty little deflect as Sonjin puts a Peacemaker bullet into the chest of Lip. And now, while Junbin is a little bit too meaty to stand up to in a fight as a Genji, it is going to be asleep, and so much CC going their way. Easy right click, Junbin going for the Mega. And this is just going to be a bunch of ult charge given over to Sonjin. Can't stick around for too long.
There just isn't any players to assist him, and that's a bit of a problem. Sonjin's been the best player on the team so far across both the maps, and maybe across this entire season, this entire stage. Double Binder in the back like Crazy Raccoon, but they'll survive. Sonjin sets up the initial picks, deflect the sleep into Shu to get that kill. Shu's still going to come back with the nano, by the way.
Oh,
Has it been
Sonja's
used?
looking so spicy right now. Bro is playing out of his mind. Be it on the Tracer or the Genji, Sonjan's always here to put on a show. Heesang falls down courtesy of Milgaru, and only the Wu Yang remains.
It doesn't feel right to say that Sonjin is next up, because he's already been around quite a few different teams, played across a couple of different regions, was on North America last year as well, famously. Was in that TSM trio, alongside Chopper and Rocket. But in Korea is where he's doing his best work, playing up against Crazy Raccoon and looking better in many cases. Wait, really needed Sonjin to pull his weight there, and he basically pulled the entire team's weight alone.
Yeah. Doing a bit of a choice here. One rock push, perhaps.
That feels better.
To be fair, there's been a lot more contribution from Wei thus far. Lee Soo-min just trying to keep this off-angle occupied.
Nano boost administered.
It's an old classic. Heesang going to be striking first here. Nano goes the other way, trying to protect Aid midway through that Deadeye, but it seems like everyone's been able to avoid Aid thus far. Dare you stand up to the Electric Cowboy? Junbin made the foolhardy maneuver of getting into the crosshairs. And so now it's Chorang around the back. Quick stun comes through from the Tracer, surely. Aid gets blown to smithereens as the water pressure bakes their organs. Still, Sonjin, you haven't dealt with the final boss, and Chorang's found out the hard way that Sonjin was always the primary target.
And he's still living. He went to low HP and a one-shot onto a Heesang that wasn't paying attention. And the ninja comes in from behind and claims his mark. And a bag of gold for that one, please, sir. Wait, pushing forward ever so forceful here. Ixu-min lagging behind an ultimate. Finally have that one. Sonja didn't even receive the nano. Again, as mentioned, given over to Aid to help him survive during the Deadeye. Wait, looking for the victory push on B now.
Oh, Lip super low. Pocket's going to be there coming through from the Wu Yang. You can see what Jumpin essentially just body blocked the anti-nade. That does mean that contesting is going to be a little bit more difficult here. Out comes the Kitsune rush, and in come a couple of kunais towards that wayward Tracer. Working around those backs and the margins as well. Shoes finally found himself an opening here as well. Moving in towards Tiana. Sonjin's absolutely nasty. This guy's a mechanical demon. Beelzebub risen again in the form of a blade-wielding ninja. And while the black ships may sail from the shores of Japan, they sail into the jaws of the Kraken. That is Sonjin as he defends the payload and defends Wei's push.
Has he even died yet? This guy is like currently flawless, I'm sure. I don't think he's actually gone down, but he's gotten so many final blows. He's been so impactful. Hasn't even needed a nano. Just pulls that blade dry and finds value. Playing now. Good time remaining. Milgaru survives. Good suits from Lee Soo-min.
Aid needs some help. It's forthcoming now. As Lips pop the OC, tries to find an angle. Everyone's just scattered away for now. And Sonjin finally loses a flawless streak. It's Heesang who strikes on the other side. It cost an OC, but in the end, it's a price gladly paid for stability.
Heesang will still fall though towards the end. So wait, let's see if they can find an opportunity. This Crazy Raccoon are going to be down one. Junbin doesn't care though. He's put himself into a nice spot to be able to just be annoying on Wei's regroup. 3 minutes is still plenty of time, but we've seen plenty of teams falter as well, where despite having, say, 3 minutes, okay, no TP there, but this is going to be the flashbang. On the other side of the map, Tron goes down to Marker, but I was going to say, too many resets here, and Wei will just simply run out of time because the C point hold is very powerful for these teams.
See the headshot
maybe having fun
well.
in the front lines, but his team is dying on point.
Yeah. We saw the headshot modifier as well from Marker there. Just have that 2x headshot ready to go now when it comes to that perk, which making Marker all the more deadly. Okay, here comes the Tidal Blast. Mark has been found. A quick blink here on to Viana. She doesn't have any hope of escaping from the Tracer with these slow legs. Junbin dares to test for Deadeye, but it seems like they're pretty confident playing in the minefield. Crazy Raccoon rebuff the push.
Look disappointing for Wei, considering they found all these early picks, Marker getting those headshots. Wei being annoyed by Junbin rather. You would think that Wei would be able to press that player advantage a little bit more. Payload's now sliding backwards. And 1 minute out of that 3 is now dissipated, with Wei not really getting too much further movement. Constant backline pressure. Now even Chorong adding to that off angling.
Yeah, Chorong's just being a menace back here as well. Crazy Raccoon, they are this ephemeral team that just continues to The transient in the backline, they can't be found. So Wade decided instead we're going to try and fight on the cart, centralize the battle. It gets caught out on the way through, and Sonjin, even while Nano still has to worry about a fully charged rail or headshot, Shu gets taken down nonetheless, and Jumbin forced to disengage and come around the back. Marker gets shut down by a well-placed sticky bomb here from Hisang. They're done with Sonjin carrying. Instead, they're just going to disintegrate the team around the ninja, and Sonjin just floats perilously above the pit, choosing gravity. Oh, actually, comes back up so that Lip can send him down.
Got a lot of time left for all the good that Wei had on points A and B, courtesy of Sonjin. They're currently struggling to make ends meet on this final point. Milgaru still wants to play into it despite Lee Sumin falling. Milgaru's got no HP, by the way. This might be a wasted annihilation. It is.
Yeah, Milgaru. Someone watched their Natsuki VODs.
Time for one quick reset.
No chance.
Tuna and Blade available. Even with a successful fight win here, a secondary will be required. Payload is now moved back far enough that we'll need to see an OT push 2 fight wins from Wei to get this one, and that seems unlikely given how this defense is going now on C.
Sonjin, do they want to really come into this high ground chase with such little time remaining? It's got to be a big Blade here. Maybe reinforced by the Kitsune Rush to get that faster swing speed. Out comes the minefield that everyone else has got to cross past. Watch Jumbin lay down to actually access the incoming damage. Quick stun there. Lip's actually taken down before it can detonate. All of the DPS coming through from Sonjin. Once again, going to be the hero. Hisang tries his own heroics here onto Marker. Lee Sumin's down as well. There's no healing available for Wave. They just have to try and hold strong on the cart and wait for reinforcements to come through. The Crazy Raccoon are so close to their own spawn. They can't stand up to the vehicular manslaughter that Jumbin wants to bring to the table. Sonjin deflect desperately done. Out comes the Kitsune Rush, and the damage is too much to bear. Crazy Raccoon get it together on third for such a stable defense.
A very unorthodox defense as well that for Wei was just confusing to fight against. You see multiple times so many players on Crazy Raccoon off-angling further back in B, like beyond even the Wei spawn. You're thinking about, okay, well, what do you even do as Ball on this point? This is part of the reason why Ball on this map is not particularly amazing, or in theory at least, but I guess when you're Jumbin, of course you'll just make it work anywhere. And the way he makes it work is he's just playing around all of these side angles, these extremities, chilling in the alleyways, waiting for an opportunity to find a target to engage upon from the back at all times, keeping Wei interested. But the even more wild part is, you would maybe expect Shu on the Kiriko to do similar as well. He's saying something on the Tracer. Chorong we saw was even so far back in B.
Yeah. Throwing
out his water orbs. And guess what? In one of the fights where Chorong was there, they're not chasing him because he's fast. Maybe they should have chased him down for a bit of a freebie. Chorong is one of the more susceptible kills they can easily find. Jumbin can roll away. Shu can TP away. He's on a Tracer, but Chorong is a Wu Yang Wei. He's got one movement cooldown. They didn't take him down, and as they push through onto C, what was the first kill? Chorong from long range finds an orb kill, left click onto aid. That just can't happen. Crazy Raccoon, what a wild, unorthodox defense. It was like at various points, most of Crazy Raccoon were around the B spawn area away, and only one of them was even in their own territory, and that was Lip chilling by himself on payload.
We are Wrecking Ball. 8's having a bit of a stinker. 5 and 9 right now, just constantly found on these off angles by the wildly roaming defense, free range defense as you might call it, from Crazy Raccoon. Going to be an attempt to try and claim this space. Sonjin on the Torbjorn as well. Down goes for turrets, surely. It doesn't actually get that much attention, but Sonjin gets plenty of it. Lip just absolutely atomizes him with a well-placed rail.
Sonjin might want to consider moving away. Torb, if you're playing into a heavy dive comp, if you're playing into the ball, I can see it making sense. Yep, he understands the assignment. Back over towards the Genjis, where he found a success previously. Izuku now, he's saying, trying to find some more of that himself on his own Genji. Of course, seeing that Aid is on the cast. He's going to have a Ringsball good matchup into it. Deflex is going to be quite deadly into Aid. Not going to do too much for you against Milgaru.
Yeah, Milgaru, however, has now used the Nemesis form so as to give away a bunch of that space for Heesang to claim, and that means Lip can take a little bit more of an aggressive angle if they do so desire. At the moment, though, Crazy Raccoon just waiting to see if Heesang can get anything around the back in the 3 versus 1. It seems like AIDS picked up Shu, Chorong as well as they tried to join this brawl. The commute was too dangerous. Didn't look both ways before crossing the street.
Looking defense so far. Aid plenty of damage done here. First ultimate found is the Deadeye. More slow going for the Crazy Raccoon side. A bit of a minute since we've seen Heesang on the Genji as well. Can't exactly remember the last performance, but the one that stands out definitely is going to be Heesang versus Proper Genji to Genji. That might have even been in 2024, and well, safe to say Proper definitely embarrassed them there. Heesang shot against Sonjin today after Sonjin's been completely dominant on this pick. Junior rush available now, both sides.
Listening for the sound of deflect. That's going to be a very important cooldown to consider with Deadeye on the table. And already the deflect comes through from the side of Sonjin. Getting the big stun onto the backline. What a dash. The Tidal Blast of Wu Yang just tears apart Crazy Raccoon. They're running low on time.
This is flawless as well. No one away is even dying. Sonjin's getting low and Marcus saves his life. I mean, he's a perfect target to carry that Tidal Blast forward. Anyway, he delivers it perfectly into Crazy Raccoon. The only problem is, ults have been spent by Wei. Crazy Raccoon is still building up the stack. Still worth for Wei in the fact that you're bleeding down the timer. Crazy Raccoon about to sit on the full 5 stack. This needs to be a strong engagement now. No more time wasting for CR.
A fully stocked armory. All they need to do is use it properly. Lip has an initial blast ready to go and an overclock thereafter to really maximize the damage. And all of the bulk that they want is ready to come on through. Heesang can't decide on a target right now. Goes in towards Aid instead. Going to be trying to counterblade here. Coming through from Sonjin. Slowed down perfectly by the incoming of the Ramastra. And now Lip is ready to catch all the aggression. A nice dink onto Sonjin, taken down by the Annihilation. And once again, Milgaru just loses his mind and presses Q.
Just late in the day, he just decides to drop the Annihilation. His team's already fallen apart. The only thing he's annihilating is his team's ult economy. Jumbin, thinking about making the swap. Is it the ball again? Waiting to see what Wei's composition is, if Wei is going to make any changes. And look, Milgaru not swapping. Jumbin himself won't swap either. A now moving over towards the Soul so he can test further at range. Maybe a little tired of dealing with Heesang's deflect shenanigans. Well, we'll still have to deal with that in terms of rails being shot back towards him. At least the flashbangs are not going to be a concern anymore. The Deadeye's being deflected.
Oh, Heesang falling low. No cooldowns to play with, but plenty of healing on the backside as well. Lip rolling up. Would love to find Aid this early. Who swapped over away from the Cassidy now to match on the Sojourn. Nemesis form going to be exchanged. Sonjin managing to survive most of this, but Aid not quite so lucky. Who needs full charge? You just have the accuracy to get the headshot multiplier. Lip is decimating this defense.
Controlling the angles here as well. Jumbin pushing forward. Lip having the angle on the offside. Tidal Blast delivered on the Jumbin, but that's not the target at all. And Jumbin just completely smacks down Sonjin. This might be a B-cap. Wait, they're down on players, down on ultimates.
Yeah, the Tidal Blast on Milgaru. It may well have saved the tank, but hasn't saved the defense. That much is for certain. Aid is getting assaulted here from Lip, but now they find themselves in no man's land and able to really convert on that kill. Question is, can it be punished for the shield being brought up behind? Everything's been battened on down, and Crazy Raccoon have now got 3 minutes to get just over halfway through third.
Crazy Raccoon already pushing up. They're already securing forward positioning, taking high ground, getting some rail charge and ult charge in there. Blade nearly online for Heesang. Of course, there's no nano to be played through here, but it might not matter. Just a good opportunity to find a kill. Might be enough. Isumen, he's got the one critical ult that Wade have held on to. And this is the fight now.
This has to be the one. A Kitsune rush to try and make it work. Heesang draws out the blaze. I don't think the Sleep really managed to get what they wanted, and they can't really find a target yet again. Aid slides away. Kitsune rushes are exchanged. So low right now is Jumbin. Anti-Eden taken down. Lee Sumin gets it done. Coming up close into Lip with the collapse. Just getting through Wei in a matter of moments. Sonjin might have had heroics, but Chorong's fist is stronger. He pumps it up in the air for victory as Crazy Raccoon steal away the map pick of Wei.
And tragically, this time Milgaru dies at 99 with the Annihilation. In that fight, would have stayed alive a little bit longer, given space to work for Sonjin and his blade to get something of value done. Wow, it was an intense final fight, but another one where you're thinking, Wei, just small, single-digit percentages off. In a literal sense here, 1% off of Annihilation, but also in general in terms of the gameplay, in terms of maybe the skill difference here as well. And in some cases, individually, they're doing better than Crazy Raccoon, but as a team, Crazy Raccoon are unmatched.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon's teamwork right now really carrying them through, and that's what you get from a veteran team like this who are so used to working together. The comms, the synergy, it's in their blood, as is the thirst for victory. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can close it out in 3 after this.
가져야 돼 이거 가져야 돼.
겐지 나 중공 거점 봐야 돼
수선.
앞에 나한테 겐지 겐지 잡았어 너 혼자야 뭐야
아 변수나.
아 라면서
Crazy Raccoon 1 map away from going to the World Finals at DreamHack Stockholm. The only thing that stands in their way are the plucky contenders of WEI themselves, who have map pick going into map number 3.
Of course, we all expect that Crazy Raccoon will be the favorite in their series and one of the teams that would be surely guaranteed to make it to Stockholm. It's Crazy Raccoon after all. They've made every single international event. They've won most of them as well. It would be the biggest upset for Crazy Raccoon, even more than losing to Nightmare, even more than losing to Twisted Minds, for them to lose to WEI to not make it just because of the implication alone. It's one thing to lose on land at the international, it's another thing to be denied entry to the international because you didn't qualify. So, Crazy Raccoon, again, talk about them being on the revenge path. Well, Matchpoint found only one more map required. It'll be a 3-0 as well. Crazy Raccoon might deliver us our first 3-0 of this players bracket.
Well, if there was going to be any power rankings that would indicate it, it might be this one. We noted yesterday that there was a little bit of a couple of tranches in Korea in our playoffs bracket between Crazy Raccoon and Falcon, and then T1 and WEI. Watchpoint Gibraltar going to be a pick here for WEI, which means that Winston can't be banned, but it could be counter banned if they expect that Milgaro wants to go over to that. Ball probably still reasonable.
Should be Winston coming through. Maybe the hazard here as well. But WEI really wanting to drag this onto more dive. King's Road, they tried out, wanted to play the Ram. They lost a Ram into a ball defense. Very unorthodox win from Crazy Raccoon, but a statement went from Crazy Raccoon where WEI are not able to beat ball, where ball isn't even that great. But then you look at the defensive side for WEI up against Crazy Raccoon's more standard attack. The Ram mirror, Crazy Raccoon win that as well. So yet to find a winning matchup here. It's funny, but the most winningest matchup that they've had, the best matchup the WEI have had, was actually the ball mirror, which could still be the case on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Maybe we're going to find ourselves in a ball mirror again.
A Kiriko ban complicates things though. There's a world where Cherong and Shu can go back to old reliable Anna Brig, and Shu's Anna was proving quite inassailable over on Ilios. Maybe it'll return on the long sightlines of Gibraltar as Crazy Raccoon stand on the precipice of a brand new World Series worth of glory for map number 3. I like what I see when I see some Annas from Market and Shu. Two of the best to ever do it.
The WEI is saying, no matter what happens now, we're going to go out playing our way, pun intended, and Market wants to do that. Proving himself on Anna versus Shu. Currently the best, and has been for several years now. Best support in the world, best Anna in the world. Market climbing those rankings. Impressive has been his career so far. For WEI, does their journey end in this map, in this series? With Crazy Raccoon's current form, seems likely. Lip, I think once he realizes what the matchup is, might stop away from the Sombra, but for the time being, he's just going to send the first warning shot into Hisang's skull.
That's the first time we've seen the Hunter be successful out of about 5 picks of it across Rialtos and other maps.
Seen a lot more out of it in North America. Not uncommon on Gibraltar or Rialto. More common on the attacking side, less common on the defensive side, but see how much further Aid can deliver here as Milgaro under a decent amount of pressure, trying to just keep that payload contested.
Yep, drops down the shield, and you can see that Hisang just getting some extra damage in here to help break that barrier. A little bit of control of the Car Wash Mega Pack is going to make things a little bit more difficult. As Shu is finally taken down here by Sonjin. A little bit of a different tune to what we saw over on Ilios, where Shu was practically immortal for most of their uptime. Lee Min taken out by Lip on the other side. Kind of shades of old Rogue Unco Daifi. You just have to sacrifice your supports eventually.
Crazy Raccoon. Now they're going to start to get some real movement. WEI losing space here, understanding what's happening. Losing players as well. Really backing out. I mean, yeah, Milgaro is all the way back in spawn at this rate. is going to give Crazy Raccoon free reign of wherever they'd like to be on the map. Jumbin close to dying, but nearly surviving.
Sonjin avoiding most of that incoming damage there from Showrong, but good staging already happening here from Milgar. It needs to be a touch as 2.5 meters remain. Out goes for Dragon Strike, and avoiding that is a little bit of a perilous potential. Does seem like it is going to be fully done now as out comes for Nano, ready to go for Shu. Could throw that onto Junbin at the moment, but first needs to try and find the LOS. It's readily delivered. Big isolation towards the back. No one's on the point though, Avril. Not like this.
Just didn't have the firepower or the same power to remain in there, although honestly, get 4 members alive. We're building up towards Tidal Blast and Primal Rage. You lose the fight anyway. Lose the fight on the point, slow it down further. Crazy Raccoon gonna get past this one with a stagger even onto Lee Soo-min. Just putting the pain on. Bad to worse here for Wei's defense.
Made of a swap over onto a Reaper. Gotta make sure things are a little bit less comfortable for Junbin, but while he has that armor, he does have the damage reduction necessary to stop the incoming damage.
Most of the way, this will be the first round of actual ultimates coming on in. That is a decent EMP. Prevents Milgar from using the primal response.
And here's Sonjin trying to deliver some stuns to cope through this one. Can we get rid of Junbin? No. Much more adequate when it comes to popping that Primal Rage for Sleep is good here from Marker, but Lips there on the cleanup. Look at how far the cart's moved already. Lee Soo-min and Sonjin combine to get rid of Heesang and de-pressure this backline a touch, but Lee Soo-min having fled elsewhere and nothing to do with the virus. All they can do is sit there and wait to die. Milgar in the corner finally gets to use that Primal Rage and Shu's nowhere near the health back despite Lips' control of it. An angry Winston stands between Crazy Raccoon and second, and he stands firm.
Late in the day, but Milgar will finally get that feast he was looking for. 3 kills to get that defense underway. No further, it seems, as Junbin and the rest of them will be able to fall out, no issues. But a very far push. Payload distance nearly at the end of B already. We were looking at a potential speed run here if Crazy Raccoon was allowed to snowball any further. Marker now severely behind in Nano, so a Sonjin pulse kill on the Shu required to give Marker the opportunity to catch up.
Order of the day today definitely seems to have been that Sonjin simply refuses to go down quietly. There's a quick tap coming through on the payload, courtesy of Heesang.
Wasn't that got to 15% now for Marker? Still the opportunity for A to set something up here as well, particularly when the fights really kick off. And on the ground as well. Death Blossom spinning on the payload. We're pretty strong here. Junbin receiving it, but slipped straight away.
He's just slipped on down. Sonjin going towards the back. It's audacious, certainly, but Milgaru's there to help, and Shu having given up that high ground makes things a little bit more difficult to try and avoid. Oh, what a stick. Heesang just descends from the heavens and sends Marker down to the briny depths of hell. Wei now scattered with no healing, no sustainability, and many of these packs are going to be hacked as well. Look, waiting with the EMP. Heesang not going to fumble this one, but Showrong still slips through the fingers of Shu. Down to only a single healer here, but Crazy Raccoon have all the positioning.
Wait, if they find themselves on the low ground, maybe just stepping a little bit too far forward. It's going to be a Nano on Sonjin, but he's been antied out. He's just dead. This is the cap.
Anti's EMP facing up to Lip. Unable to get anything done on the backhand side. Now there's 3 minutes for last here on Gibraltar.
Wei, I mean, Milgaru set them up for what could have been a much better defense, but that kill onto Marker suddenly puts Wei in a very contentious spot, and all the way kind of just on the ground. Marker wasn't even that far forward. He was actually towards his own spawn because he's lost all of his height control. Allows himself to go down, and that's when the entire defense falls apart. And now Wei forced to defend for 2 minutes and 30 with Milgaru down.
A little bit wide of Shu right there. Unable to convert on the sleep, though, even with the headshot perk. That's one less weapon that Sonjin has to try and turn this one around. A with a Death Blossom, I don't see anything. The kill feed off the back of it. And Lee Soo-min with nothing either. Wei have expended so much in terms of her ultimates and gained very little for it. Showrong going to be done by manual damage alone, and then is picked up by Heesang on the other side. Junbin pops the Primal Rage. Doesn't really have too many viable targets at the moment. A quick noting of the position of the Ana, but didn't really want to go deep enough to try and make this one work. Sees the call of the edge, hoping that Gravity could finish it off, but doesn't want to overcommit as Lip is taken down elsewhere.
By shooting from Marker downtown, that'll slow things for Crazy Raccoon, forcing a reset minimum, unless Shu just wants to rip the Nano now, but waiting for Lip might just be the better call. Wait, Using this time to regroup slightly, 8 putting the pressure back on the Jumbin. But we need to be staging for Crazy Raccoon's next dive. Pulse doesn't quite get the kill.
Now to Milgara's turn. As you said, making a meal of it before. Is he going to be feasting on this backline? Seems like Crazy Raccoon are feasting on him, turning him into ult charge. Out comes the big tidal blast. And that requires a nano worth of peel onto Lee Soo-min. Keeps the Wu Yang up, yes, but now waiting to find their counter-strike off the back of what they've invested. Shu gets for a second nano. It's onto Junbin. The damage is going to be good. They're focusing in on the other Winston. They want to remove the tank, and indeed they will. Crushed underfoot for Silverback. Make sure that the defeated male slinks away in shame as they give up their position in the jungle to the greater Winston. Sonjin, though, gets rid of an alpha in their own right. Predator becomes prey. The pulse bomb sticks exactly where it's supposed to be, and Sonjin continues to refuse to lose.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at what point you are in the game. Sonjin's still alive. He's got something to say, and boy, does his roar come out loud. Crazy Raccoon are rebutted from Sonjin's ability to keep the lid on CR's attack. Shu going down there to Sonjin's pulse bomb, and then a further double conversion on the final blows. They still have an opportunity, a good one at that. Less than 30 seconds. Tidal Blast available, and respawn advantage.
Marcus focused in on this Hannah 1 versus 1 against the Godfather, the big daddy of Arnis, if ever there was one. Out goes the Tidal Blast in towards the backline. Attempted dodge there from the Wu Yang, but just lands inside of the Winston bubble, so the heals can't be given on over. Marker sees Lip trying to disengage, but no such luck is going to be going their way. There's only 1 second left. They need to touch the cart. It's dangerous when faced with the Reaper, but Junbin's ready to tank the damage and now tries to get rid of their own counter. I don't recall asking, says Junbin, as they manage to go up against Milgaru. So close to a completion here at Crazy Raccoons, but Wei's trying to scream them out. Sonjin on the patrol, moving on through. The healing not enough from the Wu Yang. It's just down to Milgaru to try and make this one work. 14% away from a primal. They can't get it finished in the end. Marker does his best with the arrival of the Bastion, but Crazy Raccoon in overtime clutch it out.
Crazy Raccoon, they get the hyper carry of Sonjin down first. No Sonjin alive. No clutch factor for Wei. Junbin just stays alive. He dives deep into the backline. He was slept on the initial approach. Marker doing so much work. Getting a sleep on a Junbin, getting a kill as well. You think surely Wei have locked in this defense, but as soon as Junbin awakes, primaling into the backline, finds that kill onto 8 as well. And even on 1 HP, keeps the momentum for the push going. Crazy Raccoon, they might not have had time, but they still had just enough to get a cap.
Bit of a tracer sizzle reel between Sonjin and Heesang, but Junbin in the end was the real carry there, managing so much to just keep this point contested, managing to grab their own counter here and aid, but right click into the melee jump for perfect burst damage, knowing the timing on that TP. Masterclass from the Winston.
And a lot of effort for Wei. That one down to 0 on the time as well. Look how many deaths Junbin has, just the 1. Ooh. And he's playing into a Reaper as well. And he's playing into an Ana as well. But he is not being shut down. And what we saw in that last fight, he just continues to live on minimal HP. The pocket healing from Chorong and Shu, immense. Oh, that would have been surely, come on Milgar, that was an easy hook.
Yeah, that was a freebie. Oh, this one might be a freebie as well. Quick sleep goes over.
Maybe they should have started with the sleep.
Yeah, that would have been a much better order. Lip already in danger. Oh, the conflux of fire onto Lip. Too much for the willowy body of Sombra to bear. Overwhelmed by pure lead going that way. You can see Heesang around the back at the moment. A mosquito buzzing in your ear. Junbin drops upon the car, easily disengaging. Just buying time for Lip to return at the moment.
Marcus caught out here. Playing behind his bubble. Junbin looking safe, looking strong, holding high ground. The guy on the opposite end having to go back into spawn. Crazy Raccoon actually spawn camping here right now.
Mega pack. Oh, it can't be picked up because of the anti. Shu threw that one from downtown. Disgusting stuff.
It's a minute and 10 gone. Still waiting for ultimates to come on through. Heesang's got his. Shu will be next. We really need to find an opening here. Could it be a sleep dart? Could it be Sonjin in a 1 versus 1? Not at the moment. Though his HP is a little bit low at this point. We'll give up on this Tracer duel, and well, the supports will just top him up.
Yeah, Shu's third partying on that Tracer duel was absolutely insane. No matter what door they came close to, Shu was landing with shots. There's the reason we call this guy the best support in the world at the moment. Junbin didn't get the memo, though. Begging for heals. A little bit of a Trixie TP coming out there from AIDS, but Trixie little hobbiters are put to sleep, and Marcus put to sleep permanently there by Heesang. Shu take him down by the tidal crash, but Lee Sumin delivers by himself. Still, it's Sonjin in the back who's managed to tear apart the Chris Raccoon backline. Look at this. The cart has moved so far.
This is what I'm talking about. 1 kill suddenly opens a door for Wei to move the payload forward for the first time on this offense, catching Junbin out a rear feet, and Shu caught napping there as well. Didn't quite have himself in position to drop a nano to save Junbin. Wasn't paying attention to that. Izuku will still stabilize after losing that fight. Wei have broken out of jail for now. Can they finish the point? There's still 1 minute 30. And by the way, they got to finish the whole map, so time is of the essence.
EMP ready to go. Only onto Sonjin. They know the carry's name and they're willing to mark a grave for him. Milgar is surely going to be decimated here. No pulse of primal rage just in time. And Shu's been taken down. Next up is the Wu Yang. The next course in this big meal that's been laid on out by Crazy Raccoon, and Milgar who wishes to feast him towards the back. Should be a stun here onto the Wu Yang, taking up to the high ground. Junbin still undeterred. Has the primal rage available, but unable to pop it as Aid gets the instant execution off the back of those Hellfire shotguns. Shu approaches, out goes the pulse, it goes a little bit wide for now, and Heesang still hangs around the back.
And by the way, the payload was contested for the longest time, courtesy of Junbin and Heesang, so Crazy Raccoon have bought themselves the time, even with Junbin's death, and now the primal will be used this fight.
Crazy Raccoon one defense away from taking themselves to Stockholm, taking themselves to that world final. Still, Charong and Shu are down. It's got to be an absolute manic defense here from Crazy Raccoon. They might manage it nonetheless. Abe noted as it came on through with a teleport. He just did not have the HP to make this one work. Marker at the back is just absolutely pancaked, reduced to a 2D caricature of the animal once was by the Winston.
And it just doesn't matter how many players are dead on Crazy Raccoon. The clutch factor is there. Junbin using that primal rage. Low HP members away, and now one final approach. A few seconds left to get the touch. They'll get that. No cap just yet. No C9.
Stockholm beckons. Aid ready to try and meet them. Lip is ready with the EMP. Hits Aid and Milgaru, and so the Winston disappears. Marker turns up on the Lucio. A desperate last attempt, but the music's about to stop for Wei. In comes the tidal blast. Lee Sumin's given Aid one last opportunity to make this one work, but it's caught inside of a bubble. Some great mitigation coming through from Junbin. One last heroic sonnet in favor of Sonjin comes to a close prematurely as Crazy Raccoon stamped their ticket to Stockholm.
Was there ever any doubt that Crazy Raccoon were going to be the next seeded team qualifying from Korea to the World Finals in just a month in Stockholm to challenge Falcons again? And certainly they'll want to do that in this event, not just in the World Final, but Crazy Raccoon, yeah, that loss yesterday would have fired them up, and now they are using that fuel to push their way through the lower bracket, and you have to really feel bad for all the teams in Crazy Raccoon's way at the moment. Hell hath no fury like the Crazy Raccoon scorned. And at this point in time, Wei were just the first target.
Unbelievable stuff. This time it was Shu's turn to be a hyper carry. And Junbin put up such a good performance on the Winston. But it's going to be a long day for Crazy Raccoon if they want to walk away with number 1 seed. T1 stand up next in their way, and if they can make that one work, it's Falcons after that. Player of the match is going to be going the way of Heesang this time.
Bit of a mixed bag for Crazy Raccoon. A lot of different players on different maps showing good performances. Shu wouldn't have been a bad choice. We talked a lot about where the Ana was. Junbin, I might have considered him to be actually maybe the player, given that the win on King's Row was unorthodox but impressive. Making that ball work, winning the Ram Mirror, and then you're seeing his KD as well on the Winston for third map. I know, unfortunately, the way this mechanically works is The play of the match is kind of decided at match point, so now third map didn't really count towards it. But if you really look at holistically the entire series, that last Winston performance on Gibraltar definitely sold it to me. But he's saying, held his own, got a good showing today. Really put his part into play for that 3-0 sweep against Wei to give themselves now the ticket to Stockholm.
Yeah. Heesang was also having the toughest duel, honestly. When it came to matching up against Sonjin, who was just far and away the most willful player on Wei, I would say. Just absolutely through sheer force of personality. Oh, we've got ourselves an interview here with Heesang, ready to go on the stage right after our sizzle finishes.
오늘 준비된 첫 번째 경기 크레이지 라쿤이 웨를 3대 0으로 꺾으며 승리를 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 오늘 POTM을 차지한 희상 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 남은 스톡홀름 티켓을 손에 거머쥐게 됐습니다. 소감 한마디 들어볼게요.
이게 좀 살 떨리긴 했는데 다행히도 오늘 이기게 돼서 진짜 다행인 것 같아요.
Asking for a word of reflection here from Heesang heading into match number 2. Heesang responds, actually I was nervous, but I'm glad I won.
오늘은 응원만 보내주셔라 팬분들께 마지막으로 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Heesang, of course, graduating from the double handling of the mic to just a single hand now.
이겨보도록 하겠습니다. 응원 많이 해주셔서 감사합니다.
This is huge for
네,
Heesang personally.
팬분들 걱정 붙들어 매셔라. 저희 잘하고 오겠다라고
Next step will be the no hand, just the floating microphone in his face. So there's up to 2 games left to play through, and a word to potential worried fans. He says it will be difficult, but we'll prepare well and try to win the remaining games. And those remaining games will come up very soon. Crazy Raccoon and T1 after this break.
설명한 거?
나 수지 바꿔, 나 수지 바꿔. 수지 바꿔. 앞샷.
걱정 안 줘.
The 3 Korean teams heading to Stockholm, Sweden have been decided. Team Falcons, T1 and Crazy Raccoon will be setting foot on that jet to go to Europe. But now we must determine the seeding here at OWCS Asia's Road to World Finals, starting with Crazy Raccoon going up against T1.
It's a good-looking Crazy Raccoon squad. Even yesterday when they were losing, they were still looking good. That could have still been a win for them, and no one would have been surprised that Crazy Raccoon walked away with the win against Falcons yesterday. They're going to have to go the long way now, the scenic route through the lower bracket. They've at least done the most important part of this journey, which is secure their qualification into the World Final. But I don't think Crazy Raccoon will be satisfied with just that.
Yeah, they want that first seed. And dodging the other 2 Korean teams in the bracket until the final stages has its own inherent value, as well as dodging the first day of competition at the World Finals for Overwatch Champions Series.
Scary looking Crazy Raccoon squad now up against a potentially vulnerable T1. Now, look, T1 have also done the hard work of making sure they won their important game against Wei yesterday. Wei, who unfortunately first team eliminated in this playoffs, who couldn't beat either T1 or Crazy Raccoon, but they had a lot stronger of a shot versus T1, which Transitive Property would say T1 may struggle in this matchup. This is a team, though, that has very high potential. Even just looking at the head-to-head history, T1 have one of the better win rates against Crazy Raccoon. T1 might not be able to beat Falcons just about ever, particularly for Dongak, but T1 have an uncanny ability to take it to Crazy Raccoon and beat them when they least expect it. This year alone, the record so far has been 3 wins for Crazy Raccoon, 3 losses for Crazy Raccoon against T1.
They have that hidden power within them. But do they have the right IVs to unleash the blast against Crazy Raccoon that will send them toppling? As Crazy Raccoon come in rather warm. We've talked about the stamina that's going to be required from Crazy Raccoon if they're going to somehow try and defeat Falcons today, winning 3 matches in a row. Getting past T1 is where the stamina is really going to get tested in its first stage after a rather quick 3-0 victory over Wei.
Need to also have T1 break away from the regular season merchant kind of curse / reputation they have for the team, where, yes, we know T1 is a dominant team in the regular season. In those regular season matches, they'll beat Crazy Raccoon and make it look easy. But twice now, Stage 2 Korea Final, Stage 3 Korea Final, T1 have just not been able to take down Crazy Raccoon, who've gone back to back so far this stage. In fact, I think T1, rather Crazy Raccoon, have won all 3 stages this year. Now they want to win Asia as well for Stage 3.
I'd love to do that one here. Let's be a look at the lineup once again. You've already seen them today. Junbin coming in hot on both the Winston and the Bull. But if you want someone to match on Winston and Bull, there's no better adversary than Donghack, T1's man in the chair.
Like I said, there is a good matchup for T1 and a wake-up call for T1 as well. Losing the game to Falcons yesterday in the manner of which they did, which wasn't pretty. They did get 1 map, but it wasn't pretty. T1 now looking for that better seed, looking for that rematch against Falcons. Of course, the winner of this will get that rematch against Falcons in BO7 Grand Final just after this series. But surprisingly, despite Crazy Raccoon being favored here, I have a feeling that T1 again will find that matchup victory that they found many times against Crazy Raccoon. But will they find it in a high-stakes game? Crazy Raccoon have lost plenty of times in the regular season to T1. When it really counts, Crazy Raccoon in the playoffs typically will win.
Crazy Raccoon going back to Ilios once again, and this was actually where we saw Crazy Raccoon be the most challenged against Wei in what some would say is their signature matchup, with the Bull, the Tracer, and the Sombra working in tandem with Junbin, Heesang, and Lip. So maybe there's a world here where they could be potentially ousted by a mirror.
I think Donghack is certainly not going to shy away from this battle. You've already had your Garo versus Junbin battle, and, well, Junbin took that one. Crazy Raccoon is just that team. Now it's Donghack's turn to give his run through. And this is the OWCS 2025 Stage 3 Grand Finals rematch. Also, the Stage 2 Finals rematch as well. Sort of teed up there, where we look at these 2 teams in a final setting when it's a BO7 T1, oftentimes actually in those finals, they come through as the highest seed in the upper bracket, and despite being favored, still falling short to Crazy Raccoon. Maybe it is just when you have to play to 7, that's the issue. When you have to play to 5, Crazy Raccoon have not as a consistent of a record against T1.
Yeah, not the most amazing record considering the overall win rate here. Remember last time it was the first ban of Crazy Raccoon. They decided to go for the Widowmaker. Some might say it's a bit of a throwaway ban, but also a Protect onto the Sombra, which is a high priority to get out of the hands of Lip, who we often describe accurately as the best Sombra the world has ever seen.
Elios was won by Crazy Raccoon in that Stage 3 final against T1. Some lessons to be learned in that series where Esperanza was the only map that T1 was able to take away. It does seem like Esperanza might just be that map for T1, although just earlier, yesterday, we did also see T1 win in Ilios against Falcon, so maybe feeling good about that matchup. It's very different though. One thing to go up against Hanbin Ball, another thing to go up against Junmin Ball, and once again you get Dongak versus Junmin to really test the mettle of who has the best ball in the world.
All right, a little bit split on the predictions here. Two believers. Lisa Yoon always going against the grain when it comes to these predictions. But you and I are sticking to the tried and true. Crazy Raccoon is the call from Avalon like that.
They look good in the lower bracket, man. Crazy Raccoon look good in this playoff so far. Looked amazing yesterday. Based on what we just saw against Wei, they're capable of winning in unorthodox ways. Don't even need to sub-max in for King's Row. Winning strongly in the ball mirror, which will be tested again versus Dongak. Probably a more competent ball team than Milgaru's Wei. But still, Crazy Raccoon just did so much versus Wei. A comprehensive 3-0. Like, that's a better result against Wei than what T1 had against Wei yesterday.
Indeed, it is. Looking into the crowd, this certainly is a pair of teams that really do have such depth of cultural weight in Korea when it comes to Overwatch. So many fans for all of these players, and many of them coming out to see the last games that Lip will ever play in Korea under their current career trajectory. Lip has stated that after this year, it is going to be Lip's retirement. So in many ways, this is a sad day for all of us who've witnessed Lip's rise and reign.
Yeah, and Crazy Raccoon didn't win against Wei in that previous game that we had on here. That might have been Crazy Raccoon's final game of the year, but they will be playing more in just a month from now, regardless of their result today. All finals awaits for Crazy Raccoon, and it would be quite the send-off for many of the members on this team if they were able to get a high-placing result there and maybe even win the World Finals, or the World Final that would have eluded them last year, that escaped despite having success just about everywhere else. That one Stockholm World Final slipped through the fingers for Crazy Raccoon, and they want another shot at that. Want another shot at Falcons. Gotta take a shot straight away onto Proud's Freya and number 1.
All right, also an implicit protect here onto the Sombra, making sure that Lip will be able to control the battlefield as well as the health packs. We saw that being a very important matchup, and T1 with a throwaway ban thereafter onto the Mercy.
Yep. Sort of talked about this in our previous series as well, when both teams have very similar styles, particularly on a map like Ilios, where both teams really just want to play the same thing. You could even see up to both bans being a bit of a throwaway. Here, T1, they don't really need to ban anything. Happy to save the more impactful bans for later maps in the series. The Freya ban being drawn out this early is going to force, you would imagine, Proud straight away onto the Sombra. And to be fair with you, I think he would have played the Sombra anyway. So there's a world where this Freya ban is a little bit wasted, because given that it's a ball mirror, Sombra should be the number 1 choice and the priority that will be confirmed once we get into map 10 to match.
Donghack contemplating forgoing the ball matchup here, and instead going for the Winston. Would at least have a better matchup into Lip.
They would need an Ana. T1 haven't been much of an Ana team compared to Lucio Kiriko, compared to even playing Wu Yang from Stewed. So I wouldn't believe that Dongak's really truly going to roll out on this one. I think he should be, you'd imagine, willing to match that ball. But as we get to the 0 here, Dongak is just going to stay the course. Reminder, there is no Ana to support Dongak. That could be impactful. Pack does come with, I believe, Lip got that one, and Proud is just dead straight away. Goodbye.
Yeah, Proud overextending there, unable to pick up the health back. Had to risk it all for the biscuit that was that hacked pack, and so Junbin just claims all of this space by exchanging their HP.
I mean, you're never going to get the pack if you are the non-ball team. The ball team's going to get there quicker. Junbin's going to sit on it. Lip's going to then get the hack, and the Proud, he's going to expend his translocate to be in position to hack, but then can't escape.
Oh, not a good hand there from Zest either, barely landing a single bullet from the pulse pistol onto that Kiriko, and oh, well, Crazy Raccoon, they've come into this match hot. And they certainly look like they got a hot hand.
Yeah, maybe Dongak should have considered the ball. It really starts with the beginning snowball. Proud just dying because Dongak isn't on the ball. He's not going to be able to reach the health back in time, so it's a 1v2. And then just further damage confirmed. Crazy Raccoon pushing their advantage further. And that's going to now result in some slightly earlier ults for the support line, and that can be quite a difference maker timing-wise.
Timing can be everything, especially with these kinds of compositions. Choron coming to try and boot people off the edge. Vigilante going to be the primary victim there. Junbin making sure there's no recourse for the fox-wielding Kitsune. And Shu's going to be falling down on the other side. Great pickup there from Donghack. Playing on the hacked pack means that Junbin can't really recommit onto this. But after the damage is already done, a slam seems all the more palatable, collapsing from every single angle. Crazy Raccoon have such great control of the map.
Just dangerous to play co-side, dangerous to play that close to the edge of the map when you have Junbin who's capable of booping you off, who's capable of playing edge tech where he goes off and then slams back on way to enable the pile driver. Rizukuna just rolling their way through T1 so far on this opening well round.
Got team over there, certainly tempting for a pulse one, but the Suzu's still available, so waiting for that chime to hearken in the potential approach of the deadly ultimate. Junbin just spins around. This central pole is just annoying as they come, really. That's going to be the stick going through. That's on to Junbin. The follow-up isn't quite there in time. Choron tried to save them with the sound barrier, but it just wasn't channeled in the time, and you can see that the counter-strike there was Suzu'd out. Still, Donghack takes so much damage
Proud, come on.
off the continuous headshots. Yeah, Proud gets nothing off the EMP. It was just two players hacked who are never going to be followed up upon. Junbin makes sure that touching is not going to be easy. The quick boot there as well. The second one from Chorong. The management of the objective from Crazy Raccoon is second to none.
Unfortunately, I guess Proud didn't really have much of a choice. His team was already kind of done for that. But it was a 4v4 to start out with, skewed, being traded for Junbin. Now, typically you think that's a good trade. Main support for a main tank. Main tank is always usually the most valuable kill you can get. But Chorong is going to get himself a beat. And T1 don't quite have the same to play through. And then the EMP from Lip to follow on. And by the time Proud's ready to respond, his team's gone. Dongak was one of the members EMP, so no Primal as well. Lip just finishes off T1. And T1, what could have been a reasonable 4v4 where they have a tank advantage, doesn't eventuate into anything.
Once again, racing for that singular pack, but as you said, yet again, the ball team's going to get there first. They offer the body block in to make it more difficult to target that health pack, whereas there's no such shenanigans that Lip has to deal with.
We need a better start here. Need a better everything, really. It was 100-0 on that previous round. Proud and Heesang will both walk away from that exchange, 1 HP per side.
Skewed, falling low, Junbin utilizing their tracking as best they can. A nice boot there to stop the fireball, and Shu's overextended to try and help out in that battle. T1 finally baring their teeth a little bit, showing that they do have some hands on the map. Heesang might feel exactly the same, and Zest gets a little bit spooked.
Well, the match yesterday was Zest proving that fight why he deserved to get it with the trace of prowess, and certainly he'll need it versus Heesang, who also recently played the match against Wei that we just saw. Out on the hunt, good hack onto Junbin. No follow through from the rest of the players who are trying to stage their own dive at the moment.
Shu pressured out close to this hacked pack, and Donghack just manages to impact when it was needed. Chorong round the outside. It's It's a picture perfect dive. My goodness, someone get an MP4 of that and put it in the dictionary next to the word dive.
This will still go down despite the pulse bomb onto Chorong, and while Crazy Raccoon, what a good response. Instant punish. Chorong, the player, the unlikely player of that fight to really make that impact happen for the team. Still will be T1 having a bit of a percentage lead, but Crazy Raccoon, you'd imagine, will be catching up soon. The only real big difference here to consider is the fact that Vigilante is going to be gapping Shu by a decent amount on that ult charge.
All right, Proud going to be forced to use their translocation there, so disengagement going to be a touch tougher for a while longer as invisibility moves on off. Donghak leads the way. The Kitsune Rush rolls in behind them, but they're still going to deal with the minefield. Proud goes in onto Shu. They need to convert on this, but Proud is unwilling to translocate onto their victim, and so they just slink away into the bushes, get healed up by Chorong. The lack of commitment there was absolutely destructive to the chances of T1 being able to convert on that EMP.
There's no one else there as well. It's not even just the fact that he didn't go for it. There's no team follow through. And now it's Lip's turn to try and get this EMP into play. It's only on Skew, but they will confirm the kill. 4v4, make it a 4v3.
Oh, that was must hit for Vigilante there. The headshot that was promised. Zest knows that that's a hacked pack and so can't recover their own HP. Trust in Vigi to get it done. Crazy Raccoon is still in control as they've flipped it on back courtesy of those landmines. And now just has to hide away again.
First ultimates is the rest of T1 here. Zest and Dongek looking forward to it, then allowing Dongek to maybe play a little bit more aggressively. Still holding on to double support ultimates while being in the lead. Crazy Raccoon. Not a lot that T1 can do up against this Kitsune Rush, and Chorong is now just going to double down with the beat.
One fight away from winning the map, and Zest being down makes it all the more easy. Donghak's gone as well. Jumbin just hunting down everyone, getting closer to the spawn to make sure that they can have these screening operations to intercede any potential touches.
Now, they should be able to touch given that they have a Sombra and a Tracer, but
He's so far
small
back.
amount of good news for T1 is that Crazy Raccoon did use double support ultimates. It's going to give Vigilante a chance here. There will be 99 confirmed. Touch has been confirmed as well.
Two supports looking out for each other, just relying on the remainder of their team to keep this one contested. That means that there's no healing available for Hisang. Gets bonked on the back of the head there by Zest. Not the classic Tracer versus Tracer stick we've come to expect. But being down this far, Crazy Raccoon never concede away the point, given that T1 don't have much percentage to play with, and play for a longer fight to win later. Donghak gets hacked on out. The damage is sublime, but still T1, they should be able to disengage rather safely.
You want to get that reasonably cheap. It will still cost them one ultimate, Primal expended, but keeping the Kitsune Rush here will be important. Mine's on point just to contest. Jumbin's trying to flip this at the moment.
Oh, four-person EMP. This is why he's the best to ever do it, baby. Lip just making sure there are no abilities to go around and everyone's taking extra damage from a machine pistol. An opportunist in name and on numbers. Hisang hunting down the last remnants of T1's stragglers here as Crazy Raccoon take away Ilios once again.
Just no slowdown here. Lip in position. T1 completely caught out. Proud nowhere to be found, and no EMP in response, unfortunately. I mean, we saw what happened on Well, even when Proud did have the EMP in response. Unfortunately, just too slow and too late. Here, it'll just be T1 whimpering away. Still have that Kitsune Rush, which was the key item for T1 to maybe continue further on in the map. Twice in a row, provided the end on the winning play. It's Lip, back-to-back EMP to secure it.
Just perfectly done there by Crazy Raccoon. Unparalleled on their composition. See if T1 can bring something out to surprise Crazy Raccoon and even up the series after this break.
아 까비. 너무 뒷다리.
Crazy Raccoon clocking in for another day in the dive mines, and boy, they have met quota, looking clean on the Bull Sombra as usual. There's a reason why we always herald this team as being the Bull Sombra goats.
Might just be the dive goats in general, might just be the goats in general even beyond that, as we see them having the capability to play across just about any type of composition. And well, T1 are not going to get a single round on Ilios. To be fair, Dongak didn't play the ball. It was a Winston into a ball composition, and maybe still an opportunity for Dongak to still pull through on the ball, have some success there. The Winston, unfortunately, leaving a bit to be desired on that particular game. See where else T1 can find success. If they want to just rerun that matchup, but with the ball this time, bring us straight to Sarabasa. Could be the right choice.
Might well be the one. Wouldn't mind seeing a map where Proud could flex a little bit more of this hit scan hero pool rather than meet on the Sombra versus Sombra, because, as we said before, going mano a mano, Sombra versus Lip, not always the greatest idea. Esperanza has often been the pick to try and flex those hit scan picks, something like a Cassidy or a Sojourn, but they're also equally available on Saravasa, as you noted earlier.
Yeah, Freya ends up being quite a primary pick for Proud as well.
Oh,
So Esperanza, it's going to be New Queen Street instead. Map that is very open for a variety of different comps. Very long range. If this is where you want to bring the Wuyang, could be a good choice for the double flex sort of round its end here, but capability also matched by Chorong and Shu on the opposite end, who can also play that double flex support, and some Wuyang being played by Chorong as we've seen over the course of this stage and this weekend.
New Queen Street going to be the pick here. Zest, remembering back to the one good MN3 map that was New Queen Street back in the days of yore. And he could just sit back and let MN3 kill absolutely everybody. But these days, Zest, who gets his carry pants on and has had some beautiful Tracer plays recently, is going to be going up against Heesang. That 1 versus 1 certainly going to be a flashpoint that needs to have attention paid to it in this matchup.
Can't quite remember when we last saw Mr. Raccoon land on New Queen Street, but just yesterday, T1 versus Wei on New Queen Street was a Winston with Wuyang Anna composition. Proud on that Soj as well, in case you're wondering what type of hit scan he was going to go towards. Zest, of course, on that Tracer. Wei playing the exact same comp on the opposite side, and results-wise, that ended up being a win for Wei, but barely just. I feel like for T1, they're thinking that could have been their win instead, so they want to run it against Crazy Raccoon to see if they can change fate.
Mods, someone destroy that LaShu poster. Do not invoke my goat Shu in the same sentence as Labubu's. As we go through our cheer placards, our teams preparing to enter into the arena chosen by T1. They definitely have some confidence coming through here. And these are two of the most popular teams in Korea, where the esports culture certainly runs deep here in the Kintex arena.
The first banners as well, of course, it was actually a ball ban against Milgaro yesterday to force us to a Winston mirror. You don't even have to play the Winston either. It could also just be some Ramacha brawl on the ground, certainly capable of that. But both teams are confident in their dive. If you're Crazy Raccoon, I mean, that's your primary comp. You want to play as much dive as possible, so look out for that initial ball ban. Yeah, ooh, a Tracer ban. That is tricky because... Yeah, but the thing is, I think Zest has been one of your better players. Might have been your most consistently good player over the course of this weekend so far. And it's actually Crazy Raccoon that want to make sure this one stays within the realm of Winston.
Wow, that's pretty alpha. Both teams banning essentially some of their best heroes here. It's not uncharted territory, but it's a little bit weird, a little bit wacky. As you said, Zest has been a really consistent high-tier performer for T1. One of the reasons why they've had these real high placements all the way through the year.
Could be Reaper coming through. Honestly, if it's going to be a Winston mirror, and you're going to see some hit scans come through on Proud and Lip, no Tracer means bring out that Winston counter. That's what I'm thinking right now. Let's see if our players agree.
And around in force here as we have a look at what composition will be hovered in the spawn. I won't believe in that just yet. Looking over to Donghack. As you said, arcing over to a Winston by banning the ball away.
Heesang's already got the Reaper locked in. Now, Lip was hovering the Freya, but that's not been his signature. He's played a lot less Freya compared to other players, and that was even including the Freya meta that we had a little bit earlier on. Zest is sombering again, but there's nothing on the other team that is really worthwhile that demands Sombra to be on the field. I say Zest is Sombra again. It's T1 playing the Sombra, just using the different player. No longer Proud Sombra, Zest Sombra.
Proud did cop the Freya ban over on Ilios, even though it was unlikely to be played in that Sombra versus Sombra matchup. And evidently T1 do have two players who are willing to play the Sombra. The question is it necessary to play the Sombra? I'm thinking about whether they could, but not whether they should.
It was unlikely that Lip was going to lock the Freya. And there was no ball to be found here, as Crazy Raccoon will find their mark. Heesang somehow getting the first kill to Proud, and not a likely kill that should happen. Reaper onto Freya. Proud should be much further away.
Just played a little bit too close to that corner right there. Vigi gonna get staggered from the right click of Junbin, and it's going to be so much free push.
This is very different from times that we've seen T1 beat Crazy Raccoon. It's just a weaker looking T1 so far, not just today, but maybe over the course of this week. And again, we look at the transitive property of both of our teams' recent results versus Wei. Crazy Raccoon really dominated Wei. T1 struggled there. Now threatening this opening cap. T1 Zest onto the correct hero. Let's see if we can actually get a bit of a hold and prevent the actual cap from occurring.
Presence of the bolts, mostly just damage here onto a Winston. You've noted previously just how much pressure a Freya can put out onto a Winston, but Junbin for now is doing a good job of avoiding those incoming Archivist bolts.
Also note, by the way, there's no Annas on either side as well. Lucio Kiriko into Kiriko Wuyang. I mean, I thought the Wuyang would show its face. Well, speaking of spaces, Excuse has taken off.
Oh, and there's lots of space here for Crazy Raccoon as well. Heesang can barely escape as Vigilante gets on top of them. finally T1 explode into action, but not without significant wounding to their side and also wounding to the overall objective pathing. Forward spawn is going to be enabled here for the members of T1, and Junbin knows that, so he's going to actually make a commitment here. Maybe he's going to try and get a stop on the bot, turn it back the other way.
What a crazy fight, though. Shu actually pulled through in the Kitsune rush, and it was a 5v4 at one stage as well. Kurzukun opened up with the first flood. Just a very back and forth fight.
Vigilante needs to give some help over to their fellow support. Donghak heading over towards the beleaguered Winston. Isolated now. Lip is getting so frisky over here. Just dives into the middle of T1. No fear in his heart, but perhaps there should have been a little bit of trepidation there to keep him at bay. A quick step away and a quick leap thereafter as Donghak trying to find the backline of Crazy Raccoon. These healers, they are under siege, but they have access to the Mega Pack and a Winston to protect them. And they still haven't even turned off the forward spawn here of Crazy Raccoon, who continually tax the progress of this bot.
Yeah, T1 still yet to really find a strong reset against Crazy Raccoon. Donghak, he primal that one, but wanted a little bit more. Proud's got that little bit more. 5v4, no response from CR just yet. This should surely be T1's opportunity to push that payload minimum back neutral as CR wait for Shu to get this ultimate.
Yeah, they're just going to give over a little bit of this space now, waiting for an opportunity to use this rail and open up a fight. Finally, the forward spawn is going to be deactivated here for Crazy Raccoon, so maybe attrition could once again be evenly split between T1 and their foes.
First few meters being found by T1 at this moment in time. Jumpers are reloading, he's healing!
Oh, but it isn't there. Vigilante manages to find it on the other side. Still no control of the bot, though. Zest needs to figure out how they're going to try and move after this one. It's going to be the Winston dropping on top of their only counter in the form of Heesang, and then just able to chase out the remainder of Crazy Raccoon.
Shu expended the Kitsune rush there as well. Crazy Raccoon just losing a key player as the fight starts. T1 find their mark. Junbin still very far away from the primal. Now Crazy Raccoon not having that ultimate, giving Vigilante the opportunity to respond. And in a strong way as well. It's actually Vigilante that got the final blow on Vigilante. Suzu falls down to Lip as he eats a couple bolts.
That Suzu force really is big. But Lip has a great angle to try and work with here. Along to can the Wu Yang get away? It's never even stood a chance. Vigilante still thinks it's winnable. They're sent in the Kitsune rush and Lip get isolated in the two, but previously they found the Wu Yang within. What was once their throne room became their grave. A boot there from Chorong just ends a final blow that could have been gathered by the Reaper, but T1 are going to get their progress.
Toronto wanted to try and clutch it for the team. Another 3v5 clutch. Crazy Raccoon had plenty of those yesterday versus Falcons, but Zest will shut it down. Ends up being a sound barrier for Death Weapon trade. Not bad for Crazy Raccoon, even despite losing. Getting further ults out of T1. A last-second contest there from Heesang prevents the cap, actually.
Oh, Donghak's just surrounded. Doesn't get the primal rage in time. Maybe didn't expect the burst to come on through from Lip there with the headshot of the rail.
It's going to be a forced reset. Fast kill onto Donghak. Nothing else to really be said for that particular fight. Donghak's HP just completely disappeared. Primal would have been required in hindsight 2020 here. Probably would have used it to good effect.
Zest disrupts the formation in the two, but has to give up that space rather quickly. Proud's got a great angle around the back, but Zest can't survive when faced with all of the fire coming forth from the side of the Kitsune rush. Lip rises once again, and when he rises, he's ascendant. Unparalleled here at range, and while there is going to be a little bit of peeling coming through from the primal rage, the dodges away are good. Double slide, he's got the schmoves, he's got the motion necessary.
Multiple shots being found there. This is the Lip that we know that Crazy Raccoon will utilize via the OC to great success now, pushing forward for 18 meters. Proud going to be responding with a Sojin of his own, no longer on that Freya. On the off angle, couldn't find any success. No ultimates here just yet either. All the ultimates on CR side.
Oh, Junbin, the perfect mechanics. We've come to expect them after that. Gibraltar, Zest for next to go, forcing out a swift step from the Kiriko, but there's no room for disengagement. What mercy did you think you would find in the heart of Lip?
All that 20 extra meters and counting. This will be over 110 by the time T1 is ready to fight again. And Vigilante is going to be forced to use Kitsune rush from spawn unless Lip again.
Oh, the king does not want to be kept from his throne any longer. T1 are just a speed bump right now. barely even registered as he runs over all of them. Zest falls down as well, but Kitsune Rush is added. But in the end, Vigilante won't be able to get too much off the back of it, spinning to win. But there are no targets remaining as Lips already struck them off the board. He's cleaned up house, waiting for Zest to arrive. There's not too much to do. The bot has reached completion. Crazy Raccoon just dominating the next map.
It's a literal spawn camp. I mean, Crazy Raccoon had led the map anyway, even preventing T1 from getting the responding cap. But at that moment in time, bare single-digit meters was the difference between the teams. It'll be 2:56 remaining on the clock by the time Crazy Raccoon actually finished the map. Just about 3 minutes remaining there, with T1 spending most of their last few fights, the last few minutes of that defense, stuck in spawn, constantly running back in. A very much required Kitsune rush coming through from Vigilante, denied when Lip just finds that rail shot on the perfect target. Chaos ensues there, and Crazy Raccoon thrive.
Crazy Raccoon have been searching for a meal in the trash, but the feast they really want is a rematch with Team Falcons, and they are one map away from grabbing it. See if T1 can come back after this break.
오케이. 칩백.
야, 선 리퍼 조심. 나 손준다.
리퍼 십. 나이스.
이지.
좋았네. 선생님들 화장실이랑
Crazy Raccoon? I was a Crazy Raccoon once. They put me in a rubber room with T1, and I killed him. T1 currently on the edge of oblivion and being consigned to 3rd seed from Korea, heading into World Finals as Crazy Raccoon are looking hot to trot and hungry for a rematch.
That story went places, and so is Crazy Raccoon right now. A speed run through this lower bracket. Seems like they're just getting through 2 quick warm-up scrims before they face Falcons, their true opponent, who they're looking for revenge upon. Might just be one more map to play through. It's getting more and more dominant. 2-0 on Elios and a full map completion on T1's map choice on New Queen Street. This is not a good day for T1 right now. Thankfully for T1, this wasn't the game that they needed to win to qualify to Stockholm.
Yeah, this is perhaps not their day, but it still has the potential for a reverse sweep. As T1 are going to once again be unable to ban themselves away from the Tracer, which I think is fortuitous.
T1 regular season kings, undoubted in terms of their ability to win regular season games. We know that, we've seen it. CR even crumbling to it. In playoff scenarios, it just seems like T1 can't quite get it together. We saw the early signs of that yesterday versus Way, confirmed then further against Falcons, and now might just be the nail in the coffin against Crazy Raccoon. Kings Row to see if they can bait out a max sub-in.
Okay, 2-0 up to Crazy Raccoon. Keep Junbin in once again, because it wasn't just Junbin's ball that was working on Kings Row, it was also their Ramatra, and the remainder of Crazy Raccoon also playing a truly unhinged style, mirroring how a Wrecking Ball plays to become the most sort of ephemeral, intransient team?
Tell you what, there might not be a sub-in for Max just yet, but Jasmine, a rare sub-in for Dongak on T1. I've only seen Jasmine subbed in one other time this entire stage, and Jasmine's only joined T1 for the stage after coming in from All Gamers Global, aka Way, formerly. After having T1 dispatching of his former compatriots in that upper bracket, Jasmine now will be subbed in for survival against Max on Kings Row. The favored map for Max that will be given over to him again, and I think for Crazy Raccoon, confident enough in the series that should still be a 3-0 despite Max's troubles against Falcons here that he found yesterday. And to be fair to him, still nearly won against that someone Ryan. Not gonna have to worry about a Ryan today, not within Jasmine's hero pool.
There's an OWCS fanfic being wrote somewhere of Chio standing at the side of a stage just on hack, gets subbed out, dropping a Nelson Man's. Ha ha! It's going to be Jasmine in now, and the Max. Both tanks subbed, so we are going to have potentially a Zarya versus Zarya matchup here. And that would once again lend us towards potentially seeing the Reapers again. Zest was very keen to opt into it last time with their own Tracer being banned away. Once more, T1 are going to have the initial ban.
Ban away the Ram and you force the Zaryas. Ban away the Reaper, it does weaken the Zarya comp somewhat, although makes it not entirely unviable. Reaper ban is curious. Typically, you would want to go for a Reaper ban if you want to play some Winston here, but the Ramatra is going to come through for Crazy Raccoon. They're saying, T1, if you're not going to force a Zarya mirror, we are.
Absolutely so. And Crazy Raccoon, they know that they always have that backup plan of going over to the defensive ball composition if they'd like. Given that it did work out reasonably well. Of course, with Max in, you're probably not as likely to leverage that ball, but you know what? Max could give it a go. Crazy Raccoon have got some extra lives in this series at the moment, being 2-0 up, but I imagine we are just going to see Zarya versus Zarya. Maybe Max leverages for Sigma here. We saw that come out temporarily against Falcons previously. There's plenty of inventiveness here for Crazy Raccoon to try and leverage, but T1 are hungry to bring themselves back into the series with map number 3.
Might very well be the last T1 fighting fan chant we get in Kintex. This Crazy Raccoon look unbeatable right now in this lower bracket. The only team that has any luck against them. Some would say no luck involved, all skill there. It's Falcons waiting in the wings, and they're getting ready to warm up right now. They'll be getting ready to play the grand final, maybe a little sooner than expected based on how fast this day has gone. We have had nothing but 3-1s and 3-2s all across our 2 days of Asia playoffs so far, but today has just been lightning quick.
T1 potentially is showing some shades of the Team Falcons Atlas composition here, utilizing Visaria alongside Viventia. Maybe anticipating that Crazy Raccoon might have had a Symmetra in their back pocket, but instead it's going to be Heesang over here on the May. Attempts to isolate the limited mobility that Visaria does have access to. This could be a Cassidy mirror.
Crazy Raccoon are not a Symmetra team. They're not likely to play the Sim, so it's a bit of a weird read from Zest. And even if you are trying to do a bit of proper cosplay on the hero, this isn't really Atlas. It's not the same type of map. You're not going to have the same flanking angles and the opportunity to get those kills. And Lips just like, sit down. This is not your game.
Yep, turns off the ability to burrow underground and have found the hammer to finish, but he's being taken out on the other side. Does mean there's a lot more room to maneuver here for Jasmine, but it seems like they might be low on bubbles, are unwilling to really take any overly aggressive swings against Max, who's got an equally high amount of energy and is waiting and building up those ticks.
This can also offer a lot in these mirrors as well. Isolating the kill onto Jasmine, but we'll just isolate the point at this rate.
No.
Get the kill onto Vigilante to confirm it, and with the window still running on through and the point being capped on out, T1 have to contest, but they contest to their deaths.
The amplification matrix headshot just 100-0ing Vigilante. No chance for the amplification matrix, no chance of something like an immortality field. It was just curtains.
Best of Crazy Raccoon being shown and displayed currently. For Zest, still going to hold on to the Venture for now. Again, nothing to really play into in terms of countering on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Could argue it plays reasonably okay into the bat to push some players out of Mortality Field and all that kind of play. But yeah, I think King's Rush just doesn't quite have the geometry that you're looking for compared to a map like Atlas. Particularly for the flanking positions. B might offer some better resource for Zest, but he's looking like he's punished already.
Alright, amplification matrix does allow extra damage out of crowd, but they need to try and connect here as everyone's caught within the grab. Great play there from Max, but the follow-up isn't really there, so it ends up being a little bit of a waste. It does force out the sound barrier on the other side, as Skewed needs to respond to the incoming danger.
Proud taking matters in his own hands. Grab comes through from Max, but they have no supports there. Max, not enough damage with his DPS to finish off T1, and no sound barrier from Chorong to match Skewed because Chorong goes down to Proud. Big turnaround here, and Jasmine will now build and have his own grab ready to play through. Chorong will have been a response for this one. T1 need to make the most out of it. Jasmine's in a good spot. Let's see what he gets.
Alright, already you can see Heesang fell a little bit low. Up comes the grab. Oh, the immortality field is going to be too far away from him. That's why he grabbed them so high up on the wall. The attempt there from Shu. Scuppered. Heesang falls down. There's not really much in the way of survivability left for Crazy Raccoon now. They're just relying on the raw mechanics. And the raw mechanics, as usual for Crazy Raccoon, are going to be enough.
The problem there is there was only one kill coming through off the back of the grab. 4 members surviving, Chorong beating those 4 members and zoning with the Heesang Blizzard as well. Allows Crazy Raccoon more than enough room to re-aggress after the grab dissipates from Jasmine, and Crazy Raccoon will continue the warpath now. Trying to cap B with 3 minutes remaining if possible. One more contest from T1 will slow it down.
And there are so many zones that are available here as well. The zoning Deadeye, the zoning amplification matrix that can all come up one after the other and make it all the more perilous. Try and move on forward. Zest braves the peril. She already loses out on the immortality field. And now an excavation towards the back. Zest is unable to get out their final blast of tectonic shock. The remainder of the team tries to get behind the amplification matrix and really draw some value out of it. And Jasmine's going to fall through the cracks. Vigilante can't deliver the healing in time. So many low members of Crazy Raccoon. But they can only finish the one. Skew takes their counterpart. The Crazy Raccoon take the streets.
Just insane amount of time still left, 4 minutes, which means of the total time, they spent less than regulation time on A to get through both A and B. With Max in position to grab once more, this snowball continues rolling on through. It's Skewed and Chorong to match each other for beats to really see if one of the Lucios can deliver a win for the team. For T1, it's required because, well, they're about to get full capped out otherwise.
Max once more with a grab in his hands. Chorong Going to be noting that Shu has the sound barrier available as well, but Proud opens up with a headshot onto Lip. This is the kind of performance that we need from Proud. We need to see that hit scan carry emerge because T1 desperately need a hero.
Super late kill onto Shu there. That's going to help things out for T1. A 4-minute time back, 25% of which will be bled away now. Bit by bit, T1 need more of these types of fights. You have to give themselves the opportunity. Crazy Raccoon, though, despite that reset, will push Shu and Heesang further forward. Try and find these ults. All is going to be expended here. Heesang, one bit of utility gone, but Jasmine's going to catch up on grab, so T1 have also caught up in their own regard.
Okay, big isolation here coming through onto Heesang, putting themselves with the wall. Jasmine caught in the grab and the amplification matrix. Summarily executed there by Lip. The damage just too much to bear. Zest knows all they can do is stall the cart as T1 hit a mad disengage.
Too sure where Skewed was there, but not in position to get the save onto Jasmine. I'd have to imagine the damage was going to be too high, even if you sound barrier there. That green HP disappears instantly against the might of the Ant Matrix.
Here comes the grab. Fixes Max in place, but there isn't really any follow-up coming on through. No idea where Proud is. He actually rolled over to the other side to try and use for Deadeye, but Skewed peeked out. Chorong the same. The Lucios, they both forgot to check their watches. Heesang falling low. Zest gets the mechanics that are needed. We talked about Zest's consistency, and it's finally starting to show.
If it wasn't going to be the Deadeye, the Blizzard on the point itself, surely enough for T1 to hold on. This has been waiting for his option to use that ult. Proud, what a shot to take down Lip. That's going to work out well. Crazy Raccoon now really starting to lose some time. Chorong going Mercy just to get a fast res so they don't have to wait for the respawn.
Oh, why not? It's not like we're going to be waiting for that cooldown for long. Chorong drags everyone forward. Speed boost onto the back. And Lip unable to really get too much off the back of a well-delivered flashbang.
Minute 30, T1. Even if they lose this fight now, they have bled down the time considerably. Jasmine under pressure here, low HP. Shu waiting for ult by low. Vigi catching up.
Dangerous to emerge from that horseshoe, though. You don't want to be booped into a pit by the nearby Lucio. Silver bullets thrown out towards the back. Jasmine on quite the wide angle here could be punished if they're found without the bubbles, and that's why the amplification matrix has been brought on up. Jasmine can't escape. Lip was there ready and waiting. The cart rolls forward once again. Zest caught out on an island here next to a Mega. Chorong's there with the execution. Proud gonna start channeling the Deadeye, but Max is more than happy to just boot from afar. Chorong gets it done. Up goes the amp matrix. A last second contest perhaps. Down goes the Blizzard and down goes Jasmine as they meet the winter head on, but they don't have the Russian constitution that they needed. And T1, they are blasted off the face of King's Row.
Small bit of good news for T1 because they bled Crazy Raccoon's time down below a minute. If T1 just finish at all, they're not going to have a draw-only scenario. Crazy Raccoon would have needed above 1 minute to force that draw-only scenario. So, small constellations and silver linings. It's all T1 can grasp at the moment. A win on King's Row may just have to be built off the back of small amounts of tiny wins where they can find them. They start to get bigger wins on that C-point defense. Need to build up more of that. The beginning fights coming on through, and the Zest adventure that we saw from that pick, not really doing anything at all. He's thinking about it again, but I think he should think better.
Quick look in on our scoreboard here. Anything standing out in particular? Chorong sitting on 16 and 3 as a Lucio is.
How about Max 1 death?
Oh, that does stand out. No escape opportunities going up against a May. Max is playing their life incredibly well.
But also avoid their bullets.
It's a good tip from Baptiste Shu there. Warning bullets will be pretty important. However, Lip's shots are on point currently. T1 with a bit of early scouting, and after the scouting, you'd imagine surely Zest will go towards the May and Mirror Heesang here. Give them a lot more to use in terms of utility to win this mirror match.
Still want the Venture. T1 certainly are Venture believers. An emergence from the earth might well threaten some of this high ground here as Jasmine gives over the first of the bubbles, forcing out that initial ice. What Chorong's already fallen on down. Proud's here with the mechanics, the accuracy that's needed And now for Max, it's a little bit more difficult to play their life. They can't reposition as fast as they would like. 100 charge here for Jasmine. Finds the wall behind them. A perfect ambush there from Heesang. And there's nowhere to go with the Immortality fields. In a corner, you're taking so much damage from the excavation. And Chorong's back already, but Proud is quick to kick them back. The headshots are coming thick and fast. And while Lip may claim a vendetta, they won't get much more than that as Vigilante and Skewed get the 1-2 punch.
Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can respawn in time to touch. I don't think they will. Max is there first, but you need a few extra members. Some credit to Zest for being able to assault the high ground on this venture to at least split up Crazy Raccoon, giving T1 maybe a favorable fight and Proud to isolate some kills, but really it was the beautiful cash shots from Proud ringing true on multiple members, eventually dying to Lip, but getting more than enough work done to allow this cap before Lip can take him down.
Yeah, cash money. Call him Cole Cassidy. It's going to be Max moving forward here. Already so close, more than double the ult charge of Jasmine as they roll on forward. Just had 100 charge for so much of that. That fight within the hotel was extended. The amplification matrix drawn up by both teams. Heesang with the one tap from downtown. And Zest sends them all in towards the front line. Down goes the Blizzard, summoned by Heesang. Follow-up might be not forthcoming as the hit scans are looking elsewhere. Tectonic shocks already. Escape not really on the cards. Jasmine and Vigilante have already fallen, and Zest can do nothing but flee away by themselves. Up goes the wall, and down go the hopes of T1.
Yeah, and caring about some of these T1 ultimates, Max and Crazy Raccoon will not at all. Double support ultimates, but it's also Shu with his own Matrix. We talked about the Graviton Surge advantage from Max. He'll absolutely utilize that to full effect while Zest is keeping a couple of members of Crazy Raccoon busy. Max is just running down the rest of T1. 4 minutes on the time bank after a fast cap on A, but Crazy Raccoon have already forced a reset.
Proud ready to zone with the Deadeye. They can stand on business on top of the cart here and force everyone away from being able to contest it, but Lip is equally able to try and match that one. Space given over. Heesang unable to use the ice block in time. The wall's going to make the commute here a little bit more difficult as the Graviton Surge punishes Max for rolling forward and daring to test the resolve of T1. A massively executed fight.
Not too sure what Chorong was, but he had the beat available. Opted not to use that to save Max. Crazy Raccoon will save that one for a later fight. Now it does finally give T1 some much needed push. T1 was struggling to get any sort of momentum on beat. A bit of forward positioning set up now, and Vigilante needs that. Get a good window angle onto Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon could consider the fact that they might need to tempo beat to engage this one.
See the same zoning maneuver that Lip put out before, but dangerous against the amplification matrix, and so gets their own fear of God introduced. Double damage on those bullets. It's great timing there from Max. Now it's time for the sound barrier. Rolling on forward, Jasmine booped on in. The management of this Zarya is absolutely sublime. Crazy Raccoon know this matchup like the back of their hand.
Vigilante will slow down the re-approach from Crazy Raccoon, but they never let the payload cap, they never let it go. Chorong will eventually tempo beat in. Max understanding that they have the win within the grasp and not even needing to use the grab. Will save that for a future fight yet. Definitely be drawing out some huge sound barrier response when Max drops his ultimate, but the extra Heesang ult, the Blizzard, should be a difference maker within that grab as well. Some shots found by Proud just to force Crazy Raccoon back.
Proud's feeling frisky. The off angle's tempting. Now going to get a little bit of pocket here, surely, from Skewed as they take the off angle, deliver into at least one headshot, but still have contained with the Blizzard. Zest almost has that one available as well. But guess what? Max, once again, has the advantage on the grab, 50% ahead of their counterpart. Max ready to drop on down in front of them. And so often, Jasmine has been the primary target here of Crazy Raccoon. Their matchup has always been just trying to exploit the positioning of Jasmine, utilizing the synergy with the Lucio.
Weird orchestral cacophony of sounds as Maze trade icicles across each other. Proud will now press onto the opposite side of the map. It's certainly a tempo beat from Skewed. Wanted to walk in.
Oh, Lip gets the Immortality field. Zest and Proud, neither of whom were ready for the release of bullets from Lip. Still, Jasmine thought it was winnable, went deep in the midst of all of this. Amplification Matrix means every shot is essentially a headshot. And Crazy Raccoon, they just let T1 run into them and smash themselves into the spike wall.
It's going to be another one of those games where once Crazy Raccoon end up winning, who even gets to play of the match? So many players have been performing out of their minds today in this series and the one previous as well. T1 So trying to cat beat, and then afterwards needing to finish them up. Again, good news is they just finished in the OT. They don't have a draw-only scenario, but finishing at all just seems like such a tall order currently.
And now with Skewed having used that tempo beat, there's not too much to deal with the Graviton Surge that Max has available, but Jasmine has at least had the moment to try and catch up to this one. A wrap around and amp on up, the speed is good to go, but still they need to control the car. Out comes a huge grab, 5 members within. Oh, but he's sent from downtown! The ultimate shots, saving everybody when they are in the most possible danger. And now with 20 seconds remaining, out comes the grab. Say goodbye to Skewed, say goodbye to the lower bracket run, say goodbye to Jasmine, and say goodbye to Exodia. Crazy Raccoon, all they're going to do now is stagger out Vigilante to make sure that he cannot rejoin the remainder of his team for one final fight with 4 seconds remaining. The commute for Cassidy is waylaid by a wall, and T1 have finally hit the wall with a Raccoon spray painted on the side. They own the streets, they own the garbage, they own the ticket to the grand finals, and T1 are consigned to 3rd seed.
Strong Kings Row when Max's win rate improving here as T1 will do nothing to slow the charge of the Raccoon grand final appearance rematch against Falcons. T1 not their best showing today. You would have liked to at least see T1 get a single map here, but it's Raccoon. They're just completely inevitable to find themselves in a grand finals against Falcons. Of course, it's these two teams again. Falcons may have fallen short in a lot of these domestic Korea stage finals. When you get to these Asia finals, the Falcons are on point. The Crazy Raccoons, angered by that loss, being forced to now run through that lower bracket. We thought it might be a tiring run, having to play through 3 matches. Well, the first 2 were a bit of a speed run, and like I said earlier, just a warm-up scrim. 2 warm-up scrims in a row before they get ready for the real competition.
Honestly, I'm feeling Crazy Raccoon here, coming in with such hot hands. I'm a big believer in the lower bracket hot hands heading into grand finals. And well, when you get 2 3-0s in a row, 2 separate warm-up scrims, as you put it, you are definitely going to be incredible in that first fight. It is going to be Junbin walking away with player of the match here, having only played 2 maps this time.
Yeah, well, like I said, I mean, those are the 2 maps that you need. As for the match decided upon match point here, and Junbin only needing those 2 maps. And realistically, I think he probably deserved the POTM for the previous game versus Wei anyway. Yeah. So this is just finding
divine justice.
His due desserts, really. Junbin, fantastic overall performance over both the series.
Showing not just the ball, but the Winston as well. The Ramatra we weren't quite as expectant of, but leveraging it super well against Wei, where Milgaru wasn't able to stand up. And certainly Jasmine and Donghak weren't able to hold a candle to this either. And we laid out yesterday, Avril, but it definitely seemed like in our Korea playoffs there were 2 separate power levels between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, and then Wei and T1, and that definitely seems to have been proven here.
You really start to see T1 crumble a bit when you get the rare sub-in from Jasmine that usually doesn't occur. Well, T1, they'll have a lot of time to work through all of that in the next month as they head to Stockholm still after the qualification. We still have more games to play through. We'll find ourselves with some thoughts on how Crazy Raccoon will look forward to the next game with the stage interview.
오늘의 2번째 승리도 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 오늘의 POTM 준비 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 스톡홀름은 이미 우리의 것이다. 라쿤의 불도저식 플레이 너무 인상 깊었습니다. 더 상위 시드로 나아갈 일만 남았는데요. 소감 한번 들어볼게요.
일단 웨이랑 이제 T1
Asking first for the victory comments from Junbin.
다들 마인드를 좀 워밍업 했다 생각하고 이제 들어갔어가지고 이번 팔콘 때 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
그렇군요. 마지막 그랜드 파이널을 남겨둔 오늘입니다. 돌고 돌아 나팔전 또 만나게 됐어요. 마지막으로 각오 한마디 부탁드려요.
이번에 팔콘도 LCQ에서 진짜 정말 잘해서 올라왔는데 저희도 LCQ 같은 경기 잘하거든요. 그래서 이번에 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
Jumbin responds, but first we played the way T1 match. We all thought of it as a mental warm-up. We'll show you in the Falcons match.
나눠봤고요. 이만 선수분은 보내드리도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다.
네,
Quickly
그리고
off some last
저희는
words, and
VIP
Jumbin said, I will definitely win this time. That's looking forward to the grand finals, Avril. It's going to be an absolute banger.
Looking forward to it. I mean, we saw absolutely amazing lights up performances from both teams. And then upper bracket game.
공개해주시죠.
And now only one more to play through. Don't forget, what finals tickets coming in.
번쩍 일어나주세요.
Make sure you get yourselves over to Stockholm. We have someone in the audience even winning a ticket over to Stockholm as well. Maybe a couple of them.
한 방에 그리고 티켓까지 주게
Oh,
되셨습니다.
how
세레모니 한번
lovely.
부탁드려요.
She looks overjoyed. Going to be heading over to Stockholm, won an air voucher, I believe, and a ticket
스톡홀름 왕복 항공권과
to
함께
the World
2025
Finals.
OWCS
How
월드
awesome for
파이널즈
them.
티켓을 드리게 되는데요.
But the
진심으로
all
축하드리면서
still
저희는
can
다음
flow
경기로
here as we are going to see the best that Overwatch has to offer. It's going to be Crazy Raccoons versus Team Falcons coming right up after this break.
여기 밭에 있어. 여기 자리 잡아. 나도 10이야. 나도 10이야. 나도 10이야. 메인 내가 막게. 메인 내가 막게. 서디.
나 윈도우 차.
서디필. 네,
방심하면 안 돼. 나 진다고 이러다가 방심하지 마.
비인다. 띠바.
인사가 잘 가라. 골반이 안 멈춰. 잘 가라.
나이스.
드디어. 잘했다.
we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
The time is finally here for our best of 7 grand finals between Avril, who we'd call the usual suspects.
Our Classico of Overwatch Esports in the OWCS era. It is Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons, number 26. Current record is still in Crazy Raccoon's favor. However, Falcons have managed to just up their record by 1.
Yeah, they've managed to pull that one back. And Crazy Raccoons, they are at least going to be coming into this one absolutely hot-handed, blasting through their last 2 matches 6-0. They were so hungry to get this rematch. And if there's one thing that consistently happens to Crazy Raccoon, which is a little bit weird, is that when they lose, they get so much stronger for the remainder of that bracket.
It's the same for Falcons here as well. Well, Falcons, they copped their losses earlier on in the regular season, during the playoffs as well, for Korea Stage 3. But it's in the Asia playoffs here. When it's qualification time, Falcons had their own warpath through the play-ins to get to this position, and they haven't lost a single series yet. They've had some close calls. They've certainly been dropping maps. 3-1 Salted Earth gameplay. Falcons, they're known for it. A little bit of 3-2 snuck in there as well. But in FT4 BO7 finals, we're going to get a lot more than 5, we'd hope.
Yeah, there is going to be quite a few legs to this series, as well as the opportunities for these teams to design the engagements to their liking when it comes to their bans that can come through. You generally get the initial ban when you pick the map. We did see Crazy Raccoon, we did see Falcons rather, pull a weird gambit yesterday where they seeded the initial ban after picking King's Row. That was a 9k, very deep tactic that you explained over on your Twitter, because I don't understand these kinds of things. Let's have a quick look at our teams getting ready to roll on that. Is that Lip up at the front? I can't quite tell with the resolution at the moment, but that would be Lip facing the Korean crowd at home in a game for the last time.
And well, 9 Gaming Warlord,
go,
the GOAT of Overwatch Esports, currently the winningest player of all time, and one of the longest standing players of all time as well. With Violet gone from Korea, not finding as much success in 2025, and not even finding that much success in 2024 on Zeta either. Lip stands alone tall.
Crazy Raccoon gonna roll out one at a time to get their flowers from the audience. Piecing up next, I believe, one of our player of the match recipients already, taking it away from a first match up against Wei. Certainly has been resurgent in the post-Owl era, proving themselves to be a worthy partner for the GOAT.
He came into Overwatch League, high expectations, but it's in the OWCS era on Crazy Raccoon where he really rises to the occasion, winning many records, many titles alongside his Crazy Raccoon teammates. This has been the team that has really pushed his career to new heights.
Can't quite tell from far away who's up now.
My guy Spent
got
recently
Spent.
joined the team.
I haven't seen much of him after the regular season. But of course, Spin is looking towards next year, knowing that Lip is going to be retiring. Would love to take up that spot on Crazy Raccoon.
Have his work cut out for him. It will be a hit scan spot vacant and double flex DPS. Will have its challenges for the team. We'll see if Spen is going to be on Crazy Raccoon for the following 2026. Yeah, but he really came on the stage hot and heavy for stage 3, filling in, winning for 3 weeks in a row. Incredible performances.
Jumping up next, player of the match from our last matchup, but honestly could have got it for Wei as well. And what a surge of support there has been for Junbin. Not just the go on ball, but also such a good Winston.
Now, really the most consistent tank that we've had over the last 2 years. On the MVP award at Dallas in 2024. And that DreamHack Dallas event since then hasn't really dropped the ball at all, pun intended. Still holds that title. I still believe he is the best ball in the world, and he's proved that over the course of this weekend.
Fresh off his government-mandated map, Max, after the King's Row rolling in as the off-tank specialist, certainly showed that they could get one over Jasmine in the Zarya versus Zarya, but obviously always such an important backbone for Crazy Raccoon.
For many years now, Max playing alongside Junbin, the O2 Blast Core. This tank line has stood strong. It's 6v6 and now in 5v5, trading playtime with Junbin, trading blows on stage as well, and getting the opportunity to play his specialist maps.
Next up, we'll be introduced to the support line, but they need little introduction from me. Between Shu and Shorong, there is always going to be some glaze to be had. Shorong is up next, and well, Chorong's hero pool is just so fantastic. No matter what he is playing, he is always a threat in the server, be it the Lucio, the Wu Yang, or anything else he picks up.
2023 Overwatch League champion on the Florida Mayhem, and he continues championship runs. One of the only titles evading him is the Stockholm title, the World Final that Crazy Raccoon have relocked themselves in for 2025. In my opinion, Chorong still is the current best main support, has the best overall hero pool, has the best clutch plays, one of the few main supports that can weave in between flex support and main support hero pools.
Mechanics are second to none, but when it comes to being second to none, that is exactly what this guy is. I do not exaggerate when I say that Shu is the best support ever.
Scary thought when you get both Chorong and Shu on the same team. The backline alone offering you the firepower to match anything your opponents can bring to the table to be able to clutch through tough situations. Shu, absolutely dominant, and they've just recently buffed Anna for him to play and win with. Shu in position to win more titles.
Here's a Crazy Raccoon. Your challengers coming in after already winning 2 matches today. An absolute marathon was laid out before them, and they have sprinted their way through the first half. 6-0. 2 teams, 2 speed bumps easily ran over. Some warm-up scrims to be noted as we move on to introducing Team Falcons here. I believe that's Merit taking the stage first. It could actually be proper if we're going in art order. It is going to be Merit first. Okay, yes, it is. This guy was absolutely lights out yesterday on the cast.
Another Florida Mayhem alumni winning the Overwatch League in 2023. Spent a little bit of time MIA alongside someone at the start of the year, and certainly couldn't quite find as much success as he wanted to on the Toronto Defiant in 2024, but back in Korea now. He didn't get that Stockholm title last year. He's looking for it now in 2025.
After playing with O2 Blast for years and years in contenders, waiting to come of legal age to join the Overwatch League, Proper has done his time as an MVP and always an asset. He has the patience of stone and the will of stars when it comes to seeking victory. The one and only.
With Merit joining the team this year, Proper's had to fight for positioning on the starting lineup against Stalker, and well, after that battle, Proper emerges victorious again. He comes in after being benched for a majority of Stage 2, a rough Falcon stage to be sure, and leading the team to victory at the mid-season championship, getting the Sony MVP for that event as well. Proper is still yet peaking at this late stage of his career.
New heights to be met every single time. Next up, reliable Hanbin. He has been around almost as long as Element Mystic has, outlived the brand, outlived the teams, and his talent has outlived so many in the tank role.
Overwatch League champions coming on. Former Dallas Fuel Hanbin. Really been expanding, as mentioned, his tank hero pool. Spending a lot of time as a solo tank on the squad for quite some time on this team before someone ended up joining. Hanbin still finds himself inevitably as the starting tank player above all competition. And now Hanbin may yet be better than ever, given the fact that he can play more than he used to before.
Dropping the signature emote immortalized by May, and the gun shows out there too. This is someone. It's the someone.
Multiple MVPs on this Falcons squad. Your 2023 obviously winner and MVP for the regular season. Someone, again, with merit on the Toronto Define in 2024, not quite finding success. He even noted yesterday after winning against Crazy Raccoon, that was the first time for someone and merit that they ended up beating Crazy Raccoon. A savored victory that he'll be looking to repeat today.
Hoping to repeat the tracks again. The backline of Falcons needs little introduction, but we'll do one anyway. From 300 ping playing Ana on the Paris Eternal to topping the world as a champion, it's Fielder.
One half of one of the best, most famous support duos of all time. Fielder and Chio have been together for so long now, multiple years since now it's in 2022. Fielder has stood strong, many accolades to his name, fighting against Shu for top position as best flex DPS in the world, and he'll want to secure that today versus Shu by beating him twice.
You want the one person who can hold a candle to the violence and momentum of Chorong on the Lucio. There is only a singular option that I can offer you. And as they take to the stage, it's Chio who demands your attention and demands the respect of every other player in the lobby with the most dangerous of frogs.
Another O2 Blast alumni taken onto the stage. A very threatening main support player. Another Overwatch League winner as well. One half of the Chio Fielder duo. But it stood strong, stood the test of time, really. The defending world champion, not just in Overwatch League, but also in OWCS. And the squad now, Falcons completed, looking for the back-to-back, the two-peat 2024 and 2025 potential world championship. First, let's see if they can win Asia in the first seed.
All the players are taken to the stage. All the preparations and faffery is done. Nothing stands between us and El Clasico. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. There was no way it could be anything other than this, as the curtain is to be called, Avril.
Now, there's only actually one thing standing between us and the match starting, and that would be the coach's interview. We'll have that ready for you in just a minute. But to see the names on screen one more time. Starting roster for Crazy Raccoon probably wouldn't surprise you. Jumbin again. No sprint to be found in playoffs here as Crazy Raccoon with He's Saying a Lip. Back to their standard duo, winning ways as usual. Max even getting his win today up against T1. Crazy Raccoon more than warmed up after folding away both Wei and T1.
Worth noting as well, Crazy Raccoon will retain their career #1 seed heading into this matchup despite coming from the lower bracket, so they will get to choose a first map. On the other side, Hanbin going to be ready to match. I imagine we might see a Hanbin versus Junbin ball-on-ball action again.
Maybe, but at the same time, Falcons have not been doing well with that comp. They couldn't even beat T1 with that one either, and T1 are out of the competition now, so Hanbin may need to think about other options. Otherwise, Falcons are just giving away their first map, and maybe in the coach's interview, we'll have some thoughts about how these early maps may go and some thoughts about the journeys of both teams heading into this grand final.
오늘 준비된 마지막 경기 그랜드 파이널이 이제 곧 시작합니다. 모두가 기다려오고 모두가 지켜본 이 경기 크레이지 라쿤과 팀팔콘의 경기 시작 전 각 팀의 대표분들 모시고 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 크레이지 라쿤 만나보시죠.
네, 안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤 감독 문명철입니다.
Beginning with our introductions here, of course. This is direct to Moon from Crazy Raccoons.
안녕하세요. 팀팔콘 코치 에이드입니다. 반갑습니다.
네, 에이드
And
코치님도
Coach Aid from Team
반갑습니다.
Falcons.
자, 이제 두 분 익숙하시죠? 익숙하시죠, 이 자리? 그렇습니다. 자, 그러면 가볍게 원투 펀치 날리고 시작할게요. 서로에게 한마디 주고받아 보겠습니다.
죽다 살아서.
First question is, are you familiar with this place now? I assume they mean
저희도
Quintet,
전에 많이 죽어봐서
or perhaps they mean the grand finals against each other.
네, 자, 죽다 살고 많이도 주고받고 그런 만큼 서사가 쌓이고 또 이 경기가 더 기대되지 않나 싶은데요. 마지막으로 선수분들에게, 우리 팀 선수들에게 따뜻한 짧고 굵은 한마디 보내주세요.
Moon's response is, I came back from the dead. And Falcons responded, we died a lot in the past too.
없네요, 지금. 네.
잘 좀 하자 얘들아.
Asking for a word to the players for Moon and Aid to address their teams.
그렇다면 팀 팔콘 에이드 코치님도 팔콘 선수분들에게 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
저희 선수들 항상 매 시즌마다 준비하는 거 많아가지고 좀 힘들긴 할 텐데 그거 준비한 만큼 저희가 멋있게 보여주고 승리 꼭 하도록 하겠습니다.
그렇습니다. 아, 라팔전에 이 떨림
Moon says to the team, honestly, I thought you'd do well after seeing how you guys beat Ilios yesterday. Let's do our best, guys. And Aid to Falcons. We'll have that translation for you in just a second. Our players prepare a lot every season, so it's tough. We'll show you what we've prepared and win. Map number 1 is going to be Ilios, unsurprisingly, Avril.
Yeah, this has been really the tried and true return to form type of map. Every team wants to go here, and honestly, even Falcons, when it's their map choice, they've chosen Ilios as well. The real question will be, what are we going to do about this ball situation with Harbin's hero pool? He's been wanting to play ball. He's won against Kellen, he's won against Mag, but Onside and Zeta are one thing. Reisukun and Jumbin, that's a whole nother beast, to the point where I don't think Harbin can risk this again. Truly, this can't just be another situation where you forfeit map number 1. You might as well just give the map up now, and let's just go to map 2 if Harbin's going to do that one more time. As we look at both our teams in this graphic here, head-to-head, the Summit of Asia, this is the El Clasico game, the most grand finals appearances between the two of them. It seems like, despite the fact that T1 have been to the last Korea stage playoff finals, Crazy Raccoon and Falcons find themselves at the precipice of this Asia final now, when really it all counts.
It all matters the most. First seed for World Championships on the line. A bye through day 1 of DreamHack. And being on the other side of a bracket to the other Korean teams is so important.
Go through the history here a little bit as well. In yesterday's Crazy Raccoon Falcons upper bracket semi-finals, we started Ilios CR 2-0 against Falcons. Falcons respond on Esperanza with a near full cap out for what it's worth on that map, bringing the series to 1-1. Crazy Raccoon then clamped back with Servas with a 3-2 victory. Some very close rounds there that I think Falcons could potentially have even taken away. Kings Row, as we discussed, with a bit of a gambit, deferring their ban, their first ban given away to Crazy Raccoon, trapping the Ramatra ban to come in, preventing Max from swapping to Ramatra, allowing someone to play through on the Rhine into Sigma matchup, which, by the way, Falcons still nearly lost in, but eventually won in to bring us to a map 5 Rialto overtime time bank scenario. Falcons win at 4-3 to secure a 3-2 victory. So that was the map breakdown of how the series went yesterday. And just as a closer on the sort of deferred ban situation, that's not going to happen again today. You're not going to fool Crazy Raccoon twice.
Yeah, they're going to fool them twice. We actually have a basically even split on Preds here, Avril. And you and I have moved away from each other for the first time. I am such a believer in the lower bracket hot hands here for Crazy Raccoon.
This has just been Falcons on such a tear. Their form is looking so good. Look, if Falcons win, it's not going to be a 4-0. This is not the type of team, even in games where they're expected to win easily, they will drop maps. We saw what happened in that Zeta series, for example. But I think when it really comes down to it, even if it takes 7 maps, what we've seen out of Falcons the last 2 days gives me the confidence that they have the longevity and the skill level and the current hot hands themselves to be able to finish this series with a win. Falcons, this is the best they've looked in a hot minute, because they've looked, in many cases, a little bit poor over the regular season. Typical Falcons, sandbagging regular season and firing up when it counts.
No matter who wins, I would love to see a 7-map celebration of some of the best talent Overwatch has ever seen. As our teams get strapped in and prepared for their first matchup here on Ilios, the initial ban will once again be for Crazy Raccoons, as they're going to be coming in as the highest seed due to their performance in the regionals.
And a 7-map series as well does mean you're probably going to want to draw out the bans a little bit longer. You don't want to blow all your good bans early. You want to have a situation where the deeper the series goes, you get to map 6, maybe even map 7, there are still impactful bans you've saved in the back pocket. Typically, by the time we get that deep in a series, the bans get really wild because all the good bans are gone. And also another situation to consider here as well. After map 5, the map pool resets. We can go to any map that hasn't been chosen yet on any game mode. That's a very important thing to note, which means if you lose game 5, you get to pick map 6 with overwhelming map choice advantage. So for a team to be in a winning position, get the match point early, such that if you then lose map 5, what doesn't matter? You got that map 6 pick to come in that could really massively swing things. It's a bit of a small mechanical breakdown of the BO7 structure as well. One of the more unique things that happens between map 6 and 5 and 6 rather, that really accounts for why a lot of these BO7s actually end in a 4 and 2. That map 6 advantage can be so big to overcome.
Yeah, map 6 goes absolutely crazy, and the crowd could not be happier to see this go the entire day. Oh, it's for Dog! It's for Dog again! Yay! Welcome back, Doggo. My favorite. It just looks so happy. He's pogging out of his mind.
Don't mind me, just dodging a vast phone call from Discord midcast. Shout out to my man.
He's got to shed some tears for T1.
And we're getting ready for this one. Setting up Ilios. See where the bans come through. As a reminder, ball ban going to be important. Does Hanbin want to play at Crazy Raccoon? With the first ban, it's going to be the Cass, but they burnt it early. As a reminder, this was the hero that Merit piloted so expertly that ultimately allowed Falcons to overcome Crazy Raccoon. And is this really how quickly you want to burn it? And to be fair, Crazy Raccoon did ban Cass on Ilios in that semi-final game yesterday, and Roadhog was a following ban from Falcons. We're just going to repeat history here. Cass into Roadhog, but this does mean Cass can't be banned for the remainder of this potential 7-map series, and Merit will be unleashed after this map.
Oh, Merit is going to absolutely be off the chain after this map. And in my opinion, Crazy Raccoon probably had a significant advantage going into map 1 anyway. This is a great map, great matchup in particular for Crazy Raccoon, and they're coming in with a hot hand against Team Falcons. I agree with you, this isn't going to be a quick one for Crazy Raccoon, but if they ever had a chance to put their best foot forward, it is going to be map number 1 after going 6-0 to get here.
I think this is one of the critical mistakes. It might not end up costing Crazy Raccoon because I favor them in this opening map anyway. If it comes down to a ball mirror, Crazy Raccoon have got that one in the bag, but blowing away one of your most important bans this early, well, look for that to be a potential factor later on. What could be a lengthy series. Let's head over to map number 1, Asia 2025 Stage 3 Playoffs. Grand Final starts now.
And not a shocked face in the audience as Junbin and Hanbin prepare to match up in the ball versus ball.
What'll be shocking is if Hanbin can perform better in this matchup today. In fact, he's just going to move away from that for the time being. Smart from Team Falcons. Honestly, they've done the work to condition Crazy Raccoon to assume the Falcons were just going to repeat history. But Hanbin says, no, it's time to lock in the Diva straight away. No ball shenanigans. Let me play one of my best heroes right away.
Yeah, super different look here as well, with Merit being on the Hanzo, Chio on the Brigitte. It's going to at least give Fielder a little bit of additional protection to the incoming auspices of the ball. And of course, you can't translocate away from a Hanzo headshot. Hanzo going to be catching a little bit of aggro here from Junbin, and even from downtown. The real hope that comes through from Makiriko can still be a danger when you're considering all of this. Nice Suzu timing stops Jinbin from getting any knockups, and he's caught by Hanbin early. Team Falcons get the first cap.
Honestly, the Hanzo Sonic Arrow can reveal Lip and cause some problems there, but otherwise, this is a risky hero, super susceptible to dives. Doesn't have the staying power, doesn't have the survivability. Even Cassie has a combat role, and even that sometimes isn't enough merit, you'd imagine. Despite the fact that he's done enough damage to reach 70% on the ult charge, this is a very easy hero that Crazy Raccoon need to target.
Quick swaps to Crazy Raccoon. He sang on to a Genji. Having access to that deflate, goodbye to the defense matrix, maybe goodbye to a mech, but no, there's more than enough healing here for Hanbin. A fighting retreat from Team Falcons so they don't give up too much space on the objective. And Lucio for now is pinned down behind, but Chio's exploited elsewhere. He's managed to find that one off the back of a pile driver coming through from the Wrecking Ball. Merit noted, used to restore. Maripropa sends out a pulse bomb, but it seems to have been Suzu'd away harmlessly for now. The Team Falcons will keep fighting to keep this one contested, but they're slowly just being eroded away one by one.
This is before ultimates come into play as well. It's going to be 50% counted for Team Falcons, but backline completely disappearing. Chio and Fielder gone one by one. Heesang recently returning onto the Genji, already finding value on this tech. Its first ultimate Dragon Strike, fairly low value. Dragon Strike doesn't do a lot on this particular map, given how wide it is.
Yeah, so much space to work with here. Other side of Merit. Trying to play inside so they aren't as easy to dive upon for the Wrecking Ball, but that does potentially put them in a position where it's very easy to EMP everybody or even hit them all with a Dragon Blade at once. Going to be an opening strike here from the Dragon. And it does bisect Crazy Raccoon temporarily, but it means that now forcing out, Shorong sees the chance to go on back. Out goes the minefield onto a point, surely. And even more here from Crazy Raccoon. Lip's going to throw it in as well. It's essentially a 4 ultimate fight here. Getting a little bit nervous as Team Falcons approach, and Fielder and Hanbin get 2. Maybe knocking Jumbin off the side. I don't think that really enough has been done here to try and make this one work. Lip still has more than enough damage and the sustainability behind them.
It's 2 versus 3, but no tank for Crazy Raccoon. Doesn't matter. Lip still finds the angle to take down Fielder. The final support, and Hanbin, without any healing afterwards, can't stay alive much longer than that. At least the trades have come on through. Chio, by the way, first dead in that fight. EMP catching on top of him means no rally in response. No Team Falcons fight back in response. They're now swapping over towards Sim. Yeah, again, not feeling the Hanzo. I don't think that was the right call. Sim might be better.
Maybe the Sim is better. This is going to make it a little bit more scary for Heesang to go in. The Suzu wasn't good enough. Fielder cut to ribbons. And Heesang will walk away with 1, but that's more than enough as Hanbin is going to have trouble remeching, taken down from ranged fire. There was just a couple of little pellets coming through from Junbin. Disassembling of the teleporter, Crazy Raccoon. They have lost Lip, but at this point, Team Falcons don't really have a tanking presence to try and make this one work. You can just pocket Heesang through all of these, and as players start to fall, it's going to be reset after reset. A last-second contest comes through from Chio and Hanbin as they get some real meat upon the point, and Hanbin's cooking in towards the back, forcing out the TP from Shu. Lip falls low, but grabs a Mega Eye. Imagine right there, given how speedily they were healed up.
Does actually flip into this one. Team Falcons giving themselves an opportunity. What ults can they find? Merit slowly building up towards a photon barrier. Don't know if it's going to be super useful. A lot of close range melee accrued for Crazy Raccoon.
Chio can disengage, boots midway through the shield bash. Out goes the pulse from a proper, trips over as they let it fly. Crazy Raccoon, they are everywhere in this fight, and Shu picks up a bunch of final blows in their own right. A celebratory spin from Junbin, shouting "Wee!" as it is going to be Crazy Raccoon walking away with the first stage.
It's a good idea for Hanbin to start on the Diva, but honestly, the Hanzo choice is baffling. Doesn't offer much on this map at all. Traditionally, you may want to consider some hit scan, and well, okay, Hanzo technically projectile, but within the hit scan hero pool for what Merit would be able to play. But no consistency. Very difficult to find consistency on a map like this. Dragon Strike is obviously not a good ultimate for this point either. Other picks could have gone towards. Freya might have been dangerous because of Lip's presence on the Sombra. Cass obviously banned. Symmetra was available from the start, but you know you're playing the Diva. Symmetra Diva is one of the core combos that Falcons can play through, as we've seen previously. But beyond that as well, Merit's played Sombra in the past. You know you're up against Junbin Ball. So for Team Falcons, no mistake with the Hanzo this time around. Straight away going to be rolling out onto the Sim Diva. Heesang back on towards the Tracer here.
It's going to be late to arrive, given their dalliance with the Torbjorn, and even more so, Heesang just waiting to see what's coming through. And upon seeing both the Brigitte and the Symmetra both, is going to opt for their fourth here. It's going to be the Pharah.
Yeah, I mean, a better choice given what Merit is playing. A little bit tricky in terms of Harbin. And speaking of which, Harbin gets Shu off the map. What a beginning, first blood. Exactly what Harbin and Team Falcons needed for this one. And Harbin has his work cut out from him. He's the only one that has serious impact against Heesang in the sky. And Heesang's one of the few flex DPS in Korea that's more willing to actually play the Pharah.
Yep, Heesang just going to be able to tear through that teleporter rather easily. Sees the approach of Hanbin, knowing that's the primary assailant up in the sky, as you mentioned, so backs off ASAP. Chorong down to half, and these right clicks from the Symmetra really can be dangerous. Nowhere to go here for Lip, translocating away, gets caught out by the beam, but Shu wraps around behind. The rogue skin's appropriate. It's a nat 20 stealth check.
Goodman gets away on 1 HP as well. Falcons, they need a bit of a cleanup here. Somebody in response for losing Merit. Propper's really running away with Assault Charge at the moment. He's uncontested on the ground. No opposing Tracer to block him and mark him. Propper should have free access to any play he wants to, except for obviously far in the sky.
Hanbin wants to, again, trying to keep Heesang on notice. Propper might have free access, but doesn't want to go in for the 1 versus 2. Lip just about edges away. Just a picometer of health to their name.
Just seeing the last vestiges of Lip translocating away. Doesn't quite have the finishing ability to stop Lip and find that kill, but this is a cap that Falcons have been able to nurse further forward towards 60% now. Lip being found again, caught in the Symmetra turret trap of the indoors area. Proper will collect that kill.
Just knowing the preferred pathing here of Lip after so long playing against each other and going up against Matt Sombra on one of the oldest competitive maps available in Overwatch. They don't exactly have to try and set up for it.
Oh,
the hack doesn't go anywhere.
Almost.
No Heesang shenanigans today, it would seem. Proper. Going to be able to recall back on. Out comes the Kitsune Rush. Going to be matched on the other side here. Fielder and Shuba, I think they see an opening. And it should be safe here for Hanbin to get their remech through to refresh their HP. Merit building up towards that beam. It's going to be difficult to get on top of Shu, but at the moment it's all about Proper with that pulse bomb in towards the back. Chio making sure that no one can really occupy this underground area. And it's got to be a touch now coming through from Crazy Raccoon.
And Lip wanted to go for an EMP, but he got called down to 1 HP, so he didn't feel the confidence to dive on in, risking losing the EMP with Hanbin DMEC here. Crazy Raccoon looking to win this one. Still waiting for more also. Lip holding on to EMP still.
Oh, big stuns here. Trying to cover the escape with the mine. Seems to work out this time around. Lip over the top. Doesn't want to use the EMP. Actually, now is going to commit it. Taking out multiple turrets as well as the health packs and getting the Brigitte down low. Merit going to be the first one to fall. Heesang's responsible for that. Getting on top of the Brigitte up close to person with the right clicks for melee DPS is off the charts. And Team Falcons will eventually crumble under the pressure.
And Flip finally coming through a Crazy Raccoon as well after 99% accrued for Team Falcons. And realistically, a slow start for Crazy Raccoon, given that we hit the 99% OT mark for Falcons before any ultimates, significantly that is, started to come up from either team. Hanbin now actually coming back on a Winston. Just thinking about swapping the D.Va again, going back to spawn, but will now decided to just hold still and complete this Winston life.
Maybe a bit more weird to be with the Symmetra now compared to the D.Va.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright, out comes the Blade, going on to a Winston. Might not be the most ideal of targets. Maybe there's someone more accepting. It's going to be Mary falls down next. That gives over the reset. And so Heesang can just dash on through and get dash after dash after dash. An unbelievable performance on the Genji.
Now you have to start to question how do Falcons navigate this one. Hanbin, not super well known for the Winston. He's been trying to level up this Winston for several years now. Since 2023 was when we first started seeing him play it, but so we get to really find great success and versus the best of the best of Crazy Raccoon. This might not be where you want to see that Winston come through. He's low HP already, but the ultimate start flying in.
Proper's dream towards the back. A pulse bomb still in hand. Down goes the minefield here as Merit is going to have trouble actually getting towards the point to make use of this. Super low is Chorong. Oh, it was just too risky. Unable to use the sound barrier, knowing that they were being tracked by that Symmetra.
Critical kill. That may be map winning as well. Certainly round winning. Final touch being engaged. Crazy Raccoon, Chorong just got to go for the tempo beat from the safety behind cover.
Four players get it. Shu not going to be one of them. Lip unable to translocate away in time. Proper showing off exactly what the mechanics have been wrought over years and years and years. Hanbin down, but still members of Falcons. They orbit around the edges. And finally, the apogees have been aligned. The stars have been seen. And they have drawn in favor of Team Falcons, bringing us 1-1.
Rare mistake from Chorong. Genuinely, that has ended up costing Crazy Raccoon in the final hour of that point. Beat lost. Crazy Raccoon forced emergency touch. A very desperate tempo beat from safety of cover just to get Crazy Raccoon in a position to fight at all. And then when it really counts afterwards, a massive pulse bomb kill by Proper onto Lip to deny the EMP. Lip will die on, what is it, 97, 98%? Is not going to be able to enter another EMP to maybe get it over the line. This is Falcons looking much better on this map. And a lot of this primarily is going to come down to the fact that Hanbin is not on that ball. And even a lot of this, not even on the Winston, thankfully. He's back on the Diva.
Much better synergy with the Symmetra, that much is for sure. But Heesang, once again, going to find themselves basically untouched up in the air due to this. Junbin designing an engagement, but all playing inside means that damage from that power driver is going to be limited.
Big slam up onto the back line. Saw that damage coming on through. Look at how Falcons. Majority of members on half HP. Junbin will be able to use that to claim his first 25% towards the minefield. Cap's already about to go through here.
Yeah, it's going to be Crazy Raccoon grabbing the first capture. Chi already falling low. Hanbin needs some help, needs some healing. Trying to keep this one contested. They set up some turrets here, which are going to make it all the more precarious to try and keep it contested. And what the Symmetra does bring to the table on this point in particular is access to that high ground to make sure that Shu's hidey holes can't stay safe and untouched for long. Up in the sky, he sank under major pressure here from Hanbin.
Surely a kill,
needs to get away desperately, but Hanbin's there on the chase.
Yeah, Hanbin on the Diva boosters, lower cooldown, higher uptime than what Farah can do, flying away, and he's saying drop to the ground will give them player advantage. But Raccoon though, look towards the lip, EMP nearly available.
And that EMP, who's going to be the one to catch it here? Hanbin, the most likely culprit, but Chio also very easy to try and take out.
For backline, he'll get it, double supports caught, Chio in trouble, gone, fielded to follow. Falcons fold.
Even with the attempted peel of a pulse bomb there from Proper, it was an easy translocator away for Lip. So now for Team Falcons, all they can do is just sacrifice their bodies for percentage, and that's going to be the enviable role of Hanbin.
Kind of EMP that Lip was looking for in the final stages, final moments of, well, still Falcons are holding on to this one. You'll note that the flip hasn't actually occurred yet. Chio and Fielder, what is happening? Chio clutching on Rally.
Unbelievable here from Chio, going up against all the mines, still is unperturbed, doesn't even care. Explosives mean nothing to him. He's got the EOD skin on, it would appear. Chio just holds up the shield, and Team Falcons rebuff the entire assault after losing their entire backline.
And Chorong's found again. He's been caught. Chio smashes him down, and main support to main support, support or combat, and Chio comes out on top. No sound barrier for that fight, and Crazy Raccoon, what looked like it should have been a one fight for them. A Team Falcon support lineup coming back in to save the day. Speaking of saving the day, it will still be a trade on towards the fire, but Hanbin's on 1 HP.
Chorong can't be caught again, has to use the sound barrier, always a risk taker, but in the end it pays on off. Chio down as well, so there's no healing available now for Falcons. Hanbin's got very little left when it comes to the HP, but those have the ability to reset their mech. No opportunity for Hanbin or Merit to reset off the back of a teleporter, and that'll be Crazy Raccoon capping.
Important kill from Heesang there. Despite the death, as a reminder, Hanbin taken down far too low and lack of healing to sustain him in the fight, but Falcons have done the hard work, pushed themselves to 99. See if they can build the ultimates required to finish off this map. Would be a nice opening win on Ilios, which Crazy Raccoon have held with an iron fist in these type of matchups.
Oh, the TP onto a point into a possum as well. I believe it was parried by Chio there with the Brigitte shield. A fully charged beam burst for Merit is going to make him quite difficult to deal with. The minefield descends from above, and Lip's already taken down. Such a tight grouping of the mines, though, it was easy to cleave through for the Brigitte, and they're not knocked into him either. A big stick onto Jumpin, tries to roll it into the Originator, but Proper's wise to your tricks, and there's no touch to be had. Somehow Team Falcons steal away the comfort map of their rivals.
And all it took was a lot of conditioning several days worth of conditioning. Permanent Hanbin ball on Ilios to the point where it becomes a throw pick, losing it to the same Crazy Raccoon squad in that semi-final that we saw yesterday, losing it against Dolak on T1 in that upper bracket game as well, willing to lose these types of maps to then come through on the grand finals day and say, you know what, we played the long con. You thought we were going to play ball again. No, it's diva time, baby. A little bit of Winston sprinkled in there for flavoring. But that's all it takes for Falcons to actually play their real compositions. But first, you have to wait to spring a trap that takes you 3 days to complete. And after that, a map 1 victory in line for Falcons. My goodness, these guys really know what they're doing today. We'll see what happens after this.
야뭐 개맞은 사람 필요한 사람 개 필요한 사람 볼패 치리는 사람 볼패
유감만 나이스.
이런 거라니까 좋은데?
자 결단.
There's bad news and there's worse news if you're a Crazy Raccoon fan. But which do you think is which? That you lost out on your ball pick on your comfort map, or that Cassidy is now available for the rest of the series?
Beyond that, ball ban is available as well. This is the other thing I'm talking about. I think one more time, similar to the commentary I offered yesterday when we saw the same cast map 1 ban, you've banned away one of the most important bans and one of the most important heroes too early. It's not guaranteed that Merit would have even played the cast on map 1. He has the capability to play towards the Sombra, which he's shown multiple times, given that it's a ball map. Every ball map, Sombra might be there to be the answer. He's playing the Sim on that map as well, TPing the Harbin D.Va around. Previously, the Sim might not have been there, given that Harbin was playing mainly ball, but the Falcons shifting back into what they know best, and what they should have been playing all along. Again, in my opinion, playing the long con here, putting false belief into the eyes and hearts of Crazy Raccoon and other opponents. The Sim makes a comeback. They bait out a cast ban while giving nothing away in response. I mean, the hog ban is a complete throwaway. Falcons have given nothing, taken everything on that first map, and start with a 1-0 lead.
I've got a question about your long con theory here. How good do we think Team Falcons are actually at Surabasa? Because last time I believe Crazy Raccoon picked Atlas. Maybe they don't believe that it's actually a Surabasa. Oh, and there it is.
Honestly,
oh my goodness, prophetic.
We saw the Surabasa in yesterday's game, and it was, I want to say, surprisingly close. Probably closer than it had any reason to be, given that they struggled on the Surabasa map. But part of this is also the fact that I just think they have, I dare say, they're purposely sandbagged versus Onside and Zeta Division. They played a lot of Harbin ball versus those two teams, but then versus Crazy Raccoon, suddenly Harbin switches gears, brings back the D.Va, brings back the Zarya, importantly, for Surabasa, and they made it unbelievably competitive. And as mentioned, ball ban didn't come through on the first map. They've saved it, and when the Surabasa arrives, that's the best place to deploy the ball ban. If not Ilios, the next best map to do a ball ban is going to be Surabasa. So absolute perfection here. And because there's no cast ban available, considering that there may be a D.Va, Crazy Raccoon want to at least remove the possibility of the D.Va being paired with the Sim.
Oh, it's a smart counter ban, but thus far it seems that Team Falcons, as you said, they lost nothing on map 1 and stole everything. Like, not just the map, but the bonus value of getting that cast-free reign. And now Crazy Raccoon, they might be playing ban catch-up for a couple of maps in a row here.
I'm already expecting the potential for this cast to come through right now. The fact that Sim is banned, that is one thing. But the question is, how much D.Va would have been played here? Harbin is obviously fantastic on the hero, but as a reminder, when we were on Surabasa yesterday between these two teams, it was Harbin full-time Zarya on this map. Junmin even had ball, and eventually Crazy Raccoon won that map. And remember as well, massive 3v5 clutches gave Crazy Raccoon advantages on Surabasa. They're going to need that kind of firepower again. Map 2 on your screen now.
And the thing about banning a Sim is that Merit might have pivoted over to the cast anyway, and Merit would be the designated Symmetra player. So Proper's got free reign here to try and go for something like a Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, Proper was actually on the Sombra for the Surabasa last time just to counter out Junmin Ball. But given that Ball's not there, it's an even better matchup. Proper can just stay on Tracer, his far better hero. Harbin, he's going to start on the D.Va. Was on the Zarya yesterday. Without the Sim, he's still going to be on the D.Va. Has to be considered the fact that Crazy Raccoon did start with the Freya. The D.Va's going to be a little bit better into the Freya. The Freya's not going to be here for Crazy Raccoon's opening fight. So for Harbin, eventually he'll feel confident and move back over towards Zarya, maybe a little bit later on.
Alright, for now, just playing the poking game. Crazy Raccoon are going to take their positions, including the occasional peek up onto that high ground where Lip can poke away from. Crazy Raccoon, quite consolidated over there. The Harbin's happy to just use their evasive prowess to try and keep that first touch on the point. Nice thing there onto Junbin. The healing just can't arrive in time. Everyone else is suppressed elsewhere. Heesang's just roadkill before Hanbin. And Crazy Raccoon, they've just folded like paper.
That was ridiculous. Jimbin trying to get aggressive. Bubble bursted in merit. Pumping damage in. The follow through from Hanbin at the end there to collect 2 extra kills after dealing with Jimbin. It's going to put Team Falcons massively ahead. Look at Merit's ult charge. That's one fight.
That's rancid. That's rancid. I'd throw that out if it was better. Lip moving over now onto a Soja. A little bit more long-range poke. Doesn't feel the need to really assault that backline as much with the Sombra. Wants to just keep Merit in this dangerous position. And a rail going their way is directed towards Chio, who found out the hard way that Lip isn't playing around anymore, refusing to fold before ignominious defeat. That's going to be the loss of the mech straight away. Not going to be too much gain with the back of Deadeye, but just brings everyone low. Proper's there for the cleanup. A mess is made and Proper's here. Janitorial duties found. Maybe a quick stick over here onto Lip. Hasn't been able to build up that much charge towards a rail. Surrounded and just taken apart.
This guy is too good. His team was losing. They lose their support line. And Proper's like, you know what? Let me trade that back real quick. Let me just get on top of your supports. Shu and Chorong falling away 100-0 on our opening round of Suravasa. And Team Falcons even in a sore spot with Lip finding an opening shot on the Chio. Proper in a losing scenario will get the clutch. The same type of clutches that Crazy Kun was getting on this map yesterday is now happening in the Falcons POV instead.
Falcons already playing up on the high ground as well. Harder for Merit to move between these planes of verticality, so it's important to have these pre-established positions. Whereas Lip can just leap between them as he pleases, utilizing that slide.
Well, Sword Ultimate's finding online for Crazy Raccoon. Obviously, they were lagging behind slightly beforehand. He was working on his secondary. Chio needs to think about beat. Might just be disengaged from Falcons to start with. They will be giving away cap, though.
Exchanging cap for the Kitsune Rush. Not the worst economic trade in history. Got to worry about that overclock as Proper's found on the outside for Sariko.
Falcons still needing a little bit more HP. We'll take the high ground for now. Is it going to be the tempo beat? Well, we'll have to beat for the blade.
Blade drawn out, going in towards the carry. Wants Merit super bad. Out goes a pulsar, but I don't think it's gathered too much. Cheers rebuffed most of the damage, utilizing that sound barrier. But Junbin sees an opening. Proper fallen down to the overclock, and it's just so far away. He sang crushed by the remake. Oh, a special delivery from the mecha core there. Straight to the skull of Heesang. Crazy Raccoon still in control. Lip needs some healing here as Hunmin gets on top of the hit scan Prodigy. But Team Falcons don't really have the meat to try and keep this one contested until Fielder gets back into the field themselves. Has the Kitsune rush. Crazy Raccoon is sent fleeing away.
Does cost them 66%, and even in fights where Proper goes down early, the rest of Falcons are still on board to be able to clutch it themselves as well. Hanbin with a very nice kill of the Heesang. Maybe making a little bit of a mistake there, thinking he had the Baby Diva, but crushed by Hanbin's remake will allow Falcons to regroup, recap, put Field in position to Kitsune Rush.
Hanbin needs to be healed on up. You saw Jimbin investing that shield to try and block off some of the healing. The Kitsune Rush means higher rate of fire for the Afuda. It's a little bit of triage, and it isn't going to really be converted into too much, but Heesang gets caught on the outside.
I mean, that's ridiculous, because you had a full disengage from Crazy Raccoon, and it would have been a full re-engage. Falcons essentially use the Kitsune Rush just to reset the pressure, retain positioning on points, and they get the free kill from that field to hit onto Heesang. And Falcons are thinking, you know what, we want a little bit more. Let's rotate with the Deadeye, and with that, they're on 80%. Crazy Raccoon in the midst of potentially losing 2 rounds already.
It's just a full collapse from Crazy Raccoon. Heesang luckily gets away with their life, but Proper is going to be sitting here spawn camping. And with his hot hands, you know, Heesang's feeling the pressure. Chio falls down once again. Lip tried this magic on the first point. It didn't work out last time. But with Hunmin been down, maybe there's a little bit more room to make it work. Fielder trades back for Choron. Hunmin up close and personal with the Bunny Blaster. Heesang's going to allow no such shenaniganery to work out this time around. There needs to be a touch on point. Lip who takes responsibility for it. Jumbin returns after dealing with Merit, and Lip once again just banishes Chio.
I saw the vision there. Proper nearly landed the stick, and he's alive, got good HP, has his utility available, and landing the stick, that would have been a potential clutch as well. Hanbin, by the way, despite getting demech, nearly remeked in. It's the 4v4, while Proper is keeping Heesang at bay. But Falcons unfortunately didn't quite win. Courtesy of Lip now, OC available, a lot of ultimates. Crazy Kun, a good spot to maybe win this point.
Lip forced to disengage, now gets the Kitsune Rush. An overclock in the back pocket if needed, and Hunmin's lost the mech. It's going to be the availability of the self-destruct. No one gets crushed this time as Heesang is a little bit more careful about it. Proper's already fallen, courtesy of Lip, who's got himself onto a real tear. There's the Deadeye. Lip again, the main victim of the ultimate. A silver bullet sent in fourth, but Junbin is no vampire here, not slain by that one. Doesn't have the Dampier bloodline within him. Instead, just the anger that awakens within his soul will bash through metal and flesh alike, crushing it underfoot, going
Proper
towards
again?
this. But Proper, how does he keep getting it done? He's just built different, honestly. It has to be the overclock. They need to invest. They need to shut down Proper, and Lip is the man to do it. Hanbin, Fielder, Chio, Proper, all fall before the king as they sink to their knees and pledge fealty.
They want the X to be given over. He'll get it. The GOAT of Overwatch. What could be his final outing in 2025, certainly in Korea. Before he goes to Stockholm, he'll give the point away to his team. Falcons nearly clutches up, and Lip says, my clutch team is that much stronger.
Somebody sequence this guy's gene in with CRISPR right now. For future generations, for the greater good. For those who come after.
Back and forth so far. Falcons did lack ultimates in that last fight. Field that would have liked to have used a Kitsune Rush. Opening those, they won't even need it. Just a mutual kill on the Junbin. Surely a flashbang in there is on no escape.
Silver Bullet takes down Shu. Crazy Raccoon forced to flee. Falcons get the first cap.
Falcons sorely missed on that second point. Again, the early Kitsune from Crazy Raccoon was respected by Falcons. They end up receiving a 66% lead for Crazy Raccoon, which was then eventually capitalized upon with great effort from Lip. Team Falcons are the ones that hold all the cards currently. They got a neutral win and a free cap on Junbin's death without spending anything. And now, they're free to get the credit card rolling.
Credit's there, but will it be a credit crunch? It seems like Proper's got enough of a distraction around the outside. Heesang muddling around in the back. Kitsune Rush meets Kitsune Rush. But can Team Falcons absorb the aggression? They're going to have all more cushion for it. Out comes a pair of sound barriers. But there has been caught here by Heesang. Finally connecting the pulse bomb. And Lips around the back, just having free access to all of these targets. Humley's still got so much HP to work with. You got to be nervous about Volucio getting near that edge. Proper's for last, final boss, and Shu's going to be the one to shut it down.
Falcons are going to make sure this one gets pushed to 99. That Crazy Raccoon are going to be made to work for it as much as humanly made possible. So now comes the long journey. Not as long in Flashpoint compared to Control, but 0 to 99. Lip, an OC coming online. 2 fights likely required here from Crazy Raccoon. Unless Team Falcons are slow, you want to make sure that Team Falcons have the pace here to force fights early. Get this OC out of Lip early. Force this Primal early from Junbin so that even if Falcons lose a fight, which they don't look like they're doing, Chorong down early.
Silver Bullet making Chorong look like a gold player there. Merit is unbelievable! Where did he go? Absolute jump scare for me and Heesang alike. Lip now assaulted by multiple DPS. The damage starts to close in. The walls, they are absolutely collapsing around. Team Falcons have already claimed the point out from under them. And Junbin just embarrassingly bounces in the background like a child confined to a bouncy castle.
Point's already done. That's it. Hanbin didn't even feel the need to remake because why? You've won the point. Crazy Raccoon, no touch initiated. Silver describes his bullets. Gold describes his damage. Merit currently king. Team Falcons 2-1 on Suravasa, looking for one more point to complete a 2-map lead.
Overclock good to go. Can Lip get it done again? If anyone could do it, it would always be him. Merit instantly executed for a second, but they declare high noon. And Lip just carves on through here with the rails. Kitsune was all they need.
An important first fight win for Crazy Raccoon. Team Falcons, once again, similar to what we saw on that second point, left on the catch-up here. And, well, Crazy Raccoon on that catch-up on that last point certainly felt the pressure of that. Lip, so waiting for a good opportunity to OC here. That was the winning tool of the clutch on that second point at the end. Certainly the highest threat thing that has to be considered. Hanbin might even want to just have Matrix available, knowing that Lip is the threat.
Oh, Merit thinking from afar. Keeping Lip a little bit nervous. Heesang has to use their recall here. The overclock is declared. Lip now a very dangerous customer. We'll be able to zone multiple players off of this Kitsune rush. Soundberry met by Soundberry, but if you group up nice and tight, it makes it all the more easy for this to roll on through, and Merit is put down in the ground by Heesang. Heard enough glazing of Lip, wanted his own turn at the donut shop now. He certainly is going to get a little bit of glaze after this one. Lip looking out towards the backhand side. Fielder is a dangerous customer to try and deal with when Proper's working around the back as well. Team Falcons have already flipped the point in their favor. I don't know if Heesang's got enough magic to turn this one around. It's a good start taking out Hanbin, but Merit with a silver bullet from back at the point is going to be more than enough. Junbin still trying to fight this one out.
Auspices from Proper. Primal's going to come on in. Junbin thinks he can take on all of Falcons by himself. Backed up by Lip a little bit here. They'll get the reflip, and importantly, near the 80% mark as well. It's going to end up being expensive. Falcons stole away 48% in the middle of all of that one. A couple of respawn is still required here. Real heroic shown by Heesang in that fight, by the way, to keep numbers even.
Has to be a mad dash from Hanbin. They lose the mech on the way. It's got to be Proper to try and make the touch happen. It's going to trigger overtime, but who's going to be there for a second touch with Hanbin already down? There's no options. 2's a 2. It always had to be this way. Crazy Raccoon. They are going to get a stagger here onto Merit as we head over to our 5th and final point.
Slightly better planning would have had Proper go for the touch, and then Hanbin would have been required to lose his mech. Got bygones be bygones, though. Lip may have gotten that first blood as Merit tries to fade away, but Falcons, mid-rotation against Crazy Raccoon, are going to get all of the picks necessary to get to the point early, but it hasn't unlocked yet. Crazy Raccoon saw the opportunity to maybe touch in time as the cap starts to fall in for Falcons once the point unlocks.
Heesang going to be screened out here by Proper, surely. Going to make it difficult to try and make that contest happen. Lip's already down so low. I believe it's Fielder just throwing out Kunai after Kunai, and yeah, Heesang can't get the touch. It's an easy cap for Falcons.
Now Fielder, off some healing and some Kunai placement, will find himself at ultimate. Shiro 1% away, Churong quite far away. Falcons should look for ultimate here. Crazy Raccoon are committed.
Jumping claims the space in exchange here of Kitsune's of a sound barrier as well, but Chorong's still so far away. Team Falcons have all the more cushion to try and claim this space. Crazy Raccoon bend, but don't break! It's Lip who's going to be doing the breaking. Out comes the overclock, but it's Merit with a silver bullet just burns through the flesh and bone.
3v2.
At range, it's going to be yet another pulse carving through the mech that Hanbin had here, and they're still 14% away from a self-destruct. Jumpin's there. The target focus is good. A 2v1 onto Chia was easy beans for Crazy Raccoon.
That's Heesang again. He's the hero of this particular fight. Staying alive, playing off of Jumpin, getting the D-mech, and no Baby Diva. No DPS either. Merit and Proper falling in the middle of that one. And Team Falcons, they got the 60% though. Crazy Raccoon didn't have a beat online from Chorong, and Falcons absolutely capitalize on that.
Pair of DPS ultimates to work with here. For the side of Team Falcons, they try and claim initiative on the point. Jumpin needs to make sure they're staying in range.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. It's still Merit. It was always Merit. The Peacekeeper being seen. Chorong disengages a little bit dirty. They have to use the sound barrier on the re-engage off to the side, and Merit can't get back on. The spirits of the ancestor gods, Gushwei being channeled by Junbin himself as he looks down the bloodline that stained Winston for centuries, and he invokes every last single primal punch of it. Crazy Raccoon are one fight away from winning the map.
And this is the fight right now. It's only 3 players. Merit and Proper can get the clutch again. Far too many Crazy Raccoon members, you'd have to imagine, and it will fall over for Falcons at the final hurdle. Crazy Raccoon are not going to allow this map to go over to Falcons, resulting now in a 1-1 tie in the series for the grand final.
Oh, what a clutch there to get the Cassidy off the map by Junbin. And despite Proper's heroics, we saw that Heesang rose again and again to the challenge. Lit with a crazy ace to take away the palace as well. Oh, no matter how it goes down, I'm so glad we get to see these 10 players, these 12 players in a lobby.
Honestly, Falcons a little bit heartbreaking, similar to what we saw yesterday on Survivors against Crazy Raccoon. It's these pivotal clutch fights from CR that are making the difference. Many times, Falcons probably felt like the point should have been theirs, the map should have been theirs. That Palace is going to haunt them for some time. Twice now, that Palace point has evaded them in back-to-back days. Now in back-to-back maps, we've had excellence shown 1-1 in the series. This one is certainly going to be more fireworks. Map 3 coming up after the break.
잡아야 돼. 펄스 조심. 폭격 그만 아껴. 아까리가 뭐 물려.
잡아.
나이스.
와 진짜 지렸는데.
For one last time in front of the hometown crowd, 8'7" gaming warlord Lip refuses to quietly whimper in defeat as Crazy Raccoon take map number 2 from Falcons.
DPS efforts really being rewarded here for Crazy Raccoon. If it wasn't Lip, it was also he saying various points as well, staying alive alongside Junbin. Winston, which was under a lot of threat that entire map. As a reminder, first kill, first point, opening fight of Suravasa. Junbin just gets melted, and at multiple other points as well. It did not look good for my main tank player of the Crazy Raccoon squad, but when it all ends, Suravasa still goes away at Crazy Raccoon. Another 5-rounder. We saw this yesterday, 5 rounds of excellence between these two teams, pushed to the limits. And now we're going to go to King's Road. Now the question will be, are there going to be substitutions? And more importantly, is Harbin being substituted? Because if someone is in, you have to start thinking about the possibility of things like the Rhine again. And I'm expecting that Rhine will be no surprise this time. And there won't be a situation where Max is going to have his Ramacha ban. However, that being said, Falcons do have first ban. They pick this map as well. Depending on whether Max is in, Falcons can just ban the Ram straight away. However, you are then forcing someone into a Zarya duel, so it could be risky.
Definitely risks to be had here, but I imagine fewer of them are going to be taken. That is someone confirmed in right now. We'll look over towards the other side for Crazy Raccoon, where the Max is coming in for his map in particular. We saw Max able to do wonders on it previously, as well as Junbin having the surprising ball defense in the earlier matchup against Wei. So there's some versatility here for Crazy Raccoons on King's Row.
Waiting to see the opposite side of the stage. There he is. Find out as well if the ban got deferred or not. I mean, it's not going to work twice in a row. That's for damn sure. If you do defer the ban, Crazy Raccoon are not going to fall prey for it. Or if they do, consider the fact that Crazy Raccoon almost still won despite the Rhine. Because half of that map was a Zarya mirror that someone was not winning against Max. Because, of course, he wouldn't. Max is a known quantity on that Zarya. Falcons, of course, will retain their first ban here. They're going to ban away the Zarya. Keep that away from the Max. Ram is going to be on the ticket now. Or will be a Ram mirror between the teams. Not worth the risk of playing someone Zarya again into Max Zarya and really risking what the outcome of that could be. Reaper's going to be gone here as well. So no Ramatra and Reaper together. Zarya Reaper combo was going to be gone just by fact of Zarya no longer being in the mix. Reaper has some good off-angling, particularly on this first point. The TPs are very strong, so I can sort of see the vision here of getting rid of the Reaper.
I agree. Reaper vision seems good for now. They're pretty confident, I imagine, taking the Tracer versus Tracer. Heesang has been coming into his element. As we noted, it wasn't just Lip's heroics there on Suravasa. Heesang still had a lot of string to that bow.
Max will be tested. The win rate has been tested many times over the course of his career on Crazy Raccoon. King's Row is his forte. He is tasked with holding, defending, and winning on King's Row. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can do it.
Hold the door, hold the line. The task beamed into Max's head again and again, but it's going to be Team Falcons starting off on the defense here so we can analyze their composition. It's going to be Merit, not opting for the cast this time, but returning to the Sojourn.
Whoa, nice.
A bit more range to play through in our beginning fights. A bit more capability to survive the onslaught of Crazy Raccoon.
Quite dignified.
I do believe that the cast may still yet end up coming through. Cast into Ramatra isn't fantastic, to be fair. Not exactly having the capability just to spam down headshots onto a tank, which is constantly either A, shielding or holding the block. Move that head hitbox away. Lip is going to match, obviously, on the Surge. He was always going to play this hero. Big differential here is going to be the backline shoe on his signature back that he hasn't played much of recently, and also he's saying it's going to come through on a mate. Get more pressure on someone.
Lip had dreams of a cheeky little one-tap there after Proper's position was noted, but unable to really make it happen. Still, you got to worry about the threat of the May headshots as well. An isolation here onto someone could be everything. An attempt to block off the heals, but now you got to worry about your backline as well. Proper's made their inroads, uses their recall, and now Max can just set up on the point with the healing coming through from the bat.
A lot of space lost by Team Falcons. Crazy Raccoon will take that first tick. Damage being found here slightly by Lip, waiting for first ultimates, but might not yet find that. It should be a first kill in the neutral somewhere.
Merit speed goes around the back. Oh, a fully charged rail, and Shu just jumps on up. It's the easiest tracking that Merit's ever had. The field's already fallen down on the other side. Almost 3 ticks have come on through. Chio's there to touch. Proper around the other side. He's got himself 2. It's going to be Lip and Chorong have fallen on down. A big stick. Proper still gets it done. This guy's an absolute maniac. And while it's just going to be 1 player remaining, Merit and Proper both fall to the fists of Max. His mission was understood.
Mission, if you choose to accept it, and he certainly does. 74% to 52. The last player standing there is Chorong. Respawns joining the team. Now Falcons 2 alive. Even if Proper Merit clutched that one, you have to think, Crazy Raccoon, the respawn is that much closer. They would have won the respawn battle eventually. Falcons, have they delayed A enough? Crazy Raccoon will still largely get that 8-point cap in 1 attempt.
Maximum overdrive, maximum damage, maximum charge here for Merit. Question is, who'll be catching the rail? Strafing away, and Lip catches the hands of Merit. No Cassidy required. He's saying forced into the ice block. This is going to mean that some space has to be seeded away as Proper once again can set up a brand new off angle.
Yeah, well, Crazy Raccoon backing out here is all more difficult for them to play the window. Would have been a much better tempo situation for Crazy Raccoon. Pushing payload, set up the window onto Falcons or even onto the payload as you push it along. Now Crazy Raccoon fighting for space. Shio's still waiting to see if he can get an ult yet.
Now comes the amplification matrix here from Crazy Raccoon, trying to keep everyone at bay while we're inside
Frozen.
of that ultimate. The big freeze means big headshots. Lip's there to finish it, but Merit around the other side has designs of his own onto Heesang, and Fielder wins up the flex support duel. An unfortunate reload. Lip has to get in close once again, and Max thinks that it's clutchable, but there's nothing to be found off the Annihilation. Everyone just disappears into the 4 winds. The tendrils can't attach. The Nemesis form will be picked apart
stagger.
as Max. Oh, his miscalculations cost him everything.
Speaking of which, the Suzu doesn't get the save either, and Chorong will even pay the iron price. It's 6 kills in a fight because Chorong respawns into the dying woes of Max. Crazy Raccoon losing time here. Falcons running rings around Max. Despite the annihilation, he's got no speed, no supports, no ability to chase anyone down. Falcons will ignore him, get everyone else, and leave Max for last.
Merit with an overclock, ready to go, but Lip's more than happy to try and match this one. Just extra damage onto that shield courtesy of that. Is there a Suzu? Yes, there is indeed. Shu can save themselves, but now there's not much to deal with Merit. It just has to be the raw mechanics of Lip around the other side. Chorong's already down, but Chio traded out as well. Lip is just crazy with it. Able to get away from the Ramatra of the Annihilation's over. Someone once again pops the Nemesis form, but
oh my god!
How dare you check Lip? How dare you rise up against the king? He just puts him in the ground with absolute lack of regard.
Yeah, you'll have to give me a minute because I'm going to do a recount of how many kills he got. Unfortunately, not going to be the 5k as Heesang did get the initial one onto Merit, but I do believe Ultimate Lip will finish with 4 in that fight. Lip is just completely dominant once the OCs are available. And Team Falcons thought they had the drop on him. Maybe just chase him through, but he's going to drop the Disruptor shot. I do believe Lip has a slow effect from the perk as well, stopping someone from closing the gap and disrespecting here as well. Falcons do not exit. They want to push further forward and they're punished.
Disrespect Lip at your peril. Yet another rail good to go. Proper noted going around the outside. Doesn't actually commit to the off angle. The Venture has to disengage as Heesang unable to get under the earth. Instead, it's going to be 6-3 down to Chio. Guarantees. The crossing of the arms here from Max. The game opposes engaged for a touch of additional sustainability, but Crazy Raccoon, they can't do this on demand.
Time is really severely running out. Halo's in a good spot. 1 and done. Do push us onto C point. Reminder, this went to the time bank between these two teams just a day ago. Crazy Raccoon don't finish the map. Things could get dire. Heesang already fallen.
Heesang just that primary target again and again and again. No Suzu to be seen, so it's going to be Proper on the other side. Sticking it over onto Chorong. Someone cleans it up. The Nemesis form just tears on through them. And now they'll take their revenge upon Lip, who eventually is dragged down.
Slow feast from the Ravenous Vortex, taking its time to savor The delicious meal that is Lip. Now to be winningest player in Overwatch Esports. He's taken a struggle, by the way, on this venture so far after flopping over. Here's Raccoon now. Realistically, one last attempt where they got good ult to play into. Can Merit find the same magic that Lip has found? Because if he doesn't, Lip's going to find another OC. Oh, he's down.
Once more, the overclock. It rings out over King's Row. Merit falling low. Lip is falling down on the other side, and it's going to be the Annihilation this time from Max that really gets the value. An Annihilation to match here from someone as two gamers cross their arms at each other. It's esports photography at its best. Yet another Nemesis form refreshes the overall armor. Field are going to save themselves temporarily utilizing the Suzu, but the crunch is good from Team Falcons.
Crisis averted here. Falcons are not going to stop the Crazy Raccoon from capping B. That's considering Lip died to Merit straight away, but the difference maker that Chong still managed to drop that beat in time for the rest of the players. He lives as well against a well-placed Merit rail headshot. Chong was literally on one. If Chong dies here, it could be a different fight. There's two players down for Crazy Raccoon. The Falcons may have just held.
Asang still yet to get a huge amount of value here out of the venture. Chorong's already down. Crazy Raccoon not really going to be able to design this fight very well without the speed behind them, so give up all the space.
How much distance can Crazy Raccoon get? A non-map completion will be decidedly worse than what we saw in yesterday's outing on this map. Crazy Raccoon have good ultimates for it. Lip will unfortunately fudge his disruptor shot a little bit there. And confirm on the perks is not the slow version, but that's fine. He's got the 150 rail. We can rip that one through the OC.
Overclock ready to go. The shield can't get in the way, so this could be a big opportunity. Proper doesn't catch too much in the way of damage, but the Kitsune rush behind them is going to make it dangerous for all these players to roll on full with the sound barrier. Gives additional cushioning. You can see the disengage going through from Crazy Raccoon. They're going to lose access to their own Kitsune rush, but Proper finds himself isolated in a 1 versus 3. They gave up the ult, but they found themselves a young prince to imperil. Out comes the overclock. 150 charge. Merit can't stand up to the energy that tears through his skull and flash fries his brain pan. Yet another annihilation, and Chio has to back away. A disruptor shot to try and carve through this Ramage as he's so far aside. The tendrils can't latch on. Heesang managed to find this on the other end as well, as with 0 seconds remaining, they have to remain on the cart.
Absolute goddamn gameplay. Lip, look at the moves. Sliding around the map. Someone, Annihilation, can't even catch him. Crazy Raccoon, one last chance here. Max surviving 99%. Dying in that last fight. Lip is on 1 HP. Merit, it's his turn to shine.
Merit's time to shine. Battered, bruised, and beaten by the earth itself. Maximilian's earthen grasp drags Merit down to Tartarus. And the tracking solid from Proper. Not allowing any shenanigans this time around. Someone's fallen. Proper up next for sure to keep this one contested. But Max knows that it's his map. It's his row because he's the king. Crazy Raccoon complete.
And Lip has done so much this series. You better believe this becomes a Crazy Raccoon win. Lip, player of the match for sure. Unreal performances. 2 maps in a row now. He might be known for his Sombra, but right now, the Sojin in the server is what is winning the game. What is winning these maps time and time again. As we see in these clips here. This was the 4K scenario, being chased down as well. Someone trying to annihilate into his face. It doesn't matter. Lip will stand tall, will stand strong. And then right at the end there as well, Max falls, and Lip's like, I will still OC. This is a 4v4 fight after Proper dies, and he's still uncatchable. Lip still lives the entire way through. Someone can't get on top of him. Lip, his slides are just immaculate, and the double slide on the Sojin just makes him so damn slippery.
Both literally and figuratively. No one's got motion like Lip. Here's a quick poke in at our scoreboard. Anything standing out to you, bud?
Everything seems actually pretty even when we look across the board here so far. Very bloody round of attack and defense, given that both teams have a lot of elims, some assists in there, many assists for Shu for what it's worth, and plenty of deaths across the board. A lot of targeting for everyone. Max probably not dying as much as you would expect a tank to. The Marcher is tanky, but some of the times that he has died has been pretty pivotal. Falcons now on the attacking side of things. We'll see if Merit actually stays on the Hanzo. Some players do. Proper's Genji is going to give them the capability for Falcons now to assault high ground. Remember, Reaper banned here. So if you want to play for high ground, low ground in terms of having some DPS impact, Proper's Genji will deliver that to you.
Proper's Genji. It had some viability yesterday off the back of a great reflect into Lip as well. Flashbacks here off the back, and Proper already forced to use that deflect, but has garnered the attention of Max, which gives someone free reign to get onto the point here. Start accruing percentage towards that first tick. Good blocking off of a healing here onto Max. Force that Nemesis form. A quick block coming on through as well. Fully charged rail, but Lip is so low, has to pick up a quick bit of health off the back of the mini. And then goes over to safer ground, knowing that Proper is continually working these margins, working around the outside, trying to find that squishy underbelly, and it's Chorong who's going to be the primary victim. Now there's no help coming through for Max. He's surrounded. The Piranhas dig in their teeth, and the Venture's going to have to absorb some of this aggro. But Proper's mechanics is just second to none, bro. What in the world was that?
Currently the best Genji, I'll say it. No Genji comes close to Proper in this game. In today's Overwatch world, and Falcons will get that nice 5:15 time bank walking on to B. First blood and final blood in that fight. Blade soon to be ready for the team. Merit trying to catch up on this OC as well. Crazy Raccoon largely lagging behind in all forms, except for Shu, who is going to have a nicely timed Kitsune Rush.
Our first Kitsune Rush could be everything here to try and lock them into a difficult area to push through. And that time back needs to be taxed here, because Crazy Raccoon did have to cap in overtime. Merit rolling forward, the OC is available. Maybe you could try and make it over more dangerous for players to be inside that Kitsune Rush, but Team Falcons, they decide, even with their sound barrier, to not engage.
Just waiting for timing here. Feeler's ult is next. Chorong still lagging behind slightly. Lipper's caught up to OC now, but Falcons still have more to play through. Merit low though, has to be concerned.
OC for OC, Lip already has the perk, 150 charge to work with. Merit's fallen down, Proper exactly the same, and Chio, dare you test Lip? I don't know if Chorong really needs to use this sound barrier, to be honest, though.
Concerned a little bit. Chorong popping the sound barrier to match field this Kitsune Rush. It's support ultimate for support ultimate. That much was required. A Crazy Raccoon now, the extra OC on top of everything else, give them the capability to lead down time and hold more. Proper and Merit have been holding on to these ults for some time. A couple of fights where they've wanted to progress forward, but now that there's no support ultimates on the back end, now might be the time. Proper big flank. This is their playtime.
Blades in the hands of a true warrior. Lip going to be chased on down, and despite the motion, can't get away for Suzu. Not good enough either. Japanese mysticism meets thousand-folded steel, and thousand-folded steel certainly wins out in this instance. Cheer, the sacrifices made as they were escorting the Genji around, but disengagement's going to be difficult to come by. It's just going to be Max crossing their arms and hoping not to die.
And this is the problem, right? Because typically speaking, if you're trying to play this Genji with a blade on in, it's too telegraphed. You're going to get caught. Crazy Raccoon got themselves caught lacking, slipping a little bit, sleeping and napping, but they don't see the flank coming, and Proper strikes. And speaking of that, Merit going down to Lip.
All right, Bars alert. Didn't know you had it in you. Actually, I knew you had it in you. Chio's down already, and someone just forced to flee away for Max's freedom for poke.
Big reset Falcons. I mean, they finally find some modicum of success and it's instantly shut down for all the work that Chio and Proper got together on that flank, speeding him forward. Proper will now match on the Venture. Interestingly enough, to be fair, got no more Blade. Don't have as much high ground, low ground play required here. You want to break the siege. Burrowing underneath may end up giving that play for you, putting the pressure onto the Lip. We saw what Proper did to T1 with this Venture. It was God tier.
You know what they say, when they go low, we also go low. Following Heesang out here, not much HP to work with, should be able to grab the Mega from underground. Merit starts the overclock. The charge is building up, but Max is blocking all of the incoming damage. Shu falls low after using the Kitsune Rush, but is easily healed up here by the compatriot in Chorong. And while Lip is easily able to build up rail charge off the back of that higher rate of fire, unable to connect thus far. Now it's going to be the overclock. Lip smells blood in the water, and you better try and chase him down. The perfect beat from Chio, making sure the bulk is there to eliminate those who would so audaciously run into a Falcon's nest.
This is it, the push required. Remember, they still have to finish this map. Crazy Raccoon did so in OT, 0 time left. Will there be one more fight? It seems like Crazy Raccoon, especially with Max so far away on the respawn. No more contests coming through. Falcons will confirm B, 3 minutes of the clock. And if Falcons finish with over a minute, Crazy Raccoon have only a draw scenario to play forward.
It would be an enviable fate. Stilda prepared with her own Kitsune. Oh, wow, that's a big isolation there onto Max. Heesang's going to be nowhere to be seen as well. Max pops the annihilation. And so this might have to be where Crazy Raccoon really try and stun this one out. They have to disengage, though. Fielders popped their own Kitsune Rush, and you can't stand up to that much damage, even if you can hold your arms up forever. Proper descends from the heavens, ready to bring down Terra Firma-based wrath upon the Crazy Raccoons. Heesang looks to just try and force them out as someone finally falls.
Crazy Raccoon will be able to hold on, turn that timer down by a minute. Late death on the proper zone, couldn't find the exit. It starts with someone going down. Chorong, tempo beat to allow Crazy Raccoons to push on forward. Shu's now found himself on a Kitsune Rush as well. This is very holdable. Crazy Raccoon, a good amount of ultimates to push this one into OT and make sure that Falcons can't cap, or if they do, it's not going to be draw only scenario. Our two Ventures do find each other on the flank.
Fellow Venture noted, Heesang having to retreat back to their team, but in a lane fight here could be massive with a Tectonic Blast as they are available. In comes the Kitsune Rush. Space claimed here by Crazy Raccoon. The disengage is solid though from Team Falcons. And even though there are a couple of stragglers left behind, I believe it is going to be the Venture who stays back there. It's going to be a 3 versus 1. Onto Proper. They managed to get Shu in the 3 versus 1. Proper's built different, and now it's Merit's turn to lock in. A headshot onto Chorong, and all you've got is a sad little gamer burrowing under the ground, and they can't do much on the Venture side, but watch the cart roll forth.
And Merit doesn't have the jump on his slide to be able to reach the high ground. He took a double slide, and so have to wait for a couple of respawners here from Team Falcons. Notably, Chio needs to be here for the beat. One more OC from Lip to save the day for the Chio sound barrier. Might just be more than enough.
150 charge, that's so much peril, but watch his Shu fall to pieces before his eyes. A tectonic shock down the lane. A good dodge away from Lip here. Heesang maybe keeping Merit a little bit further back, but you've got to focus in on the cart right now. Max is alone. Max needs help. Asuzu comes forth just in time, but no one's there to keep it contested. All the squishes need to move in. Chorong finally gets the beat that they've been looking for, and Lip takes out their counterpart. Lip's falling out of their own right, though. It's only going to be the Heesang to try and make it work. There's healing behind them. They can't heal the Venture while they are underground. Shu is down. The Venture 2 will stand against the tide as Max stands here with Annihilation in the back pocket. They can cross their arms, but what more can they do? They just wait for death to arrive. They are so polite at the gates of Tartarus, and Team Falcons get through with 7 seconds extra.
Well, goal accomplished there for both teams. Falcons will finish the map. Crazy Raccoon will prevent Falcons from finishing with over 1 minute. Maybe a slight overcook there from Proper as well, wanting to heavily shut down Lip. Trying to even use Tectonic Shock to catch Lip and spawn, but will pay for it with his own life. And hindsight 2020 here, if he lives, use that ult in a different scenario, goes back into the main breadth of the fight, could have been a different story. Was there enough time, though, is the other fact that Falcons will still be able to get across the board. Now, the 1 minute mark definitely passed a little too early, so confirm that Falcons wouldn't have been able to finish with over 1 minute. They would have to have a much better fight far earlier on that Kings Row C offense. For Crazy Raccoon, what a defense. What an offense, so an equal measure for Falcons. Once again, we find ourselves in the time bank.
33 and 10 here for Proper. A lot of damage done. Although this is as equal as they come. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon with the advantage of the first attack, even if they're missing 7 seconds away. They will know what they have to do after this.
The Ryan shenanigans. Or surprise picks. Straight up gameplay here as we discover what we have on board. Proper May, a rare appearance. We don't regularly see Proper on this May pick. Flexible enough to make it work, certainly. More well known, obviously, even on this point, to probably play a bit more Tracer. We'll see if this May can do enough to pressure on Max to give someone the advantage.
Let's slow down, we'll slide away. That could make them a little bit more susceptible to any pressure coming their way. The attempted herding here of the wall, and you can see the Crazy Raccoon kind of crunched into a corner. But Heesang has all the mobility and is forced to recall after Lip already falls on the other side. Oh, a lucky little break there from Max to get out.
Yeah, that could have been dangerous. Max getting staggered there when you have no time. Absolutely disastrous, but he'll stay alive. Crazy Raccoon, another attempt 5v5, no. Oh, but yeah, he's saying caught on the corner, and that gives Crazy Raccoon only a 4v5 to play through.
Caught emoji if ever I've seen one, and now you can just get through them easily. Someone hunts down the low health members in the back. He smelled the blood and the wolf pack arrived. Crazy Raccoon, not a tick to their name.
You could just see the players searching. You saw there's a reason why everyone in Falcons was backing up multiple players, Geo included. Fielder was there, throwing kunais into the wind. They knew Heesang was behind, but not quite where. Merit, though, his sniffing sense. That was what gave the victory over for Falcons on that defense. And now we are in a draw-only scenario for Crazy Raccoon. And I'll correct myself on one thing very quickly here as well. We didn't actually see the time bank. And our previous showing of Kings Row ended with a capture on C. Well, not a full completion, but a capture on C with the Ryan Cobb eventually from Team Falcons. We never actually made it into a full map completion. So both teams this time actually completed the map, but Raccoon forced to defend this one tick. However, with only 107, dare I say, I can actually see the draw possibility. 107, no mistakes here. Has to be perfect. If Falcons fail an attack, this entire Kings Row is for naught.
I think you need to start.
Well, if there were any series that was going to go to 8 maps, I would want it to be between these teams here with you. What a series we have on our hands. Team Falcons have this in the palm of their hand right now. A singular tick will bring them victory.
Single tick is what was not claimed by Crazy Raccoon, though, and they only had 7 seconds left. So, perfect gameplay from Crazy Raccoon. Might deliver it over. Proper now back over towards the Genji. Now that he's on the attacking side, he's saying playing the defensive mate. But even that Genji, it's not good to last here. Proper sensing that Tracer may yet still be the better choice.
Fully charged rail. A quick crossing. Noting the location, Heesang kind of getting his ankles broken here by Proper, forcing out the recall nonetheless. You can see the off angle coming through, the flippers come through as well. Crazy Raccoon, they need to try and find something early to get Team Falcons disengaging. Proper taken low. Cherong there with the finish is exactly what you hoped for. And now Team Falcons, though, it's disengage or finish here.
Only one disengage is available. It's 14 seconds. Only 7 more to play through. Proper now on the venture. Staying power on the point. Touch has to be engaged. They need to get their Merit. Desperate for a shot. Won't find it.
Won't be able to find it. Fielder won't have an ultimate available either. It's going to be raw gameplay alone. It's into a back. It's Proper yet again. Shades of so many matches before. But shoot straight out on the other side. Proper's going to be back rather quickly. Oh, landing down in the ground. It's easy tracking for Heesang. Max is on 1. The healing's not there. Merit's absolutely tearing them apart. And they can't get on the point. A single tick goes their way and the Talons are dragged in. Team Falcons go up 2-1.
And Proper will make the ultimate sacrifice to allow his team to take the victory. I may be fallen in this fight, but with the remaining 4 alive, we're gonna get it done. He chases down Lip, gets rid of the most lethal threat on the opposing side, gives Merit free reign to hit these rails, to get aggressive, to play this Soj into a scenario where there isn't going to be a responding Soj on the other side, swapping to the Venture, not even necessarily to play for the touch, but to flank onto Lip, chase him off the map, and Lip doesn't have any help. The supports on Crazy Raccoon can't go to him because they need to address the point. The point needs to be addressed first, and Proper gets the opening kill that allows, through his own sacrifice, the team to get the victory. What an insane Kings Row. Falcons up 2-1. We'll see you after this.
매형 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 매형
나이스.
김동 뭔데? 나이스. 또 김동이야 또.
I got to get some top scientists to trap this match in a time loop because this is absolute cinema. Our first of 4 matchup between Crazy Raccoons and Team Falcons moves into match number 4, 2-1 in favor of Falcons.
It's not always that sequels are better than the original, but we've had 25 sequels and counting. With this one being Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons number 26. Right now it is delivering. Number 25 yesterday. Absolute banger. One of the best Overwatch games we will ever see. Some of the highest level plays. Some real 9,000 IQ scenarios as well. Even talked about in the band draft phase of the game. But right now, in this grand final, the back and forth that we have had, the clutch factor that we have had, pushing all the way. 3 rounds of control in Ilios. 5 rounds full of control points on Survasa. A time bank on King's Row. Full map completion. Surely on Rialto, it's going to go the distance as well.
Alright, let's quickly recap the bans that have been used already. Crazy Raccoon, they've got rid of 3 DPS so far. Symmetric, Cassidy, and Reaper off the field. For Falcons, it's been all about those tanks. Wrecking Ball and Zarya both taken away. And Roadhog, but doesn't really matter so much.
We have to really, again, assess whether Max is still in. This is still a very good Max map. In my memory, Rialto being played yesterday, fairly certain. I will double check to confirm that Jumbin was playing, and he will once again be playing on Rialto. Jumbin was largely playing a decent amount of Winston, some Ramacha, particularly for that last final point. But in these nail-biter scenarios, seems like Jumbin's win rate, particularly against Falcons, has just been better so far. It's not like Max played poorly on that ramp, but it comes down to a final fight where anything could have occurred, and Lip being focused down by a sacrifice from Proper delivers the map over, which would have otherwise have been a very sad draw for the series. But imagine the BO7 we get a draw and that forces us to a potential map 8. That would be fairly unprecedented. Not the case though. Still 2-1, which means not match point.
I believe there was a career grand final in the days of yore. When the Dwarven tablets were still being carved when that happened. It might have been Kongdu Panthera versus Runaway?
It was definitely a Runaway game. Not too sure who they played. You could be right on the Kongdu shout out though.
Yeah, that might have been Decay Kongdu. back before he got picked up by gladiators. Those truly are the ancient histories.
So looking at this map now,
Intense.
as you sort of mentioned here, it's been all tank bans from Falcons, all DPS bans from Crazy Raccooners. Once again, Crazy Raccoon's choice though. Oh, actually, interesting. Didn't Falcons win the last map? Is this a Crazy Raccoon ban deferral?
It must be.
I'm gonna double check on that. It's gonna have to be, unless the graphic is lying to me. It is a ban deferral. So, yep, I had it confirmed from admin. Crazy Raccoon have given away their first ban to Falcons. We're then gonna ban away the Winston for this map, a hero that hasn't been banned away yet. Now note that because we've already seen an escort, Gibraltar can't be picked until we get to map 6. This does leave the Winston available on Gibraltar for map 6. So no Winston means right now Jimbin has to already start thinking about his available options on this map. Ball could be one of those options. Hazard he's already shown, Ram he's already shown. But we know Jimbin is keen to play ball even in unorthodox maps and situations. You know what? Rialto might just be that.
Yesterday's Rialto was very much defined by the pop-offs of merit on the Cassidy. We'll see if the same Justice magic delivers us again onto this map as we get to map number 4.
Tracer ban is certainly going to be impacting Proper quite a lot. This is a nice asymmetrical ban coming on through. You'll note that he's saying played a decent amount of Farah on this map in their last album against Crazy Raccoon yesterday. Proper not known for that Farah. Rare for him to see him picking it up. May being the choice out. Now, Sim is also within Proper's wheelhouse. He's decided not to start on the Sim. Genji is, of course, available as well, although not too sure how much he really wants to play that into the Jimbin Ramatra, which will be soon shown. Proper's options will be slightly limited here, as Tracer obviously the best pick. Venture might even pop the head around again for Proper's hero choice, where he is just so good at that. In fact, it's going to be Heesang first on Venture.
Okay, Heesang's had a little bit of time on this. Looking around behind again, maybe a quick reset after seeing someone on to the Diva. Remember that the Matrix can't really do that much against the majority of the burst that can come out of that Venture.
Leave the left click. Well, you're not eating the Ramatra punches, that's for sure. So that was going to be one of the core weaknesses. Diva, though, still very strong on Rialto. Particularly strong on Rialto A. And he'll need some help from Proper using these Mei walls. Playing as a bit of an off-tank for the team on this Mei.
Yeah, it's also going to change the calculus of keeping the card contested without the Tracer from Proper, but usually does a little bit of that light lifting when it comes to keeping that card contested.
High ground being taken here, Lit. On point to maybe get this first rail. Has it charged up, and wow! A wayward icicle from Proper downtown. A little bit of support from Chio getting the face of Lip there as well, but it doesn't even matter what Proper plays, even long range against a Sojin. He'll get that first blood.
Oh, who said we don't have any Widows in this game? Already you could see the Swift Step used there by the Kiriko, but Chio not really keen to chase it. Hello.
He's saying he's looking for high ground play, would like to get on top of Merit. Audio heard though. That's the unfortunate thing sometimes. Venture, you are going to reveal positions, use any abilities, Proper forcing the icicle.
Oh, and the poke from afar from Merit. Heesang just cannot compete at that range. They just do not have the range to make it work. Look for to disengage, and Jumbin's on a bit of an island over here. Should be surrounded by 4 players. There will be some healing coming through. You can see that someone was trying to eat up any incoming of Fuda, and Chio manages to wrap around the back, getting behind the block.
Sad part is, Shu was about to hit ult timing there as well, so if Jimbin survives, Crazy Raccoon, they consolidate. Finally, the Katunia rush comes in, but Falcons, Field has been holding that on for some time now. This reset's going to give Chio and Merit some time to build the full stack. Falcons, or Christmas tree of 5 lights, about to be checkmarked on that HUD.
And that's a very scary time. If you're Crazy Raccoon, you don't have that much space control either, already falling low. Should be super easy for someone to get themselves healed done up here as well.
Crazy Raccoon taking a long time here. 1 minute remaining. This is go time.
Do or die. Kitsune rushes. Already exchanged. Up comes the wall behind them to block off some of that healing. Has to pop the Annihilation just for survivability. Down comes the Blizzard, but it should be easily avoided here by the Ramatra. Even more shoved on in. Crazy Raccoon finally find Merit. I believe that's their first frag of the run so far, but Proper's still going to troll the cart a touch. Actually gets away from the objectives, so may end up staggering themselves a bit more than they would like, but it's just going to be the patty cake between Team Falcons here, making sure they continually get on top of this.
It was a well-placed Blizzard, but unfortunately, Crazy Raccoon will still sidestep it, go through the house, eventually lock in with Jinbin's approach and just run down a Merit. I don't think there could be a touch yet. The payload is so far progressed. Okay, somehow, someone's still on that.
You're already down. No one can afford to go down to this self-destruct, and indeed they're going to survive the remake as well. Proper noted in the back. Chorong, the closer right now. Copies for closers. Bro is caffeinated, and Junmin should be easily healed on up. Looking towards Merit at the back, trying to reveal any of the potential clutch factors here from the side of Team Falcons. Proper's coming back on the Widowmaker as they take to the skies, but with all of these squishies being removed from the cart, I think that the work is done in favor of Crazy Raccoon, but they took their time.
Basically forced the entire 4 minutes there. The OT required for Crazy Raccoon to cap, which means only 2:30 on the clock. Despite the cap coming in for Team Falcons, honestly, goal accomplished. You bled down the maximum amount of time you could possibly bleed down on that A point, reducing the capability for Crazy Raccoon to get a full map completion here. And looking back in history, we did in fact this time, checking properly, have a full map completion ending in the time bank. Map 5 in yesterday's CR Falcons game.
Merit swapping over to the Sojourn, playing a little bit more reserved now. Just want to get into a position where they could be ambushed by that Venture. Proper sends out a little bit of poking. See if Chorong is this constant thorn in the side of his less mobile DPS, threatening to boot them into a perilous situation. And speaking of perilous situations, Proper's got nothing to save from there. Just taken down by the Earthbender themselves. And well, for someone, this one is going to be quite painful up close and personal with the Venture.
They clean up here for the rest of the Falcons. Merit to fall last. Point B to cap through. This is required. Crazy Raccoon lost so much time on A. They needed something to close the gap. Give them more time. 2:42 to finish the map now. Suddenly start to feel a lot more possible. Proper moving away from the mate. Now onto his Venture. Just based on the eye test, Proper's Venture has been absolutely dominant, a lot better than what we saw at Heesang. But now, that's got to come to a head, and he's going to have to prove it in the server.
Yeah, we've seen Proper continuously going after Lip. It's a good matchup for the Venture if you can get the jump onto him, but this time they saw Proper coming, and so they've reduced to very low HP very quickly. Lip comes up for a quick tap on the noggin, and that's going to be all that they need. Junbin, masterful mechanics on the Ramatra.
This is a speed run. Falcons need a reset against Crazy Raccoon quickly. You've already had payload pushing into what is going to be the final 100-meter dash. Maybe OC's a little early. This seems like a potential fat finger. It will give free payload push, but you've lost one of the biggest ultimates.
Yeah, there's a massive offensive tool that is now out of the wheelhouse of Crazy Raccoon.
Uncharacteristic mistake, and honestly, the payload didn't even move that far forward. It's still in the opening choke. Someone's held it. That is not a good use of OC from Lip. Maybe costly for Crazy Raccoon. Only a minute 30 left to play through. Merit's got the massive OC advantage.
The question is, when will Merit use it? Doesn't quite have that additional perk yet. Lip taken down, and we've said before just what Proper does on the Venture. It's an absolute Sojourn destruction machine on this hero.
May just be a Crazy Raccoon destruction machine overall. Falcons happy to capitalize on what minor and small and rare mistakes Crazy Raccoon will make. It was to show that even a team as perfect as Crazy Raccoon can't maintain full perfection at all times. Now Crazy Raccoon, what could be final fight here? Less than a minute. They still at least have every other ult. It's going to get bloody. Team Falcons have 4 ults as well.
It's going to get bloody, it's going to get messy, and this museum is going to get absolutely ruined. Sorry to the Venice City Authority, but it's going to be strewn with bodies. Already the overclock popped on out here. The Venture getting closer. Heesang tries to ward them away using the tectonic blasts and shocks. Once the squishies in the back, especially once the Sojourn as Proper emerges from the earth but can't stick around for long. An explosion of the Ravenous Vortex is going to drive Crazy Raccoon away as they have to try and formulate their last second touch. Oh, we know.
There's another player here.
They
Merrick's
don't
not looking the right way.
Oh, still managed to get Chorong.
Very late death. Extremely late death. Chorong's not going to even make it out until the OT hits. Crazy Raccoon have no members. They don't have enough players.
Oh, Heesang just booped away as well. What perfect control coming through from Chio. Crazy Raccoon. They lost the additional time that they gathered from their second push as Team Falcons. Oh, man. What could have been with that overclock?
And Lip will end with 64% towards the next one, which essentially means for the entirety of the C push, no OC, which, I mean, we've seen 5Ks, we've seen unbelievable clutches of 4K Kings Roar as well. What he's able to deliver on that ultimate and just send it away, give it to Falcons for not even anything significant gain. I thought maybe, okay, you use this and you're trading it for a significant payload distance. It wasn't. That's where the payload ends. That's all you got. Trading it a whole OC for pitiful payload gain, not worth at all. Crazy Raccoon. Bit of a blunder there that they'll be regretting, I'm sure, especially if this ends up putting Falcons on match point at 3-1 and rewriting history here a little bit as well, as unlike yesterday's game, we're not going to reach the time bank. And yep, again, I have checked it properly this time. Time bank was confirmed on Rialto yesterday. Time bank cannot be confirmed today. Crazy Raccoon will not get a full map completion.
To be fair, with the distance gained here by Crazy Raccoon, any San Francisco Shock fans know some wild things can happen in that choke. It is far from curtains. Team Falcons are going to need to bite in hard and not let go.
You'll note as well that despite someone's capability here, D.Va is still not one of his primary heroes. He wants to play the Ram, and he's going to lock it in straight away. And even though he was playing D.Va for the entirety of the A-point defense, which I will admit, again, very strong on the A-point. I think it's just a good D.Va map. Really, when someone, the Falcons, pick up the pace, it's when he's on the Ram. It took some time, though. B was a wash. So despite this not being a completion for Crazy Raccoon, Falcons have to be cognizant of the fact that B-point was not existent for them. They need to improve in that regard.
Still some iteration to be done before the World Championships. The pass to slide away, grab themselves a quick extra bit of healing before their health is once again sucked away by the Ravenous Vortex.
But he crossed the choke. Crazy Raccoon, they're losing space, they're losing Lip. Proper again, the same first blood. How is he doing it so consistently? Chorong, lucky to be alive on 1 HP, but they might still end up being cleaned up here. Shu in the drink and Proper with more. That's gonna be a cap. I mean, look at the time. Crazy Raccoon spent 4 minutes being A. Team Falcons will do it in 1 minute and 10.
What are you supposed to do when faced with a mechanical marvel like this? Bro just bends the bullets like he's in Wanted or something, and they're not even bullets, they're icicles.
Oh, dude! Stop it!
Don't test him! Do not test him! Hello. I bet you're wondering how I ended up in this situation. Signed Heesang.
This is about to be a snowball through B as well. Note that we haven't even had ults yet. Proper's about to be the first one on ult, but he's on a Mei. And he's about to get blizzard before anyone else in the lobby. When have you ever seen this? How is it possible for a Mei to farm up ult before anyone else in the server? It's absolutely ludicrous.
Disgusting. I am truly and thoroughly impressed, and, you know, that's even with the expectations I had of Proper. Just a mathematical demon to be able to have accomplished that. Lip standing on business in main, but yes, he's Proper going like, you know what, I'm not going to take that risk again, boys. Takes Proper low, forcing out the ice block, and now that means that Proper is supremely diveable. All of their cooldowns are out of place, but Heesang unwilling to commit to this one. Merrick still has options to try and play around the high ground. Heesang just racks multiple players with the tectonic shocks incoming now with the blizzard towards the back. Everyone just has to move away to avoid being frozen. And Merrick's found around the outside. Should be able to be peeled for here as Heesang desperately needs some healing. It's stereo here as the Sojourns call out, but it's go time indeed. But Lip can't really find anything right now. And it walled off on the side. A flub shot onto Merrick, and Merrick's faster still. It's still Proper who gets it done with the headshot. Even when you're distracted by the all-out matchup, it's still proper. It's always proper. It always has been, always will be.
Death taxes and a May Icicle in Lip's face, courtesy of proper. From one goat to another, Team Falcons, 5 minutes to get themselves to the end of C, essentially. And Crazy Raccoon still waiting for some of their first ultimates. I mean, this map has been so quick that Crazy Raccoon just don't even have much to play through until now.
Where did the Rialto go? It's still or die now for Crazy Raccoon. They've got to lock in. But Chorong, oh, was that an Ajax? He's at 0%.
Oh, no.
Someone might have got midway through.
Oh, no. Yep, confirmed. AJ in the grand finals. Chorong, it's all falling apart for Crazy Raccoon. They look so good. They will still hold this payload, but that was nasty. You want to wipe that away from your memory if you're Crazy Raccoon. But to do that, you need to hold for 4 minutes and win this map. Otherwise, it's just mistakes, piling on top of mistakes until it becomes a mountain of insurmountable mistakes that gives Falcons the match point.
This is map number 10 for Crazy Raccoon. This is where the mind starts to tire after so much high-tier competition. Lip desperately needs some healing. Backs away into safer positions. But look how far Jumpin's gone out, and it's for good reason. They needed Chio, but they can't afford to be traded out here in their own right. Has access to the Annihilation if they need to reset the armor. But Team Falcons, they're just going to call this one. They've got plenty of time. They've got a relaxed pace on the go.
Oh, catch. Jumpin feeling himself here. Doesn't want to overextend, though. If you're caught here as Jumpin, it will not have been worth that one kill to die for it. Heesang getting traded out. This is opportunity now. Falcons will have the respawns close. Heesang really far away. Probably just that one kill and a brilliant wall as well, but I don't think they'll be able to utilize the wall to find a kill. Falcons forcing Crazy Raccoon to respect them a little bit here.
Overclock good to go. This time with this engagement, not going to be easy to find. Proper has used the ice block, and that means there's no avoiding of a tectonic shock. Field to use for Kitsune Rush, but has already lost their life. Just moving around here, Heesang ready to let loose with even more blasts from the past. Proper lets loose on the Blizzard, but there's no follow-up here. Just is going to be ice-blocked by themselves in the back. Surely they can be taken down in 4 versus 1. No, wins out against Chorong. So Heesang has to come in for the second. Overclock now from Merit. Believing in the latent talent they hold within them, tapping into the bloodlines of 1,000 hit scans who have come before. Lip kowtows and gives away the space as Shu is also going to be forced to seed away. Someone's in so deep, uses the Ravenous Vortex. The Annihilation as well is going to easily be taken away as the Tendrils can't quite connect. And now Crazy Raccoon are in a much more defensible position. Goodbye, Merit. Lip returns. Value from the OC this time, but it's still traded out by someone here. And now attrition is in the favor of Crazy Raccoon as they're so close to their spawn.
Jumping down, though. Chorong has to find B. 6% away. Can't afford to AJ this one again. Falcons want the cap. They want the map win. They might just get it. Here it comes. 4-man beat. Enough for Crazy Raccoon to force Falcons back.
Yeah, a 4-man beat comes through for disengagement from Team Falcons. They've still got 2 minutes though, Avril. So more than happy to give away this fight for a little bit and get all 5 of their members back.
Chunex, 84%. Chio to match on the opposite end to play through on his own beat. Crazy Raccoon backs against the wall. Time is slowly whittling away. The Falcons, another couple of resets and they won't be able to finish. So Falcons may be put into a pressurized position themselves. Lip taking some risks there. Will survive.
Getting incredibly low. Out comes the beat. Onto 4 people. Merit the only one not to be a recipient of this, and Junbin going after them. But Lip's been ran down here by Proper, and the speed boost is there as well. Lip traded on the other side. Junbin just plays some guerrilla warfare around the back. Shu is down. Heesang too. They're running out of respawns. Crazy Raccoon will be back soon, and no one's on the point. Oh, I voted earlier, but the shades of a C9 are there. Still, Falcons had all the time in the world and all the talent needed to make it happen. 3-1 in the series.
Give it to him. Just give it to him again. Prior to the match, 3 times in a row. All 3 games played by Falcons in this playoffs for Asia. Road to World Finals. 2 have been won by Proper so far. Why not just give him the hat trick? Unbelievable performance. You see the May there, consistent first bloods onto Lip. But beyond that, there was a fight on C where Proper pushed up so far. Literally a Narnia 1v3. He's by himself. Still kills Chorong and goes 1 for 1 despite guaranteed to die. He was guaranteed to die and still takes somebody with him. How is he doing this? Lip had nothing, no impact on this game because he was constantly dead to Proper, and now Falcons 3-1. This might just be the championship for them. One map left to play through. Have a look after this.
나만 돼. 포샤. 뒤에 어깨 한 번도 돼. 나 살려.
벤츠 나무 뒤에 너가 뒤에 거점 아 근데 이거
2 Titans bound to Stockholm. But here, Crazy Raccoon entering into their 11th map of the day, are starting to have their fractures shown in the grand finals of OWCS Asia's Korea Road to World Finals.
As we round the bend to map number 5, only 1 game mode remaining. Let's push Esperanza or New Queen Street. And if Crazy Raccoon do win this map, take us to map 6, we open up the map pool again, and any map that hasn't been chosen yet will be available for Falcons to choose for their map 6, an unbelievably strong advantage in that map 6 scenario, which would still occur here, Crazy Raccoon. I'd say it's unlikely for them to pick Esperanza. That's been Falcons' best map, honestly. One of their best maps. It's their favorite map they always like to pick towards, and guess what? Esperanza was a near full cap out. Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon yesterday, 139.2 meters versus 53.55. That is scary. Unless Crazy Raccoon are confident about running that one back, might be best to go to New Queen Street.
Indeed it is. The pick is New Queen Street. This will also give Crazy Raccoon the initial ban. And once again, I'm wondering why we saw Crazy Raccoon defer their ban to second for Rialto.
Yeah. Probably not going to get the answer to that one, unfortunately. A lot of these deferral bans, sometimes it's not quite obvious what the intention ends up being. We figured out what happened with the Falcons one from yesterday. That was revealed when someone drew out on that Rhine, but unfortunately for this particular Rialto that we just saw, nothing really comes to mind immediately in terms of what happened here. But the Winston ban out, pushing this towards a ground game, was still a close affair, but someone really wanted that rematch matchup, and I think with Jumbo and Winston would have been fine. Let's see what we have here. Remember, we are moving to a territory where bans are getting slim. This is a DPS, Protect. I believe it's a Sojin Protect. A Lucio ban. This is crazy because Falcons, typically the team that are far more wanting to play Lucio than Churong on Crazy Raccoon. What this says to me is Brig for Chio, possible Anna for the side of Fielder as well. Could be Brig into Kiriko as well, but what is Harmon going to play? He's back in the lineup here. Surely not a Winston, surely not a Ball, right? The Soj needs to be protected here because, well, a Soj ban on this map with the long sight lines, that's been the best hero for Lippin for Crazy Raccoon. If there's a way for Crazy Raccoon to win, they need their Soj.
Explains the Protect. I was thinking that maybe they'd try and ban away Harbin's Diva, which would be one of the premier options when mobility's on the table, given that Harbin's Ball has not been the most successful thus far, even if we have seen shades of success from the Winston. But for Crazy Raccoon, it's all on the line now. There are no second chances remaining. They already came through the lower bracket. They've already swept away 2 of their opponents as we head into map number 5.
We already saw a 5-mapper yesterday. Today will be another 5-mapper, but not with Crazy Raccoon sitting at 2 points to Falcons 3. It's a situation where, or rather a 2-2, the situation where Falcons are leading the series 3-1. And best of 7, Harbin rolling out of the Diva. Definitely going to be his preferred hero here, but the Brig coming through from Chio again is very interesting. But the Lucio is banned away. They don't want Chorong to have it. Chorong's now going to be over towards the Wuyang. Still has good, decent synergy played with Junbin. And the Heesang Genji as well, expecting Merit to be on the cast. Well read by Heesang and Crazy Raccoon.
Alright, I'm always excited to see the Merit cast come out. It did so much yesterday. And it got the respect ban over on Ilios, even if it wasn't the most likely place to see it indeed. Oh, okay. Merit just does not see the incoming Genji. Can't hear it over the sound of the damage coming through from a disruptor shot. This is just a flawless art, never mind. Floor found, and it's going to be Chorong chased down by Harbin, but this is still push.
Just on the exit there as Harbin sends himself off the map. We'll just collect a cheeky Chorong kill. Why not? Crazy Raccoon. Early fight win will start delivering some meters. They obviously are not going to be threatening cap just here. No ultimates built off of a very fast fight. No real back and forth, but insanely fast find onto Merit, who's under pressure again on damage.
Yeah, Merritt continuously catching these hands here and there. The second that they're noted, Wu Yang is just throwing orb after orb into him from safety.
For a bit of a flanking angle here. By the way, payload has been contested, I believe, by proper deflect by Heesang. Well played with Junbin. Brother Hanbin trying to come in to protect and maybe get revenge. Heesang just dashes away. So another one-player advantage.
Disgusting stuff. Fielder isolated for now. The TP comes through, but guess what? It's right into the waiting arms of Heesang. Junbin set it up, and Heesang knocks him down.
The Genji's been phenomenal so far in the opening 2 minutes of this new Queen Street push. Heesang nearly on towards Blade. Most of the ultimates are gonna be there for Crazy Raccoon, and the cap about to be confirmed as well. No touch from Falcons. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. First cap in.
All right, Junbin speculating where to put this minefield. Could clear out the high ground with it, or maybe just try and isolate someone who overextends themselves. Merritt doesn't have too many options to try and get away with it. Isolated, going towards that edge. Has to worry about the whip shot coming through from the break.
Junbin, engagement time. Tsune, Fielder yet to respond, giving up a little bit of space. Ledge on the outside of that, and Lips found him.
He just carves through them. He's got such a fast fire rate. Collapse too, and then their meager HP pool is just decimated by the railgun.
This man might already be over. We're about to hit Theron here. 100 meters to 0. Falcons, they got time to play through Fielder and Proper. Make a couple of swaps here, or rather Fielder, what he was on the Kiriko. Proper is going to match on the Genji now. He's not even playing into a castle on the other side. Just try and play for deflex, but maybe into Lip, and maybe worse still. Battle Blast now in play.
Tidal Barrage ready to go. I believe there was a Kitsune to try and dodge that. Masuzu coming through. There's nowhere to go for Proper. There's no deflect available. Didn't see justice being laid down here by Merritt, but the damage may already have been done. His shield's already fallen in their own right. Merritt around the back with no HP to his name. There's no mech for Hanbin either.
They can cap.
Crazy Raccoon. Tales of their death have been greatly exaggerated as the Venture arrives for that last-second contest. Fielder already forced to use Masuzu. TP's away to dodge for pile driver, but now Proper's out of options when it comes to this contest. So someone else has to step up to a field, and it's going to be Hanbin.
They quite literally nearly finished the map. Only a few meters away. 124 meters in under 4 minutes. Double Theory absolutely activated here. Falcons, 6 minutes of playthrough. Unbelievably clutch team, but with this level of deficit, Crazy Raccoon, unless they make some unbelievable mistakes, this map should be theirs.
Lip looking around the back. Going to be difficult to touch back here. Proper down to just a sliver of HP. Really wants to confirm onto the side of Shorong. But Heesang not going to allow that one to happen. And now Hanbin kind of caught in no man's land. The same could be said of Merritt. Falling low, needs some kind of heal, but it's not going to be readily delivered with Fielder already down and Chio being occupied elsewhere by the water bender.
It's disgusting. If we press tab right now on the scoreboard, you'd see some unbelievably one-sided stats going in favor of Crazy Raccoon. There probably are a couple players in CR that might not have even died yet. Haven't kept up with everyone's lives so far, but for Falcons, this is a major struggle. I mean, we've had Proper on a multitude of different heroes, and Shio's already just dead to Minefield. Cap it, finish it. Take us to map 6.
This is not safe for any streaming platform. Lip takes down Proper. Hanbin just forced to catch Ball Bash after Ball Bash. A quick tap here and there coming through from Junbin. Fielder can only teleport away to the remainder of their team as Hanbin takes cover elsewhere. Who might get distracted and forget about the time? Lip, why do you test him? You know what he's doing. And yet still, even with such audacity, Crazy Raccoon are in a commanding position.
Crazy that Team Falcons just can't find anything here outside that one Deadeye kill onto Lip. Well, we'll have that quick respawn, regrouping with his team now. And this map choice, a new Queen Street for Crazy Raccoon, working out brilliantly. A flashbang catch on a Junbin, which will just pleasantly ignore. Team Falcons might be the kings of Esperanza, but the new Queen Street, this is amateurish so far what we've seen in their first 6 minutes. 0 meters. They've yet to find their first meter. Lip shutting down Chio. This is just going to go one way.
Refuses to go down 4-1 in their final domestic performance in Korea. But Proper going to be looking to send them down to Hades nonetheless. 2 grabbed, and look at this, still no presence on the point.
More ultimates. Crazy Raccoon bleeding this timer down, and again, just making sure they don't have any mistakes here. He's saying, maybe we're going to find this EMP. Cho's a little low here.
Oh, Merit, the primary target of this one. Rally has to be popped in order to try and rescue them. Chio gives over that additional HP. That means Merit can roll on forward and headshot Lip. Audacity given over onto these DPS players so they can take their duels. Just waiting around this hacked pack, thinking that Heesang might well return to it at some point, and there it is. Realizing the hack is going to come on through. The mugging is real. Heesang is gone. Many of these mines to be destroyed by the emergence here of Proper, and they are going to be coming closer to one of these checkpoints, as it's going to be incredibly difficult for Crazy Raccoon to approach, and Heesang is going to be going back on the Genji now.
Certainly working out better for him a little bit earlier on. Falcons slowly making some semblance of a comeback journey, but that mountain, the summit of which very far away, Heesang going to make things harder now. Tron pays the price, and I don't think Heesang actually managed to land the tidal blast onto any members.
Might well have been Suzu timed out there, given they could have dashed on forward. Merit not going to allow Junbin to escape very easily, as they've just been blown apart by Hanbin. Uncharacteristic misstep maybe was found without a dash or two, and Junbin just is not going to be able to approach it. They're actually starting to make some good progress.
Junbin down. Payload stolen for just a minute moment there. In fact, it's still being moved away. What is Falcons doing? They need to be on top of this one. Lip is selling at the moment. That cannot happen. Overpeaked slightly. Paid for it with his life. If there's a chance for Falcons to close the gap, it's happening right now because Crazy Raccoon are not able to reset cleanly.
The discipline's just gone into the bin. And not the Junbin, the Hanbin in this case. Blasted back into spawn. There's only 30 meters in it now.
All right, let's close the gap. And now we're in the sort of scenario where Falcons genuinely have found an opportunity to win. Gonna rescind Avril Theorem at this rate. 124 to 107 is enough for Falcons to confirm the comeback with just a little bit more effort.
Well, the theory about hypotheses is that they're constantly tested, Proper punished the second they start that tectonic shock. A TP away, now knowing there's no escape coming through for Fielder. Heesang draws out the blade, trying to get onto it, and that's going to be Fielder cut to smithereens, unable to avoid the onslaught from the errant ninja. And so Team Falcons are stopped.
One last OT push. Unfortunately for Team Falcons, it looks like they're going to end up starting the payload push journey all the way back, minimum in neutral, if not in their own spawn. For this to be a Falcons win, they cannot be starting their own spawn in OT. Minimum has to be neutral, which means Falcons got to win this fight.
Must win for Falcons. And it might be Hanbin who has to do it with a self-destruct. Lip on Overwatch over here with the overclock. Where did Fielder come from? Thought they were looking at a Brigitte. Must have been a quick, swift step in, and then body blocks for the shield with their heads. Unideal. That's going to be the forward spawn unlock right now, with Junbin really taking it upon themselves to move this spot away from where Team Falcons are comfortable. Out comes the Deadeye. Merit seeks to try and make it work, but the tidal blast blasts away the cowboy. He's from an arid desert. He's never seen water of this quality before. Most of it tastes like dirt. Hanbin tries to run him down with the bunny blast. A quick remet comes through, yes, but they're nowhere near the point. Crazy Raccoon bring the series back 3-2.
And of course, everyone will recall that I never rescinded Avril Theorem. Unbeaten, unmatched.
Stick to your guns,
strong.
King.
The theory holds strong. Crazy Raccoon. Masterclass there. 124 meters in, I believe, 4 minutes. And on the opposite end, a complete disaster class from Falcons. Crazy Raccoon will push us to a map 6. A minimum 4-2 scoreline required now, but as mentioned previously, this opens up the map pool again for Falcons. And I got a prediction to make here. It would be unbelievably maximum order for Falcons to instantly take us to Esperanza now that it's open. We'll see what happens after this.
브리 봐줘라 브리.
아 그래 맞아 괜찮아.
디바 봐줘.
생각해.
아,
해줄 조심해.
디바카.
밀지 마 화물 밀지 마. 아이
소환아
짜.
소환아.
아 이거 화물 봐야 돼. 뭘 화물 보지 마. 씨.
As impressive as Popper's May on Rialto was, Hisang is equally impressive on the Genji going through to map number 6 now. There's a considerable advantage here for Team Falcons, Avril.
Team Falcons found themselves already on match point, hitting 3. And once we finish map 5, the losing team on map 5 gets to choose map 6, where we reset the entire map pool. Any map that hasn't been chosen yet is now available to pick once again. Someone looking to sub in? No, just hovering over his teammates, wishing them good luck perhaps. It looks like Harbin. We the player that is still in currently. Is that spent? Are they going to give... No, it's not. I'm lying. Surely not. No, that's still Chorong. That's still Chorong. The lighting caught me off guard, guys. Don't worry about it. The lighting with the eyes being highlighted in the little gap. You know what I'm saying here. So here's all the maps that haven't been chosen yet. I said before the break that a Esperanza pick from Falcons would be absolutely elite here. When you actually look at what's available, what is Falcons' best map choice? We can play Atlas again, but I don't know, that feels like a bit more 50-50. I'm not really feeling the Ike or Hollywood 14 Falcons. Have barely seen that out of them. Watchpoint Gibraltar, that feels a little crazy in favor given how dive heavy it is. No idea what really Junkertown has to hold for us. It's obviously Esperanza, guys. Obviously, this has to be the choice for Falcons. When you see them in the past, they lose maps. What do they go to? They go to this map. Old Faithful. Falcons want to end it here.
Push lovers thriving right now. Esperanza is going to be potentially where our series ends, and the number one seed at World Finals will be determined. For Falcons, they've got to make sure not to have been shaken by what happened previously. The initial ban's going to be going their way. They do not cede the initiative over as Ramatra has taken off the board.
Yeah, well, it's just going to give the Diva capability over. Of course, if you want to play a lot of Diva here, Ramatra could cause some problems. Venture's gone. Proper's specialty that he's brought in towards this weekend after having barely played any Venture in the past. That was actually mostly Stalker's role back when Stalker was Proper's teammate in the DPS duo. We saw that particularly a lot last year. Dallas DreamHack. Haven't had a lot of Venture metas. I wouldn't consider this one to be a Venture meta either, to be fair. So strong bans, no Soj ban. It really does say a lot that Falcons want to prioritize making sure that Harbin's matchup is going to be a winning one. they will allow the Soj to be played by Lip to breathe a sigh of relief, understanding that this is a very strong necessity in terms of a hero availability. If the Soj was gone, it could be causing some issues.
So this is where Crazy Raccoon do start to regret investing that Cassidy ban back on map 1. It would have been a fantastic ban here on Esperanza, where we've seen that Merit loves to play this. And also, getting rid of Avenger, it does shut down Proper a touch, but it also means that the Symmetra is going to be harder to counter, and that works so well alongside the Hanbin Diva. So Falcons have all the tools they need heading into map number 6.
No countdown required for the Falcons fans. Straight Falcons fighting as they're still on match point. How wild would it be though if Crazy Raccoon pushed us to a map 7? He's starting to look at the maps remaining. And it gets weird. Okay, the Jumbin Ryan comes through. Shades of someone. However, just like someone though, has there been practice on the Ryan? There's no real precedent for what Jumbin can do on this map with this hero. There is a Symmetra that's going to be helpful to move Jumbin around.
Okay, so Team Falcons' response to this, they initially back off and go back over to that high ground, knowing that no longer does Merit have to play these close corners to try and deal with a Sojourn at that range, because they're going to be close either way, because how the line dictates the flow of battle.
Crazy Raccoon can win with this Ryan. Truly, this is a team deserving of a potential grand finals victory. Certainly they'll be deserving of taking us to map 7. And Falcons, very surprised potentially by this pick. I certainly am. Do not expect the Jumbin would do this today.
Team Falcons looking for an opening here. Will it come off a teleport? Seems like, oh, with Merit falling low, a little bit of a fumble from Lip, unable to connect the rail. Still forward momentum here on the bot in favor of Crazy Raccoon as we wait for the next tier of teleporters. Now we're thinking with portals, and that's the only way to try and manage these engagements.
Well, Team Falcons are still struggling themselves to sort of find an opening here. You don't want to be caught out by Jumbin. A very rare matchup. It's Falcons that brought out their own Ryan yesterday on King's Row. Now facing Orion at the opposite end. Many TP plays. Crazy Raccoon TP'd onto the high ground, then instantly TP'd away, trying to bait resources. Both teams very much doing that right now. Proper's going to have first ult though, after all is said and done.
The absolute feints and fakery brought on through. Out comes the photon barrier, and space is given away here by Crazy Raccoon. They decided to just seed it all away after a photon barrier comes out, and they can re-engage with Heesang's own later. Yep. And Lip's already close here to the overclock.
And that's it. Oh, he needed a massive ray on the Cheer that takes him down. Still alive though. Easy for Crazy Raccoon just to disengage, but how are you going to disengage? There's Gio! Does fall.
Doesn't use for sound barrier either. Gonna be able to come back with that one. Lip falling low, but manages to move away quickly. Merit takes down Heesang, and Jumbin's next to fall. So much of a threat that Crazy Raccoon will offer. They're gonna try and do it with 3. They believe in Lip. The overclock used. They're trying to hunt down Merit. It's worked out so far, and Lip gets even more. The 6-7 Warlord rises up again as Proper drags Shu into the midst of a turret nest. It's a trick as old as time, and when no one's really left standing when the dust clears.
It's a 4K again from Lip. And for Crazy Raccoon, they're thinking, okay, you got rid of the Ramatra, but we still have the Soj. That is the key to victory here. Crazy Raccoon still in position to get more done. What a clutch again. Chorong believing in 3 players alive. Drop that beat into it and let Lip rip through.
Stealing the card away. Hanbin can't stay here to contest, knowing that the beam of the Symmetra is too much peril to try and face. Merit starts rolling forth. You know that TP is going to come up, and so they all stay close to the light shield, knowing that it needs to be used. And now Choron got audacious, wrapping around the back. Jumbin still not close to that Earth Shadow, but the beam onto Proper is too much to deal with. Hanbin's got no means of defense against this, trying to drag people into the turret nest. Out comes the self-destruct, but no one's close to it. A quick remech, and it's going to be a mischarge from Jumbin into the wall. Dare they use the Earth Shatter, knowing that everyone's going high? It's not going to be the most well-advised.
Gio still waiting for this beat, by the way. It's been really milking and nursing this one for some time now. May end up having to hold it for Jumbin's Shatter. Gio required to be playing potentially on extremities, making sure he's above the Shatter height. However, might just be giving Lip the opportunity to shoot Gio down. That has to be the consideration. Proper's 1 HP. Suzu forced.
Oh,
Shield
three
got caught,
players
Shield got-
stunned by Junbin. Unbelievable earth shatter. The aura is absolutely stupendous. Biblical levels as Junbin runs in once again. A victorious charge as he leads the Legionnaires forth.
This is now a struggle for Falcons. What else can they do here? Hanbin, ironically, a ram would be great in towards this Rhine. Merrick's got to swap over towards the Soj. Fielder on this BAP now. Lucio BAP together. It's a bit of a weird one with the D.Va. Not something you normally expect. The cap predictably will now be found just shy of 5 minutes.
Lip has control of the high ground. And these are just such long fights here. Shades of Spieler, remove the glass, maybe remove the bridge instead, remove the mirror, even better here for Heesang. A fully charged beam, the sound barrier has already been expended, and the teleporter's broken before everyone can join them beyond the pale. And with Chorong on beat, they are still going to have an advantage here over Chio.
We're about to see the snowball come on through. Team Falcons at risk of being snowballed on push again. It would be a back-to-back. They lose New Queen Street, but surely Esperanza should be their map. Chorong under pressure here.
Photon barrier is good. The teleporter may be better. Merit from downtown, but Lip once again has every advantage that he needs. The overclock is good, and the clock is striking. Bong, bong, bong again and again as it's a death knell for Falcons.
100 meters gained here. Falcons, even when they were at 120-0 deficit on New Queen Street, they still pushed to 100 themselves. So for Team Falcons, this is do or die. One more fight, and if they don't win this one, Crazy Raccoon may have gotten too much distance for Falcons to overcome. I'm not going to call it yet. Haven't engaged here. I'm not going to do it until I see a viable win for Crazy Raccoon guaranteed. For Falcons, still enough time, still enough in the bank.
Charges towards the back, Proper couldn't get out of it. The Immortality Field's already used and Chio's down as well. It could be time to start engaging. Heesang finds Fielder. Harmon just does their best to contest towards the end, but there's no time for staggers because it's time for progress.
Just no way, dude. Junbin, where has he found this practice on the Rhine? Nobody scrims Rhine in Korea. No one even really plays Rhine on ladder. This is unbelievable that Junbin just brought this out on map 6 of a grand finals. Completely out of the blue.
Oh, the slam is good to hit the floor. The Immortality Field is there, but there's not going to be Amplification Matrix in time. And with Merit down, that's a huge amount of DPS that's now been taken off the board. They need to get aggressive. Proper falling low in their own right, but the extra healing going through courtesy of a Kitsune Rush is going to be great towards the back. It's great evasion, allows everyone to sustain in the face of a self-destruct that was laid down by Hanbin. And now it's time for Heesang to roll forward, straight to the spawn. A lucky reload here as Merit is forced to flee elsewhere. Fielder can't get there. The bot's moving closer and closer. Avril Theory is well and truly engaged now as they get towards the end.
Look at Hanbin. He's going to come out and run as well. This is absolute madness. Team Falcons putting everything against the wall now. Lip under pressure from Mary. He'll get the kill, but is it too late? 138-22. Yeah, I'll call it at this stage. Absolutely engaged. That is essentially Crazy Raccoon with enough distance to finish the map. 2 minutes 30. Hanbin.
Once more going
Does
to be
he
tested.
play Ryan as well?
Hanbin versus Junbin, Ryan versus Ryan. It's a fever dream.
Need a minute to catch my breath after that one. Up on towards his Reaper. Hasn't shown it so far this series. No Zarya obviously to match with it. Who knew that in map 6, Korea finals and Asia finals here, we're going to have a Ryan Mirror lift down early. That's the OC shutdown.
Overclock was popped on out. It was answered by the sound barrier. Junbin pins their counterpart here and grabs Fielder as well. A superior Ryan, a main tank difference perhaps. That's what it said on the ancient tablets I saw carved in dwarvish runes. Heesang still around with a fully charged beam, and that constant revelation of the Reaper's location. It's going to be an easy hunt down here for the Lucio. They just range him out and stagger him.
This is incredible. Team Falcons. They can't get any distance. Constantly pushed back Junbin. Seemingly invincible. Not taking enough damage to go down. A final shatter. This would be absolutely cinema if he diffs Hanbin right now. Hanbin doesn't have the shield up and gets shattered. It would be absolutely amazing for Junbin.
Prepare the MTDs. He's turning it around. Hanbin never saw it coming. He's got the ancient moves that was practiced. in the ancient scenes of yore. Merit isolated, beamed on down, his insides get microwaved, and Crazy Raccoon, there was belief, there was prophecy, there were musings and legends, but I never saw this one written down before. Junbin emerges as a Reinhardt champion.
Is there anything Crazy Raccoon cannot play? The best dive team in the world has just pulled out a Rhine composition on map 6. And in a very ironic turn of how the series has gone, we look at yesterday. It was someone that pulled out the Rhine against Max, surprising Crazy Raccoon. And Crazy Raccoon, this deep in the series, with this level of belief on a very strong map, Falcons, Esperanza, Old Faithful for Falcons that has been so good for them. The Rhine comes in and Harmon doesn't know what to do. He ends up matching the Rhine, and guess what, folks? This series is now certified Gigabanger Map 7. Lock it in. Maybe one of, if not the best finals of all time. We'll see you right after this.
소변 떴다.
얘들아 이거
맞지.
루시오
라인 그렇지. 진짜.
망치운다
라인 루시. 나이스.
나가자.
somewhere in Korea, Bumper is smiling down on us for honor and for glory. A Rhine mirror on Esperanza in the grand finals, Avril. It's such cinema.
Can't believe my eyes. Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons, number 26, delivering more than anyone could have ever hoped for. This is the 11th grand final between these two teams, and out of those 11 games, this is the second time ever that this series has gone to a map 7. The only other time Crazy Raccoon and Falcons have gone to map 7 is OWCS 2024 Asia Stage 2 main event. A full year ago, Stage 2 final, which Falcons won on map 7 Ilios. We started with Ilios 6 maps ago now in this series. Time will tell where we end, and I'm genuinely all out of ideas. I don't know where Falcons can really take us. What I do know is wherever we go, Soj ban should be first priority. Lip is doing too much on this hero. He's evaded the Soj ban for far too long. Merit wants to play the cast anyway. Get rid of the Soj. Atlas may be a good map that we've seen Venture cast together from Falcons to lock that map against T1 yesterday, but it will be the Hollywood instead. Another long-range map. Lip doesn't really want to play that much Freya. He wants to play the Soj. If this is not a first ban Soj, Falcons may be giving away the grand final. This has to be a Soj ban.
That's the analysis here from Avril. And honestly, I am inclined to agree. You have spent 6 maps allowing Lip access to the Sojourn. Here on map number 7, after being swept for 2 in a row, it is time to put a stop to the shenanigans. Someone is coming in now in place of Hanbin. The closer has arrived.
And that's the thing as well, because now that Ryan has been opened up in the grand finals, the only way you play against that, one of the only ways, is first of all Ramatra being available. Second of all, someone can play the Rhine into Jumbin. Hanbin could not. You do not want a situation now where asymmetrical tank matchups here go poorly for Hanbin. You already tried putting the bans in favor for Hanbin, but guess what? Crazy Raccoon are gonna bet it all on Max. Gonna bet the house, everything on this substitution now.
Me clicking max on my bet amount. Crazy Raccoon, they are putting so much at Max's doorstep right now. What are they cooking over there on Hollywood?
It turns out Hanbin may be subbed out to avoid the asymmetrical tank matchups against Jumbin. Crazy Raccoon are going to opt Max into it against someone. We saw this matchup yesterday. Kings Row. Eventually, this came down to Orion versus Sigma, which eventually went over to someone in Falcons, not without a ton of effort. Again, though, no tank ban will come through for Falcons if they know what they're doing. Trust in the coaching staff now that they will make the right choice. Get rid of that Lip Sojin once and for all. Merit is capable and willing of playing the Freya. He also wants to play the Cass. Lip just wants to play the Soj. It's a very clear vulnerability that needs to be targeted.
No matter what happens here, there will not be a dry eye in the house. 12 players giving their very heart and their soul. The last domestic LAN performance of one of the greatest players of all time in Lip in front of their adoring fans. This is exactly what the community in Korea has been crying out for.
What a grand final so far. Fighting for that first seed into Stockholm. Thank God, are we ever going to get Overwatch that lives up to this again? Of course, Stockholm ahead of us. Inevitably may just end up being another Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons final, because I don't know what other teams in the world can do this. T1 have tried, they failed. Way fallen by the wayside. Zeta, their peak was in 2024. They've only gotten worse, unfortunately. Onside pushed Falcons quite a lot, but Falcons were still leveling up, still powering up through play-ins. The Korean teams haven't been able to do it. We've seen some international upsets. Nightmare Hangzhou's Clash this year, Twisted Minds as well, but we never saw what Crazy Raccoon could have done in that lower bracket. It's going to be an Orisa ban. Sojin has slipped through the fingers again, lip breathing a sigh of relief for all 7 maps. He will be able to lock the Soj.
Now, Crazy Raccoon, where do they go? There's been a lot of DPS bans, and you know what? They've had enough of Proper's Mei. Not their most famous hero, but certainly one of the most deadly, as it was proven on Rialto. And Avril, as we head to Hollywood, there's no more appropriate map in the entire world, in the entire solar system, to craft cinema.
What are you really protecting here with this ban on Orisa? Crazy Raccoon, were you concerned that they were going to ban the Winston? Might be the case, but Ramatra's still playable, and, well, someone could just go towards a D.Va as well. He might not be as good as Max on that pick, but Symmetra available for Proper. I am not seeing the vision of this Orisa ban. Orisa, unlikely to be ever played by Max here anyway, but beyond that, it just screams tank protect. They are that concerned about someone's hero pool. It can't be the case. Someone is a far more flexible tank player than Max. But in either case, Harry, this is it. This is where all the chips fall. This is a 7-map grand finals. Crazy Raccoon Falcons, number 26 delivery. Final map. Let's get in it.
Fans are giving it their all. We're giving it our all, and these teams are giving it their all. 3-3. One last chance for the first seed at DreamHack.
Just hovering the Zarya, his signature. A Sigma to be found here. You wouldn't want to see it. Someone with the Ramatra. I believe as well. Ramatra was already banned earlier. It was Falcons actually banned through the Ramatra. Yeah, maybe he was concerned that Crazy Raccoon would have banned the Ram away, but again, in my eyes, worthwhile trade to get rid of Lip. Merit's gonna match on the Sojin. Who's gonna get the better who here? Probably gonna start on the Venture now that the Venture is available again.
An exchange of rails would once again be everything, but it's Fielder who strikes first blood. World champion making sure their presence is known in the lobby. And Lip's going to be the one who's most acutely aware of it as he's saying false as well.
Slow and steady start for Team Falcons. What a long day it's been. Imagine if Crazy Raccoon had to push further in the earlier 2 series they played. I think they're lucky stars now that those were both 3-0s, because this is truly testing the mental capacity of both our teams, but specifically also Crazy Raccoon in 3 series and now a full 7-mapper against Falcons.
It will require unbelievable stamina as Heesang plays behind the car, almost out of Wraith form. He's going to be in a very difficult position. Proper emerges from the earth, wants to get on towards that Kiriko, but unwilling to really commit to it. Instead, it's someone in Fielder who find their targets. Proper gets chased down in the back. There was enough distraction, but it's still an uneven trade when it comes 2-1.
The problem is, Proper is going to take a little bit longer to rejoin the team compared to the rest of Crazy Raccoon. This is an opening for Team Crazy Raccoon, where Falcons overstep a rare one by Proper. Also missed the left click after unburrowing. I believe he went after Shu in that plate.
Oh, Max is going to be taking so much damage. Merit is ready to give it on over. Heesang's come out as well on the Genji. It served them well. Oh, where did Lip come from? A surprise revelation that Merit is going to have to pray to be forgiven for.
It's a late death on Merit, though. So again, another situation where maybe Crazy Raccoon can regroup ever so slightly quicker to make use of this player advantage. Merit already being taxied, and he's a fast Sojin. So that window is now officially closed. Max dying that quickly cannot happen again.
Lip on the angle. They really... Oh, the Suzu timing is perfect. It was spooked out by Heesang previously. In comes the sound barrier. Chio gets for a second, but Proper's not going to be one to receive it. As they start to fade away, the Graviton Surge is given on over. It's only onto Fielder. That's the majority of the healing taken back now as someone just channels the Annihilation and annihilates Crazy Raccoon. Max wishes to ascend, and he'll be ascending to heaven, but not much more than that.
Just not enough trades. Crazy Raccoon needed more than that. Fielder, the only one dead. Guess what? A Kiriko instantly TP's back to the team. Through the walls, Team Falcons are still chilling with 5, and now Merit stands alone on OC until Lip closes the 13% gap. There's no support ultimates here. Blade eventually will be available. Heesang needs to consider what his capabilities are to carry the fight with that.
Heesang getting in close. Merit, plenty of healing here. Vasusa already popped as well, and a fully charged rail comes out. Now it's the overclock on the off angle. Merit not being offered too many targets. Mag just backs out here. Heesang coming in close. Manages to slice on through him first. Now Volusia needs to be taken on out. That gives over an extra dash and a reset here on to Heesang. Lit with the overclock in tandem, combining the ultimates of Crazy Raccoon to cap first.
Just the whiffed ultimate there from Merit means that the capability of holding first, it looks like it's not going to happen anymore. A full hold looked like it might have been on the cards here for Team Falcons, but no more. A quick TP from Merit Symmetra to put Falcons onto the high ground. Crazy Raccoon by a second lease on life. Merit overcooking on the overclock. Tries to get the kill onto Heesang, who breaks his ankles, and then Merit only has a Max folding his arms to hit at, while Heesang drops from above, descending above with the blade.
That's a perfect read. But now we get onto Hollywood second. And this is quite the dastardly point to try and take. Out comes the Kitsune Rush. It's going to be Shu, noting that someone's on the ground. They're going to try and carve on through his crossed arms. Proper sends out tectonic shots. It's an easy back away here for Crazy Raccoon. They have the additional movement speed, and Falcons matched on Kitsune Rush.
All low ground play here. Everyone abandoning the high ground for the time being. Minus what looks like just to be proper for the time. First assault is going to be Chorong. Chio about to meet parity, but needs 7% more.
Heesang threatening from above, demands the attention of Merit. Chorong sees an opening here. It's going to be Sound Barrier versus Sound Barrier as Merit goes up against Vikiriko. All onto that backline, but a quick TP away. Shu's given them the slip. Now it's someone's turn to roll on forward. Really wants Shu, but Shu picks up the Mega and should be able to TP up towards the top. Chorong taken down here by Proper. Managing to find something in the midst of all of this, as Lip is still alive up top, has high ground control. Heesang's getting really close now. The Annihilation channeled by Max. They hold their arms up and do the damage. The tick from the tendrils is better. Crazy Raccoon will sit on the point, but Team Falcons, they still have the personnel to try and make this one work. A quick armor refresh, Proper hunted down. Team Falcons scatter away.
They just don't have enough there. Proper eventually finds one. But Crazy Raccoon survived. Max lives on 1 HP as well. Falcons, for all of that effort, someone pulling in the early Annihilation, and they're just walking into a Crazy Raccoon wall that is seemingly infallible. And now Crazy Raccoon looking for that cap. Chio is instantly taken care of.
Flip o'clock once more. Heesang's drawn out the blade, waiting for Proper, following it back, gets a brand new reset, but the blade's already done. Someone noted on the top, doesn't really have much in the way of sustainability. Trying to play over Ravenous Vortex, Max on the other half. And Lip's just holding everybody back in the midst of a studio, playing amongst the props, but there's no time to play with toys now because Crazy Raccoon are done messing around. Playtime's over. They cap and go through the third.
What was looking like a full hold on A has fallen apart enough that Crazy Raccoon have got enough time to play through now for maybe full completion on C. And Falcons are still taking deaths while resetting the scenario as well. 130 is not an insane amount of time, but Crazy Raccoon have just been so much stronger now that they've gotten past A and Lip, in position to get this OC in.
2 OCs on the docket. Lip versus Merit now. Fully charged rails for all and sundry, but Crazy Raccoon are just going to back out here. They don't feel the juju of the fight is good. There's something wrong in the tea leaves they've read.
Double support ult on that line for Falcons. Both of our overclocks not going to find too much value here. Falcons, this is an opportunity to prevent Crazy Raccoon from finishing the nap. They got a good build of a vaults. Crazy Raccoon waiting for Tron. They don't have anything to use just yet. Hoping for a rail, but nothing hits.
Merit looking towards the approach here.
Oh, there it is.
Lip gets the opening pick onto Chio. No chance for a sound barrier here, so instead it has to be the Kitsune Rush. Chorong sees the opening, and someone's fell so low. The Afuda move thick and fast to try and heal up the Ramatra, but the second he uncrosses his arms, there's nothing left to be done. Chorong sacrificed himself, and now it's Chio from the back, trying to turn everybody into a tank. Lip is absolutely destroyed by the tectonic blast of Proper, and it's going to be one last attempt for Crazy Raccoon to move forward.
Chio coming back from spawn despite someone not being there. It's going to be enough. a tempo beat on form. Proper was on 1 HP, by the way, but with newfound confidence, green HP bolstering him. Rushes in, tectonic shock in hand. First player down. Obviously, he's going to run straight at Lip.
A Kitsune, a Blade, and a Dream here for Crazy Raccoons. They poured through the garbage, and they found themselves their golden apples, looking towards Proper in the back, emerging into the midst of Crazy Raccoon. There's no way to survive. Max was tasked with keeping this point contested. Indeed, he understood the assignment, and he's done the job.
Falcons needed to follow up with Proper there. Proper out on an island. Now Heesang looking to close this one up. A cap on board. Falcons, who do they have left to play through? Someone's won. He barely gets out.
Someone has to get back into the spawn and get a little bit of additional healing. No one can get in here to contest. It's going to be Proper. What a boot that comes through. Unbelievable stuff from Chorong, the hero on the Lucio. In the 1 millisecond where Proper was tangible, Chorong hit the boop.
Frame perfect, as some might say. Unbelievable stuff coming on in to prevent the final touch. Proper would have extended that one slightly further. Someone was about to extend the touch even more and field it at, I believe, 89%. While the Kitsune rush to still win the fight and prevent the map completion. But as you see in these highlight clips here from Lip, this is what you've allowed to occur. By having the Sojin slip through the bans, prioritizing, protecting what I believe is the Ramatra of someone. Very concerned about the fact that Ramatra was still available to be banned by Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon hadn't really targeted many tanks so far in their bans. And so, we're going to end with Crazy Raccoon still on full power, and even with Max in the lineup. Again, Crazy Raccoon trusting, betting the house on Max to be the closer of the series.
Max proving he's not the substitute tank. He's the tank. Jumbin is the tank. Crazy Raccoon, a squad, a family. The trust in each other is supreme. But now they must hold Hollywood. And if they are to break, they must break after having held to a meager less than minute time bank.
Complete mirror comps now. After seeing the success that Heesang's been finding on the Genji. Also remind himself of how much he has succeeded himself in this pick specifically against Heesang, as so that Lip dropped a pretty large ray on Merit's head, putting him onto literal 1 HP, and Merit happy to still survive. Making some ground now is someone in Team Falcons.
More space gained already. Someone's found the back, but Proper outdone by Heesang in the back. Wants Chio so bad, but Fielder makes it too perilous a task. And Chorong's already fallen down on the other side. Heesang taken down as well. Merit has made their presence known, going up against Lip, going up against their counterparts. And this is a much faster point A take.
Especially if it's a late death onto Max as well. But currently Max is surviving some reinforcements to bolster him. Someone's still getting in towards his face, and that's actually someone potentially in trouble here. Max and Crazy Raccoon back on the hunt, and Merit is a target.
Oh, got so low from a reflected rail, and now up top there's nothing to do for Proper but die, reset elsewhere. Kitsune rush invested here from Fielder, only 3 players up. It's baited one out of Shu, yes, and Heesang's already fallen. Maybe they could wait for the return of Proper, who died fairly early in that fight. Merit's here as well. The long-term planning here from Falcons might well serve them as they move towards that second pick.
Surely Lip dies.
Noted here. It's Proper on the other side. He's found the underprotected underbelly, the crack in the carapace in which to plunge his knife.
Lip overcooked there. He wanted to go for the flank, chase down Merit, chase down some more players on Team Falcons, and Shu unfortunately sends himself into his own death. But Shu and Merit traded here. Is it enough? Max this time truly going to be solo, and with that, Falcons will still have a faster cap on A. A good 2 or more minutes here as well.
Man, it's so great to see Genji versus Genji. Ryan versus Ryan. I feel like we're going through the old classics. It's like a school reunion.
26 school reunions counting. Call it very reunited with these two teams constantly facing each other, particularly in grand finals. The second time that they've had a map 7 is right now. 4 ults on both teams. Blades together. Soldiers have their ults as well. OC's ripped and it's lit.
Oh, Lip now going to be assaulted by all of these players with their sound barriers. It's Proper's turn to try and shut it down, and someone's there as well. All in onto Lip. No chance of survival. There was never going to be a second chance for someone forced to just lose their annihilation as they missed the elevator. The door closed button was slammed so readily by Crazy Raccoon, and if someone messes around on the cart, they create the space for Proper and Merit to open it up again.
It's a slow start for Proper on this map, but Heesang just got embarrassed there. Pulls the blade at the last second, and Proper completely dunks on him. Crazy Raccoon, no value on ultimates, as they put everything in the Lip basket. Take that Lip player down. And Crazy Raccoon on the respawn here, nothing in the bank.
Caught inside the saloon. The Battle of Buster Scruggs won't be screening today, as it will reascend to the high ground. Yeah, okay. A little bit of a problem with the elevator. Happens all the time. Call in the maintenance crew and call in the assassins, because Heesang has taken down Proper already and Merit's fallen as well. Team Falcons, they do like to take these 3 versus 5s, but they are going to take the 3 versus 5. What is going on over here? Someone's trying to make it work all by themselves. The posthumous disruptor shot could have been enough. Max just holds his arms out, hoping to stall this one through. Fielder wraps to the other side, but it's too late to save someone. And now this backline surely is going to be decimated by Heesang.
Far too sneaky. Heesang gets out on one, and searching is someone, and Geo, I believe. Team Falcons looking for that kill to give them further player advantage. But someone eventually falls. Now Team Falcons reset. That was a very back and forth fight. Crazy Raccoon, insane to be able to hold on still.
Max awaits the arrival of their counterpart here, a fake out on the elevator. And Lip notes the approach of all of these squishies. With a fully charged rail in a dream, Max already uses their annihilation here, coming up close and personal to the Genji. Not actually using the annihilation, it's just for Nemesis form. And the second he puts his arms down, Proper cuts on through him. Lip getting very audacious here, and they want him so bad. He's fallen so low, even with Shu's Kitsune rush. They can't deal with the damage, but someone's pumping out. This should be about 2.5 minutes for third.
No late death on the Heesang. He'll sneak away once again, unless Proper on the chase. Wants that kill. Ravenous Vortex. Yum Yum says someone. Crazy Raccoon will have to wait for an additional respawn. That's going to impact them slightly here. Eric gets the first OC, but Lip's been better in the OC so far.
Building up towards the rail. Everyone held at gunpoint. The danger's real, but it's Merit who has the initiative. A second dash away. Heesang slowed on the approach. An exchange now of sound barriers, but Shu's not been able to get one. Lip's hanging back, knowing that they are the primary target. Sees Fielder, scares Fielder, pushes him elsewhere. Proper's already used for deflect, so the disengage is going to be difficult to manage. Lip is just so clean with it. Goes for a low charge rail, knowing that the burst will be more than enough with the crosshair on the head. Heesang's mechanics are just sublime.
And this is really, really awkward for Team Falcons, because once again, they could put themselves into a winning scenario, capping with more than 1 minute. Crazy Raccoon would only have a draw scenario. Can they get some nice kills here? Max might be selling a little bit, but he gets a trade onto Merit that will help him at least a little bit. 39 seconds. I don't think Falcons can finish in that time, which means Crazy Raccoon will have dodged a bullet.
This is definitely going to extra rounds if Team Falcons can complete. 4 DPS ults on the docket. This is going to be mental.
Support ults. Fielder will be the only one. Lip already taking damage. This Merit versus Lip battle. The Max, Heesang wants to go in. He's got it.
Oh, got Geo. Got Merit. That's 2, and that's all you can ask for. Proper on the other side, trying to exchange, but you don't really have the numbers, and you don't have the backup. With 1 minute remaining, Crazy Raccoon get it done with a singular ultimate.
This is scary. Falcons now, they have to worry about capping it. Oh, this is just going to be an OT push. 0 time remaining for both teams. If Falcons can finish, or Crazy Raccoon are going to win the map right here in the next 42 seconds. Falcons, Junior Rush matched by Shu. Someone about to match Max, but it's the extra Lip OC that can be a difference maker. 30 seconds is not enough time. It's basically one attempt.
All eyes on the King right here. It's time to watch the throne. Lip pops the overclock, already down to half. Everyone scurries for cover, knowing that the Glock of Damocles is ready to bring down rails upon all of those who are unfortunate enough to show themselves. Probably gets caught in a 1v2 up high. This is disengaged here from Lip. Max finds everyone, and this is surely it. Team Falcons torn apart. Crazy Raccoon from 3-1 to victors. It had to be this way for Lip's final match in Korea. Clad yourself in the raiment of the faithful, for the Church of Lip is in session, and we scream hallelujah.
And from the lower bracket, Crazy Raccoon will come through victorious. 3 matches in one day. 3-0 against Wei, 3-0 against T1, and a 7-map grand finals that goes the distance. You said it, leg day. It started with a 1-3 disadvantage. Match point being found by Falcons, and it wasn't enough. And what do we have here as well? Max subbed in at the end to finish things off. Raise the trophy, Young Heesei. Crazy Raccoon will be your Asia Stage 2 champions.
What a well-deserved victory. And commiserations to Falcons, but in the end, Crazy Raccoon, after 13 maps in a row, they had their trips, they had their stumbles, they had their faults and falters. But the family always believed in each other, and they believed in Max as well. And here is Max's turn to raise the trophy. Shy as ever, the rest of the team wish for him to bask in the glory that they all know so well. But for all the fans here in Korea, this is a well-deserved swan song for the 8'9" gaming warlord before he heads off to Sweden.
Make a quick correction there. Obviously, we are in Stage 3 of OWCS, but this is the second Asia main event. We didn't have an Asia main event in the middle of the year for Stage 2. But in either case, for our second Asia main event this year, it has gone to Crazy Raccoon. Is it Lip? It surely is. Sojin available and played all throughout. Who else could it have been? On map 3 or 4, I basically said, if this is a CR victory, give the PO team the Lip. He found Merit's number today and absolutely dominated where he needed to. The fact that he was under constant pressure shows how much Lip was doing in the server. And the only thing at the end there for Falcons to still look back upon was, should they have banned the Sojin? Because the Sojin being available, you saw what Lip did on that final map, and he sends Crazy Raccoon into the first seed for Stockholm.
Respect was real, and the respect was justified. As we look at that first ace from Lip. And oh boy, he's just a singular talent. Unparalleled in many instances, definitely on the Sojourn. Just the mythos around this man is incomparable in Overwatch.
Yeah. And maybe Merit would have been the only one potentially matches up, but today wasn't quite having that god tier game on the casting nor the Soj. Lip was in a world of his own, a tier and class of his own today. Still some moments where, you know, we question things that happen. Rialto will still be in the back of our minds as a bit of an unfortunate scenario. Pulls Overclock too early, could have been a bad thing, but when the mistakes aren't there and Lip is in the zone, you just see it in all of those clips. You see it all the time as Crazy Raccoon will end the year with a full sweep of everything. They won all 3 stages of Korea. Now they got Asia as well. Asia main, the second time this year.
If you were here, you can announce it proudly. I was here. Crazy Raccoon walking away as the #1 seed. They will be joined by Team Falcons in second, T1 in third. But never has there been such a thorough understanding of who the #1 coming from Korea is, given that they had to sweep through the other teams in this bracket before this match even started to get this opportunity.
It's like Lip didn't even need more medals around his neck. He's the picture of Michael Phelps with 20 gold medals at this point. 3 Korea stage titles, 2 Asian main event titles just from 2025. Champions Clash won as well. The only thing they missed out on was EWC, but they won that last year, which means for the collection, one final trophy, and it's that big gold one to the right of your screen, to be the 2025 World Champions, taken by Falcons last year, will find themselves as second seed, seeded against Varel. Winner of that game goes up against North America. T1 goes up against Team CC, and Crazy Raccoon stands alone at the top of the bracket as Korea Seed 1.
Gonna head over to the stage now for our award ceremony / interview with our victors.
OWCS 아시아가 모두 마무리가 됐습니다. 정말 역대급을 또 갱신하면서 대단한 대회가 아닐 수 없습니다. 자, 지금부터 이제 시상식을 진행을 해 볼 텐데요. 시상을 도움 주실 아시아 오버워치 e스포츠 프로덕트 총괄 천성찬님을 무대 위로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시길 바라겠습니다.
This is Craig, the esports lead for Asia.
2025 OWCS 로드 투 월드 파이널 3위부터 시상을 하도록 하겠습니다. 아시아 스테이지 3 3위는 큰 박수로 맞아 주시기 바라겠습니다. T1입니다.
Awards will be given out starting from third place. This is of course T1, who have earned their spot in Stockholm.
(3위를) 기록한 T1에게는 2025 OWCS 월드 파이널즈 진출권이 주어지도록 하겠습니다. 시상자분께서 3위 시상을 이렇게 해주시고요. 다시 한 번 더 T1에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 사실 저희가 선수분들과도 간단하게 이야기를 나눠보고 싶은데 지금 여러분들 팬미팅도 있잖아요. 시간 관계상 저희가 인터뷰를 하지 못하는 좀 양해 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이제 2위 시상을 하도록 하겠습니다. 크레이지 라쿤과의 정말 역대급 경기를 또 한 번 만들어 냈습니다. 하지만 오늘은 좀 무릎을 꿇게 됐는데 이 팀이 월드 파이널에 가서 또 어떤 모습을 보여줄지가 좀 기대가 되는 상황이 되겠습니다. 2위 팀을 무대 위로 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 2위 팀 팔콘입니다.
Team Falcons coming in as our Korean runners up, the second seed out of Korea. They will find themselves on the same side of the bracket as T1, unfortunately, but they'll be all the more incensed heading over to Sweden.
(2위를) 차지한 팀 팔콘에게는 2025 OWCS 월드 파이널 진출권이 주어지도록 하겠습니다. 팀 팔콘에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
A disappointing loss, I'm sure, but still more glory to be gained in just a month. As Falcons will look to defend their world title in Stockholm.
자, 이제 마지막 시상을 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 코리아 3핏 그리고 OWCS 아시아 챔피언 복귀 그리고 월드 파이널 코리아 1번 시드 팀입니다. 큰 박수로 맞아주십시오. 크레이지 라쿤입니다.
And of course our victors and number 1 seed coming out of Korea and going straight to Stockholm, Sweden, Crazy Raccoon.
Led once again by the greatest to ever do it, Lip, on the Soj today, absolutely annihilating Falcons out of a 7-map grand finals. Max the closer as well. Faith restored for this player whose win rate had struggled so far. And find themselves first seed as the only Korean team on that side of the bracket for Stockholm, and a bye as well. But they don't have to play the opening match. They'll be waiting for the winner of the match before them to come
자,
through first.
시간 관계사 저희가 길게는 사실 인터뷰를 하지 못하고 좀 간단하게
Time to study,
인터뷰를
time to
나눠보도록
reflect.
하겠습니다. 먼저 희상
And they'll be walking away with a trophy as well. Heesang going to be our first interviewee
들어보고 싶습니다.
as we go down the line.
일단 우승해서 기쁜 건 당연한 거고, 근데 저한테는 겐지?
A request for a winning speech here from Heesang.
본인에게 겐지란?
겐지랑 그냥 하나 캐릭터긴 한데 좀 아픈 기억이 있었어서 그래서 좋았던 것 같아요.
그렇군요. 그 아픈 기억을 오늘 좀 씻어내는 듯한 활약이 마지막에 있었습니다. 결국 우승까지 달성하게 됐고요.
Heesang responded that it's natural to feel good about winning, but for me, winning as Genji felt even better. Thank you, Heesang.
여기까지 와주셔서 정말 감사하고 앞으로도 더 열심히 하겠습니다.
해상 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 슈! 참 우승을 밥 먹듯이 하는 선수입니다. 슈 선수 우승.
Heesang thanked all the fans for coming here and will continue to work hard in the future. Victory speech requested from Shu.
다른 거보다 희상이가 너무 잘해, 너무 기특하네요. 할레드 때 이게 심장이 작으면 이제 그렇게 안 되거든요. 심장. 애가 원래 그랬어요. 잘 못했는데 오늘은 좀 강심장으로 조금 막 으쌰으쌰 파이팅해서 엄청 잘하더라고요.
그러니까 사람이 좀 대담해졌다라는
약간
느낌이.
울컥했어요. 진짜 약간 울컥했어요.
옆에서 이제 계속 케어를 해줬나 보네요.
네, 엄청 나만 캐! 근데 저게 TP 수준 바로 깔아줬죠.
아 그렇군요. 아니 근데 사실 오늘 연달아 3개 경기를 했습니다. 게다가 마지막 결승전은 FT4였잖아요. 4선승이었습니다. 체력적으로 힘들진 않았습니까, 슈 선수?
솔직히
She responds, I think it was possible because my teammates did such a great job. Heesang did a great job. And my editorial comment, Shu remains the best support in the world. Next question was about the physical difficulty of playing 13 maps in a row. And Shu says, I practiced a lot during practice matches, so it wasn't that hard. She's been grinding.
이 맛에 오버워치하고 프로게이머 하는 거 아니겠습니까? 항상 응원해 주셔서 정말 감사합니다.
슈 선수에게 큰 박수
Lastly,
부탁드리겠습니다.
asking for a word to the fans. And there certainly are plenty of them for Shu here.
표정.
She responded, honestly, I was depressed when it was 3-1. But isn't this what being a pro gamer is all about?
월클 표정 아닙니까?
Certainly is.
이게 진정한 월클 표정이죠, 초롱. 소감 좀 들어보고 싶습니다.
솔직히 진짜 너무 아쉽게 졌어가지고 첫날을 그래서 진짜 그
Next up, Chaerong
T1전 때 솔직히 뭐 8콘
said, isn't that a world-class expression? Let's hear your winning thoughts.
그래가지고 그래서 빨리 8콘을 만나가지고 이겨서 너무 기분이 좋네요.
솔직하게 한번 물어보겠습니다. 오늘 비트 실수가 한번 있었던 걸로.
Strong, of course, instrumental in that completion on
그때
Hollywood.
팀원들의 반응은 좀 어땠나요?
Responded, honestly, I was so disappointed with our loss on the first day that I couldn't help but think about Falcons during that way and during the T1 match. I'm hoping to meet them quickly and win. I'm glad we won.
그래도 그 이후에 좀 많이 하는 모습을 보여주면서 결국 우승까지 달성을 했습니다. 팬분들이 너무 좋아하실 것 같아요. 팬분들께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 스톡홀름 때 좋은 결과 들고 오겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Asking how did your teammates react? I think it was positive. If it had happened in a practice match, it would have been a big deal.
파이널 POTM!
Not entirely sure what reaction that is too.
팀이 어려울 때 항상 해주는 남자.
Play the match.
라쿤의 거인 립. 정말 큰 남자 립. 우승 소감 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 제 개인적으로는 일단 스톡홀름 진출이라는 일단 목표 하나 가지고 대회를 준비했긴 했는데 첫 경기 때 좀 운도 안 좋았고 좀 결과가 안 좋아서 패자조로 떨어지게 되면서 오늘 좀 죽기 살기로 무조건 이겨야 스톡홀름 확정 지을 수 있으니까 좀 그 마음을 가지고 와서 좀 잘 풀리다 보니 이제 그 뒤에 경기 T1견도 이기고 그다음에 팔콘도 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요.
저 궁금한 게 하나 있어요. 개인적으로 어쨌든 본인도 알 거 아니겠습니까? 팀원들도 다 알 거예요. 이때 립이 해줘야 된다. 저희 중계 때도 중계 멘트가 이런 얘기가 나오거든요. 결국 립이 해줘야 됩니다. 립 얻기 위해 많은 것들이 올라가 있습니다. 그때도 본인이 느끼나요? 내가 해줘야 된다는 걸?
아니요, 딱히 느끼진 않고 그냥 제가 뭔가 해줄 수 있을 타이밍 때 제가 해줘야 되겠구나라는 생각을 하면서 그냥 게임을 하는 것 같아요.
주변에서는
Asking Lip for their winning thoughts.
이런 얘기는 없어요?
Lip responds, personally, I think reaching Stockholm was a big deal. I wasn't in great shape in the first match, so we lost, but things went well afterwards, and I think we've made it far.
제발 이겨달라고 우승시켜달라 해가지고.
립한테?
제가 그래가지고 이제 우승시켜주면 뭐 해줄 거냐 하니까 이제 얘가 갑자기
During the KR broadcast, they kept asking, Lip should do it, Lip should do it. Asking for Lip's comments on that, and Lip said there's nothing like that. I think it turned out well because I worked hard.
Lip's being humble here as well, obviously.
초롱.
Said he didn't do well in that first series, but obviously, I mean, he played super well, of course.
세레머니 때 한번 보도록 하겠습니다. 여러분들 세레머니 때
See if
초롱의
there's still any
스마트척
more
한번 보고 싶으시죠?
ceremonies. Eyes on Choron to maybe do a winning
세레머니 때
ceremony.
기대하겠습니다. 초롱. 립 팬분들께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
일단 이번 아시아까지 저번 코리아에 이어서 이번 아시아까지 우승할 수 있었던 원인이 이제 팬분들이라 생각하고 앞으로
Another word to the fans from Lip.
스톡홀름 경기 잘 준비해서 지금 폼 더 이상으로 유지하면서 마지막 파이널도 우승으로 마무리하도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
립 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 스프린트. 정규 시즌 사실 스프린트 없었으면은 이 우승.
Will prepare well for the remaining Stockholm matches and reward you with a victory in the final.
사실 뭐 경기를 뛰지 못했지만 아시아에서 우승 소감 좀 들어보고 싶습니다.
제가 뭐 경기 직접 뛰지
Next up, interview with Spint.
잘하는 형들 덕분에
Asking for a victory speech.
계속 좋은 경험할 수 있고 앞으로도 뭐 스톡홀름까지도 갈 수 있게 돼서 너무 고맙고 팬분들한테도 정말 감사합니다.
Or Spint might become a major factor in this
스피드
roster
선수한테 이런 얘기를 했었습니다.
over the
감독님,
next year or so.
저 열심히 준비하고 있으니까 아시아 때 기회 한번 주세요. 그 어필
Since although I didn't play the game myself, I think I had a great experience thanks to the great guys. I'm truly grateful to the teams.
솔직히 본인도 월드 파이널 욕심 날 거 아니에요, 그렇죠? 뛰고 싶은 마음.
네.
아니에요?
뛰고 싶어요.
뛰고 싶죠? 감독님 보면서 어필 한번. 째려보진 말고 감독님을. 아니 저기 감독님 그 트로피는 조금 내려주시면 그 문사우르 같아요. 네.
제가 뭐 경기 뛸 수 있는 뭐 메타나 제가 그런 상황이 오면 제가 캐리 할 수 있을 만큼 열심히 하겠습니다.
I told the director I was really well prepared for the Korean interview. I'd like to do the same in Stockholm, so please try to appeal to the director. Talking about Moon, obviously.
더 크게 해야 될 것 같다고. 너무 작다고 감독님이 안 들린답니다. 월드 파이널 이렇게 작은 목소리로 어필하면은 월드 파이널 넣을 수가
And says
없다.
when the meta or situation arises where I can play, I'll work hard to be able to carry.
팬분들 보면서 얘기하시죠.
섭태 메타 오면 제가 캐리하겠습니다.
야! 마지막 팬분들께 한 말씀 간단하게.
항상 라컨 응원해 주셔서 감사하고.
Moon said he couldn't hear Spint because he was small.
저도 상황이 되면 잘 해보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
스피드 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 막스 우승 소감 부탁드립니다.
나이스.
나이스.
Next up, Max.
근데 아까
Asking for the winning speech as usual.
왕일에서는 졌었는데
네.
그것도 솔직히 이기는 거긴 했는데 저는 그 마지막 맵은 제가 뛸 거라 생각했어요. 그래서 이긴다 마인드로 들어가게 됐습니다.
이긴다는 마인드로 들어가니까 진짜 실제로 이기게 됐다.
네.
그렇군요. 아니 근데 아까 우승 딱 결정이 나고 나서 맥스 선수가 트로피를 되게 수줍어하게 막 흔드는 모습이 있었거든요. 왜
Max responds, I lost on King's Row, but I think it turned out well because I had the mindset of winning in the end.
수줍어 컨셉이에요? 그래요? 이거 방송용이 아니라서
Oh,
미안해요.
they asked after deciding to win, you shyly lifted the trophy and asked why. And Max responds, because there are a lot of people.
그러면 지금 자신감 있게
That's true.
팬분들 앞에서 트로피 한번 싹
There are many people. It's a big arena.
go!
They want to try.
Now
They
for-
want him to try it again.
맥스의
A non-shyly lifted trophy. Here we go. Confidently hold it.
미안합니다. 여러분들 시간 관계상 빨리 해야 되는데 맥스 일로 와봐요. 앞으로. 여러분들 맥스에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Let's go, Max.
자, 맥스 선수도 팬분들께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
킨덱스에서는 이번에 처음으로 대회 해봤는데
Finally asking for a word to the fans from Max here.
곳에서
After a trophy lifting ceremony.
좋은 곳까지 응원하러 와주셔서 감사합니다. 더 열심히 하겠습니다.
맥스 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Oh, there's a personalized sign for Max.
준비! 우승 소감 말씀해 주시죠.
일단
Max responds, it's great to be competing in such a great place. Thank you for your support. Next up is Jumbin being asked for a winning speech.
예.
일단 저희 팀 제 개인적인 마음 POTM으로는 이상희로 가겠습니다.
Says,
희상.
first of all, to say, I'd like to say a few words to my team members.
이게 항상 저희가 큰 대회나 중요한 대회 할 때마다 살짝 이제 저희가 불리하거나 좀 압박을 많이 느낄 때
My personal POTM is Heesang.
그냥 오히려 더
Very valid.
좀 풀어 나가려는 게 더 보였고 또 풀어 나가 줘가지고 이긴 것 같아요.
그렇군요. 희상 선수 준비를 보면서 한마디 해줘요. 그래. 그래.
Says, whenever we're feeling pressure or struggling, Heesang is always there to help us ease the pressure.
계속 말씀해 주시죠.
그리고 이제
An invaluable asset for a teammate to have.
사실 수민 형도 부담감이 엄청 심할 것 같은데 이번에 잘 이겨줘서 고맙고 그리고 재원이 형이랑 진서 형은 좀 뭐라 해야 되지? 말 잘 들어줘서 고맙고
She looked shocked.
말 잘 들어줘서 고맙고 형들인데
저 말고 다 형들인데도 이제 제가 좀 막내, 그러니까 우진이 제외하면 제가 막내인데 제가 막 게임할 때 형들한테도 되게 뭐라 하고 막 되게 하는데 잘 들어주는 것 같아서 유민 형은 뭐 그냥 그래요.
초록은
그러니까 잘하는데 말 잘 들어줘도 좋아요.
그래요. 근데 조금 그렇긴 하다. 조금 그렇긴 하다.
잘해요.
Says, I'm grateful to my teammates, so all the brothers. I appreciate them listening to me when I say things to them during games.
Such as, I'm going right now. Care me.
솔직히 T1이랑 외는
The next question is simply, what is Reinhardt?
이제 계속 팔콘 만난다는 생각으로 혼자서 계속 경기 복귀한 다음에 엄청 혼자서 생각하다 이제 샤워하면서 이제 혼자서 생각을 해봤거든요.
샤워하면서 혼자 생각을 해봤다.
네, 근데 이제 계속 생각을 해봤는데 이게 이스페란사 때 계속 그냥 라인러시를 하고 싶은 거예요. 제가 그러니까 제가 콜하면서 하고 싶어서. 그래서 이제 홍보팀에 강력 추진했습니다.
강력 추진을 본인이 했습니까?
네, 그렇죠. 제가 이제 그냥 무조건 책임진다는 마인드로 갔습니다.
그렇군요. 정말 좋은 판단이었던 것 같아요. 좋은 생각이었고. 자, 마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
일단 솔직히 이번 킨텍스에서 처음 하는 경기인데도
After losing to Falcons, go ahead.
I thought about meeting Falcons while showering. I wanted to play Reinhardt and Esperanza, so I strongly insisted on using it.
준비 선수에게도 큰 박수
Classic shower
부탁드리겠습니다.
thoughts.
마지막으로
I think about having a shower as well. How would I beat Falcons on
우승
Esperanza?
소감 좀 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 선수들이 세 번째
Finally for Moon.
경기를 좀 지쳐가는
This is my first match at Kintex. I knew I would lose, but I'm so happy that I won.
했다라고 생각을 했는데
Now time for Director Moon's winning speech.
선수들이 좀 되게 아쉬워하는 상황이었어요. 그래서 어떻게든 좀 꺾이지 말고 한 판 한 판 다시 좀 잘 해 나가보자. 그렇게 하고 이제 준비가 아까 말했던 것처럼 라인 이제 그 조합을 준비를 해놔서 저희가 뱀픽을 계속 그것만을 위해서 좀 아껴놓고 있었거든요. 네. 그래서 일단 6킨 때 너무 잘해줘서 고맙고 애들이 이제 한 단계 더 성장해준 것 같아서 지금 너무 행복합니다. 네.
방금도 이제 화면에 감독님 사랑해요 이런 화면도 잡히고 그랬는데
감사합니다.
팬분들께 전하는 말씀과 동시에 월드 파이널에 대한 각오 마지막으로 한 말씀 들어보도록
Moon
하겠습니다.
responds, first the players seem to be getting tired during the third match. They seem disappointed with the 3-1 loss. Thank you for preparing the Reinhardt combination and doing it so well. And doing so well at New Queen Street. I think you're showing signs of growth.
네, 어떤 메타가 오든 잘 대비해가지고 꼭 우승하고 돌아오겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감독님께도 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Then asked for a determination for the World Finals. Moon responds, it was heartbreaking to come back after losing last year. I'll prepare well and I'll come back with a win.
이제 저희에게 남은 건 월드 파이널 하나만 남겨져 있습니다. 11월 말 스웨덴 스톡홀름에서 진행되는 월드 파이널 경기도 많은 관심과 성원 부탁드리면서 저희는 우승을 기록한 크레이지 라쿤의 우승 세레머니와 함께
Alright, Avril, that will bring to a close our run here in OWCS Asia. There have been some long days, but they've been filled with some of the best Overwatch.
Absolutely, I mean, going to see a 7-map finals between these two legendary teams after a amazing legendary 5-map semis that we got yesterday. A long run for Crazy Raccoons. A long run for all of us, really. An immense amount of games that we played over the course of this weekend, but some of the highest level of Overwatch that we'll have ever seen, and maybe yet still to come though in Stockholm. The one last trophy evading Crazy Raccoon. Will they get it there? We'll have to find out. Like, it's been an amazing year casting with you for 2025. This will be our last one together for the year, and we'll hope to have a lot more career, maybe Overwatch broadcast again next year, man.
I absolutely hope so, Avril. It's been an honor. But for the final time in 2025, this ends now.
같이 해야 돼. 스펠